प्रेजेंटेशन लगा दी।
माउस
ये लेटेस्ट वाली जो।
ये सर लेटेस्ट
थैंक यू। सर मैं स्टार्ट सर। Respected dignitaries, Dr. Vatsa, member and HOD NDMA, Dr. Aswal, and various other dignitaries from states and various agencies who have come here. Thank you for coming and participating in this event. What we are going to discuss today is we will devote the whole complete day on discussing various aspects of GLOF project. Next, please. The agenda of presentation is as given on the view file. We are going to discuss growing threats of GLOF in the Himalayas, overview of the program, what are the major components and institutional mechanisms, current implementation status and challenges, what we intend achieving today, and finally the expected outcomes and way forward. Next, please. See, the threats in Himalayas as regards GLOF is concerned is growing. We are experiencing rapid glacier retreat because of average heating in the Himalayas is higher, slightly higher than global averages. The increase in number and size of glacial lakes is increasing. We are experiencing compound triggers of cloudbursts, avalanches, seismic activities, landslides, and extreme rainfall events. Uh, the high-risk states are Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Himachal, Arunachal, Ladakh, and Jammu and Kashmir. The key risk dimensions, as per our understanding, is human settlements, because all these settlements are in narrow valleys, hydropower infrastructure, they are also along these valleys and water flow lines, roads and strategic assets, tourism and pilgrimages. Key technical challenges are monitoring gaps, short lead time, and data fragmentation. Next, please. Now, in the Indian Himalayan river basin, next, we have somewhere around 28,043 recorded lakes, out of which around 18,000 are in Brahmaputra basin, and 5,000 each plus minus is in Ganga and Indus basin. Of these 28,043 recorded lakes, there are around 195 lakes which have been categorized in various categories, of which in category A we have 49 lakes, category B 34, category C 69, and uncategorized 43. This categorization is based on consensus between various agencies which are monitoring the lakes. The highest number of lakes are presently in Himachal, but in most risk prone category A lakes are presently in Sikkim. This is one example of Gifangat Glacial Lake in Lahaul Spiti in Himachal. From 1989, you will see the area which was 36.49 hectares. In 2022, it has reached up to 101.30 hectares. That is a very large increase in the area and thus the risk also. IC mod, as per the data available with them in the Himalayan mountain ranges, There have been around 700 glacial lake events, which have resulted in around 7,000 fatalities, 20,000 or so injuries, and around 91,000 displaced people, and substantial amount of livestock lost. Coming to the program, our program is presently looking at covering 4 Himalayan states, that is Himachal, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, and Arunachal. The formal approval from subcommittee of NEC has been received in October 2023 and on HLC in July 2024. Subsequently, the first release of funds for the states has also been given out. As you will see, the center's share is around 135 CR and state share is 15 CR. So overall project cost at this point of time is 150 CR. The 4 components of NGRMP are hazard and risk assessment, which involves creating a comprehensive inventory and classification of these glacial lakes, developing a monitoring and early warning system, which involves establishing real-time and real-time sensors from these lakes, and last mile alert mechanism to the affected community and infrastructure. It also incorporates site-specific mitigation measures, which are both in structural as well as non-structural category. It also has a component of community awareness and capacity building, wherein strengthening of local communities and institutional mechanism is being looked at. For oversight on this project, NDMA has created NPSC, that is Project Steering Committee, and also a Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. All the lead technical institutes, that is CWC, GSI, IMD, NRSC, IRS, NESAC, NIH, NCPOR, DGRE, WADIA, IITs are also involved in this. Now, since the release of funds, some activity has happened in a couple of lakes in some of the states. We can call that little encouraging to begin with. But the issues which we are facing is delays due to procedural issues, capacity constraints in states, and also the constraints of terrain and limited working window available in high altitude area. This workshop specifically intends to address all these issues. This is the status of the amounts which have been released to states. 9.45 CR has been given to Himachal Pradesh, 8.10 has been given to Uttarakhand, 8.35 to Sikkim, and 12.14 to Arunachal Pradesh. So out of total 150 CR, 30 that is center share of 135 CR out of 150, 38.04 has already been released to the states. So somewhere this is all, we are almost touching 1 year since the release of funds, and somewhere it is more than 1 year. So we would love to see what progress has happened. Now, the intent of having this Inception workshop today is to accelerate implementation and ensure uniformity across all states, learn from what one has done, and also improve on various aspects where the progress is not coming out. We need to identify and address these bottlenecks. Promote cross learning from what one has experienced in one state with what are the problem and challenges, how they can be solved in other states also. We may not move sequentially. Parallel execution of surveys, early warning system, procurement and deployment, DPR preparation for this project is what we intend to look into. And also, at the end of the day, to develop a practical time-bound action plan for each state so that the risk which our infrastructure or population we are facing, it gets resolved as early as possible. Our aim of the today's session is orient all the stakeholders on the framework of this particular program to include timelines and what is expected as deliverable. Share best practices in whatever achievements have been done by individual states. If there are any technical, procedural, and logistical challenges, we would request you to highlight them so that we can help you in resolving them. Uh, as I told earlier, we have a lot of technical institutes also as our partners, so facilitate that formal partnership and also help the states with a realistic action plan with demonstrable milestones which can be achieved. So by the end of the day, our idea is that each of the states and stakeholders have clear ownership and understanding of the program. Time-bound action plans with milestones, there is some consensus on that. What technical support and procurement needs are, they are also identified. We agree on a standard methodology for assessment and early warning system, and also strengthen the coordination between various stakeholders. Going forward, uh, we recommend parallel implementation instead of sequential as a guiding principle in all activities, so that we achieve some tangible progress in next few months. NDMA promises to provide full support of any nature. At the same time, we also intend monitoring it rigorously through monitoring and evaluation framework. Please remember that this is a national mission. The intent is to save lives and livelihoods of people living in these Himalayan valleys, which will certainly depend on the quality and speed of our collective efforts. With that, I'm finished. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for setting a visionary tone for the day and laying out the strategic roadmap for the NGRMP so clearly. So, I am privileged to invite Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa, member and HOD NDMA, to deliver the inaugural address. I humbly request him to share his valuable thoughts. Please join me in the welcoming him. Thank you.
Honorable members of the NDMA, all my colleagues from the NDMA, all the SDMAs, representatives and experts from various technical institutions, and all our colleagues, participants. Thank you very much for um, attending this technical workshop. We have organized it to take stock of the implementation of the National GLOF Risk Reduction Program that is under implementation. This is, and we are organizing it, I think, in this facility which we have recently inaugurated. This is a facility that we have set up for organizing technical workshops within NDMA. So um, I'm sure you will enjoy discussing it in this new setting. And please let us know how we should improve this setting for the technical discussions. So for us, it is a very important thing to have our own facility to lead discussion on various issues which we are dealing with. We have invited the 4 states which are participating in the program. In addition, we have also invited 2 UTs, Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. They have also a significant number of the glacial lakes, and though we could not include in the program for the technical regions, we would also like to reach out to them and support various interventions. The This is, though the program started quite some time back, we this is the first workshop. Perhaps we had a few meetings earlier, but as a technical workshop, this is the first coming together, and we would like to discuss all the components of the program in detail and see how we are making progress. We would like to understand the pace of the program. That is a matter of concern. we have now more than a year of implementation, how certain states are faring, how certain states are dealing with the issues that are coming up. We know that a number of states have launched expeditions to assess the risks of the glacial lakes. But more than that, we would like to hear about how they go about setting up the early warning system. What is their thinking about the preparedness measures, and what kind of mitigation measures are we planning? As we know, there are four important components of the program. These components of the program relate to the risk assessment, early warning, preparedness, and mitigation. All the four components are extremely important for the overall success of the program, and we need to pursue all these components simultaneously. So we would like to understand where we need more technical support, how we should also share our experiences, how we should standardize some of the processes, and how NDMA can provide support to the states for carrying out the implementation of the project. As we have been discussing, all the expert institutions have a very important role to play. In the past also, we have assigned certain expert institutions to the states, and I'm sure the states are benefiting from their association and from their contribution. We would like to hear from the expert institutions and how their contribution can be enhanced in terms of the value and the quality and the overall um, pace of the program. We know that this is a program where the states are facing a lot of challenges. Some most of the challenges arise from the difficult physical terrain. The all the glacial lakes are situated at 5,000 meter and above, so accessing them and leading the intervention is definitely going to be a challenge, but this is something that we need to address, and we need to create capacities at the state level. So while we are discussing today, the states must let us know how they would like to develop the capacities at their level to deal with the problem of GLOF. I would like to share that there is a considerable amount of concern about the number of lakes and the kind of risks that they are posing. Recently, the Honorable Home Minister also mentioned that we need to improve our early warning system for the GLOF, and the Central Water Commission should play a very important role in strengthening the early warning systems. We have also received a proposal from the Central Water Commission for setting up the early warning system, and we would definitely be very supportive of these proposals. But across the lakes, we need to find some ways of setting up the systems. The the challenge is the instrumentation. How do we install those instruments and then monitor them on a continuous basis? What is the communication system? How do we monitor them? How do we service all the equipments? So these are some of the challenges that we need to address, and maybe if we need to come up with some special arrangements, we should definitely do that. The also very important part is how do we prepare the contingency plans to protect the downstream communities. We know in the last 2-3 years, when the glacial lakes have burst, and there is a huge amount of debris flow, there is a considerable loss of life and their properties. So we have to protect the people, And it's very important that for all the glacial lakes where there is an imminent threat, we need to take immediate measures to protect the people, and we also need to prepare the disaster management plans, the contingency plans, and set up certain systems through which the downstream communities are protected. Further, we need to discuss the mitigation measures, both the structural mitigation measures, non-structural mitigation measures, which are we should establish the feasibility of various interventions, and what is the cost of various cost effectiveness of these interventions. So we have, I think, a very whole day of discussion. All the sessions here have been very carefully organized. A number of experts are participating, and I'm sure that there will be a very good discussion today, and we will have much better clarity about the implementation of the program. We definitely would like it to be a long-term program, though this program has been conceived only for 2-3 years. We know that these 2-3 years would not be sufficient for addressing the risk of the GLOF in the Himalayas. We have to implement it in a long-term basis. So how do we also engage ourselves with the risk of glacial lakes on a long-term basis? So we also need to think about this whole problem, and that is why it's important that the states need to set up their own capacities to deal with this. Within the audience, I also see the Swiss Development Corporation, and we are grateful to them for their presence here. They have been supporting us for quite some time in Sikkim, and I'm sure that we will benefit from their expertise. So thank you very much for being here, and I'm sure that we will have a very good, very productive, constructive discussion, which will assure us of not just our commitment to the program, but also various breakthroughs that we will make through the program. And we look forward to the discussion today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful reflections and for highlighting the foundational challenges we must
is still not very known. We can only estimate. And when I was discussing with experts, there is a large amount of uncertainty in the volume. Now, if you take a typical lake, and has been pointed out that these lakes are above 5,000 meters and above. So in high school, we used to have that simple potential energy calculation, MGH, mass into G into the height. Imagine the kind of potential energy they are holding up there. Now, if there is a breach of any of these lakes, this kind of energy will come down. And remember, our mountains are very, very loosely bound. So those who have seen the pictures of Dharali, that's a very small flood from the glacial lake point of view, very small one. And you see what has happened? Everybody has seen that one. And that is expected, from physics point of view, that is expected. Nothing new in that. If you do a similar simulation, you will find that exactly that will happen. Now, since the Himalaya is at the 5,000 meter and above, we have got lakes there. The weather conditions are very, very tough. The temperatures are very low, the oxygen pressure is very one. The UV, which is coming directly from the sun, is very, very strong. So when we are going to set up the early warning systems, do we have the materials? Please, being a scientist, do not under impression that anything that works at the ambient temperature in the plain area will exactly work at those levels. We have got a minus 35, minus 40, minus 50 temperature, low oxygen pressure, high UV radiation. Most of the polymers will go for a cross-linking and it will crack. The holding of the place, because the ground where you are going to put up your sensors, you may not find a stable place because it is based on the snow. They will follow that. The power is driven by the solar cells and the ice will deposit on that. And we know that solar cells are very sensitive to the solar radiation. If they don't have solar radiation, they produce no power. Then communication. So you have got a large amount of problems. So before we make a system and try to implement there, it is important to estimate the theoretical assessment of those parameters, whether they will function or not function. Emotionally charging, and we'll put up that is one theory, but going in real one is different one. So in order to have this as a successful model, I have got two suggestions. First one is that please look at the conditions and try to generate the material which will sustain those environmental conditions. So until and unless you have got the simulation of those parameters, only will be doing a thing, and after 5 years we'll be coming back to the same point and nothing has happened. We have failed. More than that, our aim is to save the lives of the people. So we know that anytime the glacial lake will burst, and it is not that it has not burst in the past. This has been the nature. So I say that because of the nature, one, it is bound to happen. So it is bound to happen. And if you want to save the people, so can we give the pathway to these floods? Nature, if you go, I'm from Uttarakhand and I have seen many kind of floods in my childhood also. So there are channels made by the nature. There are deep valleys. They are the channels for the such kind of floods. What we have done is we have enclosed those floodplains and created our habitation there. And when the GLOF will burst, when the flood will come up, obviously everything will wiped out. And then we'll blame whom? We'll not blame our policy and planning. We'll always blame this GLOF has created all the problems and let us tackle that. So tackling the GLOF itself is not easy task. Let me be it. What we have to tackle is that can we create our habitation in such a fashion that even the GLOF comes there will remain unharmed. I am from Uttarakhand and I know that how our ancestors lived in. They always used to say that don't make any house downstream. So the ancient villages were on the top of the hills. And we used to create the farming at the low levels. So they were very intelligent because the survival was ensured because at the top level, At the bottom level, you did agriculture, and that's a low risk one. Even the flood comes, it wipes out, again you can create those farms again back. So that mechanism, in my opinion, should also be adopted now. Near the river fronts or river valleys, we should create the low risk assets. And that is what I found, that in all our Himalayan belt, that concept has completely been neglected. So if Dharali has happened, because in the floodplain you have created that, they were warning, not 1 year warning. I think 25, 30 years people have predicted, don't create anything over here. Still we create there, and then we create a panic, and then we are controlling now the flood. Okay, so I will end up with वो किसी का एक शेर था, क्या शेर था, धूल चश्मे पे लगी थी और हम आईना साफ करते रह गए. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for emphasizing the critical interactions of policy, safety, and operational excellence. Now, moving forward, it is an honor to invite Ms. Rita Missal, member NDMA, to share her guidance and insights with the forum. Please join me in welcoming her. Thank you.
Uh, Namaste everyone, and esteemed member Dinesh ji, all the technical experts from various agencies who are part of our GLOF project, giving their technical expertise, intelligence, and vision to how we can move forward. Partners in the room, states who are here, I think more than anything else, it's never too late to have these kind of discussions. The complexities and challenges have been laid out by Dinesh ji and Krishna before me. So when we come to such workshops, it always delights me to listen to people who have the expertise in the region, in this field, and also people who are actually implementing. And that's where I think there's a lot of gap, within the expertise that exists within big agencies such as CWC and NGRI and others, and actually on the ground, the states, the SDMAs, which are actually implementing the programs. So bringing together people in such a workshop for me is also very, very important. And so I think organizing this was very much needed for the start. Dinesh ji has very well explained how the Himalayan region is almost like a treasure trove or national heritage for us. Preserving that, and he said also about how we have managed to break many of the rules that were there before in terms of habitation and settlement. And so always I realize this, that disasters are a failure of development. They are not natural. So we always use the word natural disasters. There's no such thing as natural disasters. It is because we have placed ourselves in locations where we are exposed to hazards that take place. And so keeping that in mind, this particular hazard that we are speaking about, sorry, ये हाई टेक मुझे नहीं आता है, आपने क्या लगाया है? I think it's okay, no? People can hear me? Yeah, it's fine. So I think coming together, when we come together like this, I think 3 points that I would like to mention. How do we match the capacities that we have the national level with expert agencies to people who are working downstream in the states? This is one biggest challenge, I think, and Dr. Vatsa has pointed out right at the beginning that capacities are thin and low, and these capacities need to be put in place. And so perhaps we have agencies like SDC who has been helping out in Sikkim. We need many such partners to be able to step in and bringing the expertise that is required in the states, not at the national level, but right in the states, right in the field where things are happening, especially related to hazard monitoring and all these instruments and the instrumentation that is being put in place. I know that Sikkim was the only state that has reported a GLOF incident in 2023. That happened, a large one. That was because the water came down, burst into a dam, and the dam burst, and then a lot of lives were lost. About, I think, there was a post disaster needs assessment with estimated an economic loss of 2000 crores, over 2000 crores, and only a quarter of that was given to them in terms of assistance from the National Disaster Risk Management Fund, NDRF fund. So what I'm trying to say is financing gap will always be there in terms of your recovery processes. That is why mitigation project is much more important. Although it is the more painstaking work, the mitigation, investing in preparedness, particularly not only in hazard monitoring but in community awareness about where people can live, what should we doing once they listen to different kinds of early warning system, how they are going to receive the early warning systems, what can be done from before to plan for protection of their livelihoods. These are the things I think this program can focus on, and there is an aspect of that. See, the early warning procurement, high tech equipment that we are investing high above in the Himalayas will have actually no fruition if that does not give data to people as to what they are doing. So the CAP protocol was launched recently in May 2nd at the SRC's conference. That kind of measures, together with some other measures in which local people receive warning in time. In Dharali, what happened, the people from the opposite side were able to see the river water gushing down, and somehow they were able to only a very limited number of people they were able to warn. There was no system by which, because the speed in which this water gushes down is impossible sometimes to give the warning to people. So burials, mass burials due to debris are very common in such kind of incidents. So in GLOFs as well, I think what is necessary is very much to focus on the last mile early warning system. This is critical so that households know exactly what is the level of exposure and risk that they are in, and they can prepare it. This cannot happen at the last minute when something is happening right at the top and the glacial lake has outburst. No, this should happen before. So community preparedness as a part of this project should be taken up very, very seriously. Second one is, NDMA's attempt to start this particular project is only a small part of what the huge need it in the Himalayan state is, right? And Dr. Vatsa also mentioned Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir, which is not yet covered by this program. There should be other ways in which this program should become a part of the state development programs for whatever that other agencies are doing. A joint program by different agencies can come together so that states can have their own program and make it a top priority as part of their, because this is a risk that they are facing, an imminent risk that they are facing. So this is very important. Finally, I think, you know when we need to look at how all these structures that are put up can be protected as well, because we hear many times, even simple thing, yesterday we were talking to the dam safety authority, where we were saying that there should be signages put up in different locations where people should be told not to go into the near the reservoir or inland waters and areas and all that. So, he was expressing, the dam safety chief was expressing regret, saying that we put up these signages and they are stolen by local people just for the basic value of the signboard itself. So that happens when there is not a community engagement, when this whole thing is being put up. This is very important to understand. Unless the community understand that this is the only thing that is standing between them and the risk that they face, they will not protect that asset. So protection of those assets are very, very important, and for that I would again emphasize a lot more community engagement than is envisaged in this particular project. So I hope this today's discussions are going to give us an impetus to move forward with the project. They have been slight lagging behind. That was also noted. It can give us an impetus to move forward to the project, but also I think a time in which states can talk to each other, find out each other's challenges and to the project that they are facing currently, and find a way in which they can keep it connected and resolve it. So I think hoping that this platform will give them a coordinated approach for them to work together, because it's not often that you come together to discuss a particular issue. So maybe this workshop will also hopefully bring together the states. You meet all these experts online. Mostly I've attended some meetings where we've had these review meetings of GLOF mitigation project, and many times we are all online only. So this is also your opportunity to talk to those experts who give you advice, and then you can also share with them the actual challenges that you have on the ground, because sometimes that conversation remains a little incomplete when you are online with people. So thank you once again, and once again I want to thank everyone for joining this workshop, and the mitigation division for organizing such a workshop. And I hope that end of today will be a very fruitful, with a very strong action plan for moving forward in implementation of the mitigation project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those deeply encouraging words and for stressing the socio-ecological dimensions of risk reduction. To bring our inaugural session to formal close, I invite Shri Abhishek Sharma, Senior Research Officer NDMA, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Thanks, Ashok. Very good morning to all of you. Respected Shri Krishnawat sir, member and HOD NDMA, Dinesh Aswal sir, member NDMA, Ms. Rita Misal ma'am, member NDMA, distinguished dignitaries, experts, and participants. On behalf of NDMA, I extend my sincere gratitude for your esteemed presence in the inaugural session of this Inception workshop on NGRMP. I express my deep appreciation for the valuable guidance and insightful interventions of the members of NDMA, which has set a clear direction for the proceedings. I also acknowledge the comprehensive presentation by KP sir, Colonel KP sir, Advisor Mitigation, outlining the program framework. And I thank all participants, including representatives from states, UTs, partner institutions, for their gracious presence. I further appreciate the dedicated effort of the entire mitigation division team in ensuring the smooth conduct of this session. With these words, I once again express my sincere thanks to all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short 20 minutes break for refreshment. Please enjoy some tea and coffee. It is arranged in the adjoining hall, and we will reconvene promptly 11:05 for our first technical session. Thank you.
कैमरा ऐप तो नहीं खुला हुआ कैमरा ऐप डेस्कटॉप पे डाल ही क्यों रखा है यार?
है ही नहीं ना, नहीं खुला है ना।
नहीं खुला।
करूँ बंद?
पूरी सारा कुछ।
ट्रबल शूट तो करना पड़ेगा तभी हो।
test 1 2 3. Mic test.
please reconvene. Please take your seats. All are requested to please take your seats so we can begin our next first technical session. Welcome back, everyone. Before we begin, I would like to familiarize all with the session format for each technical session. The chair, co-chair, and distinguished panelists shall be introduced. Thereafter, the panelists will be invited on stage one by one and will be provided approx 5 to 7 minutes each to present their expertise, insights, and perspectives. Following the presentation, the floor will be open for panel discussion and interactive deliberation. Our first session focuses on implementation status and progress by the states and union territories. Ground level implementation is where policy meets reality. And understanding the progress of our mountainous region is paramount. The session will be chaired by Advisor Mitigation, Colonel Kirti Pratap Singh ji. Joining him on the panel are distinguished representatives from our frontline regions. From Himachal Pradesh, we have Shri Nishan Thakur, Additional Secretary, Disaster Management. Shri Rohit Singh from Uttarakhand State Disaster Management Authority. From Sikkim is online, so Miss Ada Lawrence, Deputy Director from Sikkim, will present online. And Dr. Bhupen Mili, Arunachal Pradesh State Disaster Management Authority. From UTs of J&K Ladakh, from UT of J&K, we have Miss Snowar Jamil, Deputy Secretary from J&K. And from Ladakh, we have Dr. Stenjan Passing from UT of Ladakh. So I am invite Shri Nishant Thakurji to present his presentation of Himachal Pradesh.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, honorable member NDMA, all the members and all the participant. I'll just quickly run you through the presentation. Uh, basically, we have a total of high risk glacial lakes. Total of, you can see we have 14 high, 12 14 very high, 12 high, 15 moderate, and 7 lakes, which are situated in the 6 districts. And next. Basically, when we are talking about the NGRMP, we are focusing on just 3 districts: District Lahaul and Spiti, District Kinnaur, and District Kullu. So these are the 4 lakes which have been taken under the NGRMP. And yeah, I was having an issue with this. Hello. Basically, I want to just impress upon you what all work has been achieved by us. Basically, I'll come to the lake number one, which is the Gepangat, which is the largest lake having an area of more than 100 hectares. And length is almost 2.5 kilometers with the maximum width at places around 625 meters. And the volume of water has been ascertained to be around 35.08 mcm. Uh, Basically, what we have done is to in this program is we had a joint mission with people from CDAC, from the Jal Shakti, from the Water Commission, Health, Police, ITP, and other who visited the lake on the 20th September for the assessment, and feasible sites have been identified for installation of various EWS instruments. And since installation, we have a very limited working season, as already been impressed by one of the honorable members. So we have deferred this to this year, and this is all about Lake Gepanga. The second lake is Vasuki Lake. This is upstream of basically Khirganga, which is again a tributary of River Parvati, and which is again tributary of River Byas. So basically, we have the physical and bathymetric survey has already been done by CDAC in October of 24. What we have done is we have directed the deputy commissioner through the DDMA to prepare the evacuation and communication plan, and also to mark the highest flood levels. This will be done by the Jal Shakti Vibhag. Uh, Next, we come to Baspa. You can see the lake 3 and 4 are situated in district Lahore and district Kinnaur. Basically, the bathymetric survey have been done by different agencies across different periods. And what HPSDM has done is, again, we have directed them to prepare evacuation communication plan and marking of highest flood levels. Since you can see, we have done nothing much with respect to the physical execution. Uh, since it is taking time for us, these are some of the glimpses of the expedition across done by different agencies, and also HPSDMA was part of that. Uh, yeah, this is some IEC material prepared by HPSDMA and disseminated across different DDMAs and all the participating and the implementing agencies. Uh, This is one we did a sensitization workshop at a place called Kasol. It's a very famous place now in Manikaran area of district Kullu, and we had participants from different departments, from NGOs. We had some people from villages. We could not have many panchayati representative because on that time the panchayat Raj institution, the panchayati Raj the representative, the duration was over and we could not have the elections in time. And we had speakers from NCPOR and other institutions. Going on. Oh, I can go back. Is it coming back or what? I can help. It's not going back. इसको back ले जाओ. Anyways, we like there is a we'll come to the financial. I'll directly come to the we have a national project steering committee. We also have notified a state level project steering committee, which has members from different known renowned technical institutions, and also includes different eminent personalities who have done redefining work in the field of glacial lakes, etc. Now we are in continuous communication with NRC for risk assessment study and modeling for the remaining 3 lakes. And we are already in the process of preparation of DPRs. We had some DPRs, but then there were some observations. We had to return them. And we are collaborating with different technical institutions, universities, for technical support and partnership in development of different mitigation measures, and with the objective of minimizing flood risk to the downstream communities. and we have received several proposals from different institutions, and they are being placed. The proposals since are to need to be placed before the state project steering committee, and it will be done in due course. This is, I think, the CDAC installation of the early warning system at Sisu Lake. It is in a trial phase, and we hope if it is successful, we replicate this at the lake side. The lake Gepangat is upstream to this lake. If it is successful, we'll definitely like to replicate it. What are the challenges in GLOF risk mitigation is first thing is it is as sir also had impressed upon, most of the lakes are upwards 4,000 to 5,000 meters, so we have poor accessibility, and we have very short working season which is around maybe 4 months max, 3 to 4 months max if even weather permits. And then there are challenges with respect to the EWS installation and maintenance. We are this HPSDMA, or in fact any of the state disaster management authorities needs to have high dependence on external technical institution, because we don't have those kind of capabilities with themselves. And we need a multi-agency coordination in remote testing. It's not as if one agency can do everything. That is a challenge. I said we have limited in-house technical capacity, and now there is it is a complex coordination among different technical agency, DDMAs and line departments, for which I have already maybe requested NDMA to help us, because without interdepartmental coordination we cannot move forward. What our future plans is, we basically we had assured NDMA we will at least do the one of the components, because that is the most doable component. But again, the problem with Himachal Pradesh is we did not have a elected representative elected representation in the Panchayati Raj system because of unforeseen circumstances. So we could not basically, and the major of the stakeholders are those people. And secondly, we could not have these workshops because of these areas are again inaccessible, or because of extreme cold we could not hold this. Only one of the workshop has been done, and we hope to do it in June and maybe July if everything goes as decided. So we are in continuous coordination with different institutions and eminent glaciologists to seek their support and participation in the proposed community sensitization workshop. And I think this is again repeat. Once I think DPRs are submitted by JSV, here I want to tell you the work execution, the structural and the non-structural measures are being done by the Jal Shakti Vibhag, and we have just received one of the proposals from one of the district, Laol and Spiti, for marking the HFL levels. Thanks. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Sri Rohit Singh from Uttarakhand STMA to present the state's progress.
Good morning. Good morning, member NDMA, all experts, professors, scientists present over there. So, myself Rohit Kumar, I'm presenting behalf of Uttarakhand State Disaster Management Authority about implementation, status and progress under NGRMP. So, next. So these are the outline about the first we know about the little bit about the Uttarakhand, then key scientific initiative in the past taken by the Uttarakhand, special distribution lakes, hazard and risk assessment done by the STMA, and the community awareness and some key challenges. Next. So as Uttarakhand has a 2062 glaciers and approx 2,501 square kilometer area is covered by the glacier. So total number of glacier lake is 344, and two major hazard which can say the first hazard is a 2013 Kedarnath flash flood. It's also the outburst of the Chorabari Lake, and the second one is not a GLOF, is a similar type of the effect from the Chamoli ice rock avalanche, and we have a 13 priority glacial lakes. However, we have a 344, but initially we have to focus on a 13, and in out of class A is a 5 lakes. So next. Okay, so Uttarakhand Uttarakhand STMA working with Wadia, IRS, and other institute since 2020. So there is some long-term monitoring of the Gangotri glacier systems. Wadia is working with the glacier mapping, monitoring, some hazard dissemination, and administrative support of the DDMA. And before that, the program 2021-23, the Vasundhara Tal monitoring with the help of Wadia. And the one of the project is a satellite-based mountain hazard assessment (MHM) from USDMA IRS collaborative effect after the event of the Tapovan ice rock avalanche. Next. So these are the special distribution of the glacial lake presented over in Uttarakhand. So we can see that the 6 district has covered all the lakes, and mainly in Moraine and the Moraine Dam Lake is 24 and 11 in a red box in the bottom, and we can say that the Chamoli district has most of the lake is 192 out of the 344. And these are some hot spot in the Chamoli, and if you see the Bageshwar has a list lake. So go to the next. So when come to the special distribution of the CODR defined glacial lake, so we can just only 5 districts have some different type of risk classes lake, which most of the lake we can see in a Pithoragarh region where the 4 class A1 lake is presented over there, and the either Gangotri National Park has a most of the density of the lake. So go to next. So these are the lake elevations in the risk classes. So we can also in the previous discussion, all the lakes are in higher than the 15,000 feet. Go to the next. So I'm not going to objective where the go to the next. So in Uttarakhand, where we have to initiate the risk assessment and risk reduction, we are overlapping between in implementation workflow where we have to work the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, where field expedition, bathymetry survey, glaciological investigation, some lake has a moraine stability assessment, and some has a risk prioritization where because we have the some limited fund, so we have 13 lakes, and we have to implement the mitigation strategy or early warning system. So we have to decide it. And in a phase 3, where the early warning system deployment, community-based alert system, we are working from the phase 1, as in the morning my member HOD has already said about, and the EWS deployment is however written in phase 3, but we are working with from the phase 1. Go to the next. So we can say that these are the status from the Uttarakhand STMA, where we have, with the help of GSI, with the help of IRS and the supporting agency, Wadia, SDRF, CWC, NDRF, ITVP, we have three lake we have we done a bathymetry survey, and the one lake has the is done by the GSI, is the glaciological studies. Go to the next. So these are the special distribution of the lake which already done by the Uttarakhand SDMA. Go to the next. So I'm just going fast with some field bathymetry expedition. So go to the next. So Uttarakhand STMA always want to participate as well as the scientific organization as well as the response force. When the GLOF will happen, then the response mechanism is all based on the NDRF, SDRF, DDRF, or the ITBP, who, because the lake is the remote locations and the people from the army or those areas are mainly territory of the CAPF or the army personnel. So in Vasundhara Tal, we have done with the USDMA, ULMC, IRS is providing the bathymetry instrument, Wadia, SDRF, NDRF, and ITBP. Go to the next. So the maximum where the glacier snout is a 38 meter is the maximum depth. You can see in the left side where these are Go to back. You can see there is some red arrow. This is the main outlet of the glacial lakes, which is shocked or landslide or blocked by the some debris flow or the by the some loose material, consolidated materials. So due to the primary outlet is blocked, so the water is moving from the right side, and you can see that the middle one image where the red mark is over there and the some green yellow chunk. So if the ice chunk will be collapsed to the second outlet of the lake, it may be the block by the both of the conditions. So we can say that the dynamic geomorphological changes of the glacial lake. Recently, 1 and 2 days ago, I have shown in the Vasundhara Dal again with the help of sentinel imagery. So outlet is more block. We can say also that this time maybe the water level is low, this time the water level is high. But when I have already personally visited over there and seen the condition of the outlet, so we can clearly see that okay, the main outlet is going to permanently close, or right now the water level is very low. So go to the next. So this one is a Mawang Glacial Lake, where we can see some steep outlet of the lake to the directly in the streams, and there is some chances from the GSI report. However, these lake are not fastly enlarging, but there is chances to some surrounding area landslides or the collapse of the dam, Moraine Dam. Next. So again, the previous year 2025, with the help of GSI Lucknow, especially thanks to the Dr. Ajay sir. So we have also visited with the team of the Uttarakhand SDMA constituted by and the GSI Lucknow participants. Go to the next. So these are the two lakes. We can see that there are some twin lakes. One Pingru has a two parts. The Satyayangti has a two parts. One is the back, and the front. So these two lakes, and one interesting fact. Go to the next. So we can see some maybe the geologists or civil engineer can easily understand about the basin structure, and the one. Some Dharchula Dam is about from the lake distance. The Mawang Lake is a 70 kilometer. For Prangru is a 67 kilometer. Satyangti is a 62 kilometer. Go to the next. So these are the blinking of the three class A1 lake with the range of 70 kilometer downstream. And after the Dharchula town, however, there is no major habitation. There is no major breeze from the dam to the lake. But after the dam, there is 18 kilometer. There is some Dharchula town, and the downstream there is some other infrastructure over there. So Uttarakhand STMA is planning to Uttarakhand STMA is planning to work with some basinal structure, basin wise. Suppose there is a 1 lake or 2 lake or 3 lake combined with that. So we will put some Sarane downstream, and some 1 and 2 lake has a pilot based study. So where we have to put some monitoring or early warning system to the lake and the downstream Saran, where the 2 and 3 lake is covered by 1. Go to the next. So these are the Satyangti Lake, where we can see something curve-like structure where the snout is there. Go to the next. This is video over why I'm just going to show you, because sometimes I'm frequently visiting the glacial lake. Sometimes the people has not opportunity to each and every year visit to the glacial lake. So these are the condition on the ground where we have to put some mitigation structures, where we have to put some early warning system, where we have to take some instrument, go to the studies. So these are some condition of the Satyangti Lake in 2025, where we can see also some white patches where the water, we can see that because we have visited in September to October. So there's some water, that means the water level is go down when we have visited over there. And before that, the water level will be maybe the higher in this vicinity. Go to next. So when we see in the back, in the previous image, the back part of the Satyangti Lake, this is the front part of the Satyangti Lake. In between, there is some small lots of lakes are over there. And in the sudden approx 70-degree slope from the outlet. So just imagine that the lake size is total 1.2 kilometer length, which is some, there is a some back is a 38-meter depth water, in the front is a 9-meter depth water, and if will be there is some triggering factor. Go to the next. So these are the main outlet. These were in the past, and these are the outlet we can see from the ground, or when we are climbing to or trekking to the lake. Go to the next. Go to the next. So when come from the lake to GLOF itself, it's not initiated by, it's that required some triggering factors. So when we have visited over there, so just look around it, the with the help of, initially we go for the remote sensing, then go for the ground, and seeing that it's one of the lake, there is some lots of crevasses, the vertical thinning of that particular glaciers, and we can see in the up portion there is also right in there is a lots of avalanche, or the some ice is collapsed. Go to the next. So in the red box, this portion has already break from that ice, or we can say that really snow, generally snow, and the fall in the lakes. It's maybe possible it will be not trigger any lake, because there is a lots of other condition parameters required. But however, there are lots of triggering factors surrounding in the lake vicinity. So just if we remember about the Vasundhara Tal, the was there in Vasundhara Tal, there is some geomorphological dynamic changes. In Satyangti Lake, there is some avalanche region in surrounding over there. Go to the next. Okay, sir. So we have to measure the lake outlet and the other parameters. Go to the next. So these are the Pengru Lake, another one lake. Go next. Next. So we can compare in from 2025, the lake area is at 17 hectare, one is 3 hectares. The elevations, the freeboard near outlets, the mean depth, the maximum depth, the terminal moment conditions, and the ice calving present or not. Go to the next. Apart from the physical scientific investigation, we are USDMA also working with some mock drills. Mock drills is required when the GLOF is happen. The people, the participants from the DDMA and the participant from different agency will be. So we have done the 15th November 2 mock drill about the Pengru Lake, Kedartal, and in the Chardham Yatra we have also considered about the scenario, the extreme rainfall induced GLOF and flash flood, and the impacted area, and how the DDMA and how the other forces will be responsible. Response. And the GLOF awareness chapter, one is the program from NDMA, is the Yuva Abda Mitra. So we have developed the one book chapter. So there is a total 4,310 participants. So 2,500 participants is already trained, and one the draft SOP is prepared for the GLOF response. Next. So we can say that the Uttarakhand, put the back. This is okay. So this is the institutional strengthening, where we have as in the morning where we have to strengthen. So we just technical partner as a Wardia Institute made, and apart from that we have some 15 member multi-agency, where the USDMA, ULMC, CBRI, NIH, CSIR, NRSC, and GSI Lucknow is a participating agency. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rohit. And now Sikkim will present online virtually his presentation. So I invite Miss Ada Lawrence, Deputy Director from Sikkim SDMA. Please, you have 5 to 7 minutes to present.
Can you see my slides, sir?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. I'm Adam Lawrence. I'm Deputy Director at Sikkim SDMA. With me, I have officers from Sikkim SDMA.
Madam, please finish in 5 to 7 minutes. You have 24 slides.
Okay, sir.
We will caution you on 5 and stop you at 7.
Okay, sir. So with me, I have officers from Sikkim SDMA and officers from Department of Science and Technology. Science and Technology is our technical partner in implementing this NGRP project in Sikkim. Next. We have followed a four-step mitigation framework wherein step one is a satellite-based prioritization, step two is field diagnostics.
So the slides are not moving.
Slides are not moving, sir. So you also have the slide. I will share the presentation.
अगर है यहाँ पर है तो यहाँ से आगे बढ़ाइए.
I am in four-step mitigation framework slide, sir.
Just give us 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
यहाँ के slides लगा दीजिए so that they can keep referring. मैडम आप अनशेयर करिए. Just do unshare from there. So we will start from this side.
We have stopped sharing, sir.
Yeah, and we have started sharing. Yeah, go to next. Yeah.
I'm in the step, sir. So step 1 and 2, then we have hazard assessment in step 3 and the intervention planning in step 4. Next, please. As per your satellite-based prioritization, Sikkim has identified 16 very high-risk glacial lakes, which is listed in the slide. Next. Shakochu has been identified as a very high-risk glacial lake. Next. Amongst the field diagnostics, the various operations that have been conducted are bathymetry, mooring stability, debris deposition, hydrology, hydrodynamic modeling, and various other high altitude operations, which the distinguished participants may already be aware. Next, please. For the field diagnostics, projects like the bathymetry. We have handheld GPS systems and various other instruments which are listed in the slide. Next, please. This covers the various expeditions that were conducted. Expedition 1 from August to September 2024, second expedition from 27th November to December, third expedition in 25 from June to 1st July, and the fourth expedition from 20th August to 16th September 2025. Next slide, please. In step 3, we have comprehensive hazard assessment. As you can see in the slide, these various lakes that are listed on your right side, we have bathymetric findings for these various lakes. Next step, please. Then we had comprehensive hazard assessment wherein ERT was conducted for Sakochu, Kangchangchu, Balikpokori, Tikitpla, Lacheng Khamse, Chumilamsa, Dolmasampa, and Surafanal. Next slide, please. Here we have a geophysical investigation of the terminal moraine of Sakochu, which has been identified as a high-risk glacial lake, and for which we are conducting mitigation under the NGRMP. Next slide, please. Further, under comprehensive hazard assessment, we have a 3D terrain mapping by LIDAR sensor at Dolma Sampa and Sora Funnel. This has been very instrumental because which is not covered under the NGRMP project, but with the Department of Science and Technology, we have proposed for a mitigation in Dolma Sampa, wherein we will be constructing a mitigation wall, a structural wall, to help cover the whole, so many lakes at one go. Now, after these 3 steps, we have step 4, which is in the next slide, please. Intervention planning. As you can see, in the map we have this rectangular shape. So what we've done is different clusters of lake. We've identified different intervention planning methods for these different clusters. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. So for Sakochu, which is a very high-risk glacial lake, this lake does not have any outlet. And it is very vulnerable given our seismic zone also, we've proposed solar powering, solar powered lake lowering. So we will be using solar pumps in order to siphon the lake water. And this DPR has been submitted to NDMA. Next slide, please. The water level will be lowered by 20 meters, which will be roughly pumping around 8 million cubic meters of water over a period of 3 years. Next slide, please. Now for the other rectangular area that you can see, Lake 5, 6, and 4. Next slide. The intervention plan for Changsang Lake, Lonak Lake complex. Now, Lonak Lake complex comprises the north and south Lonak, and the Changsang Lake is also a highly vulnerable glacial lake that has been identified. So, in order to cater to this complex, next slide, please. We have a retention structure proposed in the Lonak Valley, and this retention structure, CWC has been directed to take up the DPR preparation. Next slide. Now the third complex, that's your intervention planning in the Gurudongmar complex, which has 12, 14, and 15. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, so this is your Gurudongmar Lake complex, which comprises ABC. Now, C is a very young lake that was formed in 1990s and has expanded considerably. So what we are planning is some kind of moraine plug safety wall that can be introduced in the lake. And then taking the cultural sensitivity into consideration, we are planning some scenic, cultural aspects also integration along with the moraine plug safety. So you have acceptance at the local level also. Next slide. Apart from these various interventions, hazard assessments, we have regional capacity building programs which has been conducted by DST at a technical level. So you can see there are various training modules like ERT, bathymetry, data analysis, LIDAR system, hydrological equipment training. So all these have been conducted. Next slide. Along with DST, Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority is the primary agency for implementing this program. So from SSDMA, we've gone to the, like Vatsu sir was saying in his speech, of contingency planning at the community level. So what we've done is we've gone to various communities which are vulnerable along the Tista Basin. We've sat with them, we've made them aware of the GLOF threat of GLOF to them. Then what we've done is we've sat with them and mapped all their resources. And if in case there was a GLOF-like situation, we've mapped out evacuation planning. So where should they go? Who is the contact authority? We prepared various emergency maps, and all the identified locations, we've put up the maps. And we've also conducted mock drills. Now, this is to summarize whatever has been done under NGRMP. You have GLOF risk vulnerability assessment, wherein various hazard assessment studies have been conducted. Then we have procurement of equipments, awareness generation and capacity building. The funds that have been utilized is clearly shown in the slide. Whatever fund from NDMA has been received, we have completely given to DST because they are a technical implementing agency, and they have utilized under these various studies. Some 2 crore fund, which is for early warning, currently SSDMA is doing because SSDMA is paying BSNL transmission charges. As you may be aware, Sikkim has installed 2 automated weather stations along with pressure probes in 2 glacier lakes, Sakochu and South Lonak, and the satellite transmission charges are high for that. So the 2 crores currently is being spent in covering the satellite charges. Next slide. So now with this, I nearly come to the end of my presentation. I would just like to highlight the challenges. And as all my previous participants pointed out, our challenges with extreme weather conditions and terrain conditions and the fragile and dynamic glacial environment is always there. And of course, the institutional interagency coordination is there, but we've been fortunate because Sikkim is a small state and SSDM and DST, we've been closely working together. But I'd like to highlight that you need to, whenever we implement such projects, you need to take the cultural and religious sensitivities into place. And unless there is a local acceptance, the acceptance of the project itself comes under threat. So for my fellow participants from the other states, please take that into consideration. And last but not the least, I would also like to highlight when it comes to delaying timely disbursement of funds, and this could lead to misunderstandings amongst the partners. So maybe the UC has been already submitted by SSDMA, whatever has been submitted by DST and SSDMA together, we've sent it already to NDMA. And for the disbursement of funds, we would just like to request NDMA. Thank you very much. With this, I conclude my presentation. If there are any technical inputs, I would like DST partner who's physically present there, our Secretary DST, also, if he has any inputs or anything to add on to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Edda, for presentation. Now I invite Dr. Bhupen Mili from Arunachal Pradesh STMA. Please come up.
Yeah. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Respected all the dignitaries and participants from SDMAs and land departments and all other officers. So I'm Dr. Mili presenting on behalf of SDMA Arunachal Pradesh. I'll be giving a brief status on the implementation of NGRM project in Arunachal Pradesh. Back. Yeah, next. So this is the overview of our NGRM project in Arunachal Pradesh. Total, we have around 32 high-risk glacier lakes, and out of this 32, 17, same slide. 17 are in Dibang Valley, 9 in Tawang district, 4 in Anjao, 1 in Siomi, 1 in Kurungkume district. So as everybody is aware, we have 4 project components. There's risk and vulnerability assessment, automatic weather station, and installation of early warning system, and the structural mitigation measures, and the capacity building. So we have, in terms of category of lakes, we have 7 lakes which are categorized as A, and we have 10 lakes which are categorized as B. C, we have 9, unclassified we have 6. So the total funds till now we have received is around 13 crore 50 lakhs, including the state share. Next. So I'll be giving a brief outline of the risks and vulnerability assessment we have done. So first, after we have received the list from NDMA, we basically went for a temporal analysis of all the 32 high-risk glacier lakes in Arunachal Pradesh. So this data is basically we compared the data from 2011 to 2024. So if you see the percentage of lakes which have increased in size, out of 32, 72% shows that there is an increase in size of the lakes, and 19% of out of 32 lakes have shown that there is decrease in size, whereas 9% has shown that there is no changes in size of the lakes. So if you see at the district-wise size of lakes, like in Dibang Valley, out of 17, 11 have shown that that has increased in size in the last 10 years. And in the number of lakes which decrease in size is around 3, and number of lakes which there is no change is 3 in Dibang Valley. For Tawang, the number of lakes which increase is around 8, and 1 there's decrease in size. For Anjao, 2 for increase and 2 for decrease. For Siomi, 1 increase, and for Kurungkume, 1 increase. Next. Now, if you out of the total increased size of lakes, if you see the number increase in size by hectares, increase in size by 1 to 2 hectares is 12, by 3 to 4 hectares is 7, and above 5 hectares we see there's 4 number of lakes which have increased in size. So next. These are some of the images. I'll just go through it. Next. Well, apart from this, we also have done the land use land cover map of all the glacier lakes. One of the main objective of this analysis was to see the proximity of this GLOF glacier lakes to the nearest road. So we wanted to find out how far is it from the nearest habitation area and nearest road which are available, which is near to the GLOF. So if you see in Dibang Valley, around 5 to 6 lakes are at a close proximity of 2 to 3 kilometers from nearest road. Next. This is for Tawang district. In Tawang district, the maximum distance is 9. All the lakes are, 23 kilometers. All the lakes are within 23 kilometers from nearest road in Tawang district. Next, these are for Kurungkume, Anjao, and Siomi district. Next. So, as a part of the risk and vulnerability assessment, we have also signed an MOU with IIT Bhubaneswar. Professor Asim Sattar is here. So, we have signed an MOU for carrying out risk and vulnerability assessment. So, some of the objectives of our MOU with IIT Bhubaneswar is like to create an inventory of downstream infrastructure, inventory of high-risk glacial lakes, conduct first-order downstream GLOF exposure assessment, recommendation GLOF mitigation measures, identify potential site for retention dams, and identify potential sites for deflection structure. So first report we received yesterday from Professor Sattar from IIT Bhubaneswar. So I would like to request Asim Sattar to kindly highlight some of the important findings in this session in the second half. Next. So we also had done some field surveys in 2024. So some of the criteria for selection of these lakes were like all the lakes which are categorized as A, and the lakes which are located at a distance of 10 kilometers from nearest road. So we basically had members from SDMA, DDMA, CWC, WRD, PHED, Health, PWD, and RWD. Engineers and scientists from this department visited our office, visited the sites. Next. So some of the data that we have collected was water ditches, outflow width, villages which are likely to be affected, road, bridges, and army camps nearby, distance to the nearest villages, population of the nearest settlement, and name of the glaciers present in the lakes, near the lakes. Next. So these are some of the photographs of the lakes visited. Next. These are some of the photos, sites photos. Next. As a part of training capacity building, we have conducted a training program on 4 to 6 March 2026. This training program was organized in collaboration with NIDM, and we have resource person from IIT Bhubaneswar and SDMA Sikkim. So basically, we invited members, all officers from our district, and we sensitized them about the GLOF awareness to all our officers. So we have upcoming community level awareness program we have proposed to the government of Arunachal Pradesh. So we will be conducting awareness generation program in the month of June, July, August, and September. Till December, we will be conducting at the regular interval. Next. In addition to this, we have conducted more exercise. We have the state level more exercise organized in coordination with NDMA. So in the month of September 2025, we have conducted more exercise for earthquake and GLOF scenario. So all the GLOF affected districts were asked to create a scenario of GLOF in their respective district, GLOF scenario in their respective districts. So this was done in September 2025. Again, in the month of February 2026, basically on 9th February, we have conducted a mock exercise for particular in 4 districts in Arunachal Pradesh. So one of them was West Kameng, which is likely to be affected by GLOF. So we had done a mock drill over there in the month of February. And upcoming, we have proposed for state level more exercise in the month of November, December 2026. This will be done in collaboration with NDMA. So at that time, we propose to conduct create GLOF scenario in all the 5 GLOF affected districts in Arunachal Pradesh. Next. We have done training on bathymetry survey. Last year, actually, we wanted to go to the field in the month of August and September, and we wanted to do a bathymetric survey. However, we did not have the equipment, and we requested NDMA and other central agencies like CWC for helping us in carrying out bathymetric survey. However, when we approached them, and we approached some private firms also, so the charges were very high, sir. Like for 1 lakh, they were charging for 30 lakhs to 40 lakhs per lakh. So what we, on the advice of our government, we basically requested that why not we procure a bathymetric machine and then train our officers. So on the basis of this, we procured a bathymetric survey equipment, and it was been delivered on the month of April this year. So we have conducted a training on 7th May to 9th May. So we invited all our scientists from land department like GSI, Water Resource Department, scientists from Arunachal Pradesh Space Application Center, scientists from IMD, and also research scholar from Northeast Regional Institute of Science and Technology, and other officers from SDMA and DDMA. So we are now equipped and we are able to handle and analyze data in bathymetric survey. So we propose to go for bathymetric survey of 7 lakes in this May, June, July, August, and September. So 2 lakes in Dibang Valley and 5 lakes in Tawang district. So our officers will go and then do the bathymetric survey. Next. Automatic weather station, like we have been trying to this since last 2 years to get some automatic weather stations, and finally, like we have proposed to the government of Arunachal Pradesh, and they have advised us to procure this AWS through GEM portal. So we have already made the RFP for this AWS, and then after approval of RFP by government of Arunachal Pradesh, we'll issue the tender through GEM portal. So this is the status of AWS. Next. These are the fund received till date and the fund really, amount utilized. So basically, we have out of 13 crore 50 lakhs, including the state we have received, we have spent around 1 crore 55 lakhs, and we have a balance amount of 11 crore 94 lakhs. Next. As already mentioned, these are the upcoming expedition we'll be conducting in the month of June, July, August, September 2026. Next. This is our future action plan. Like we, the full report of IIT Bhubaneswar is likely to come by June or July, hopefully. And then we will be carrying out ERT, electroresistivity topography of 7 high glacier lakes, and also we'll be conducting bathymetry survey of 7 of the 7 glacier lakes. And we propose to install the AWS by August or September, sir, before the windows close for expedition to these lakes. And mitigation measures hopefully by August, September, and then community level awareness program basically will be starting from July till December. This will continue every month at regular intervals. Next. Some of the issues like, sir, we basically plan to go for electroresistivity topography of 7 lakes. So we would request NDMA if they can advise us or support us in carrying out this, recommend some agencies who will be helping us in conducting ERT. So this is our request from SDMA Arunachal Pradesh. And also technical specification, like one of the issue that we faced was like during preparation of our RFP for automatic AWS was that we were not sure what are the sensors exactly we need for high risk glacier lakes. So we have drafted the RFP, we'll share with NDMA. Once they approve the RFP for automatic weather station, we'll proceed with our tender. So we'll seek support from NDMA. What are the sensors we'll need? And the last is like high cost structural measures. Sir, one of the issues that we face, like most of the glacier lakes are at a distance of 3 to 4 days trekking from nearest road, and one lake in Dibang Valley, which is categorized as A, and the size is around 108 hectares. It takes around 15 days of trekking. So taking structural measures, taking construction material to these sites might be very difficult for us. So this is one of the issues that we are facing in Arunachal Pradesh. Thank you. This was from Arunachal Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite J&K, Ms. Noor Jamil, Deputy Secretary.
Good afternoon to the honorable NDMA members and officers from the NDMA and all the esteemed guests who are present here. I would begin with emphasizing the importance of the GLOF risk mitigation in the UT of Jammu and Kashmir. As we are aware that whole global world is grappling with the problems of the global warming and the climate change, so are the Indian Himalayas, and UT of Jammu and Kashmir is one such region which has a very high GLOF risks with the highest number of vulnerabilities. As over the period of years, the built-in environment settlements have increased, so are the GLOF risk in the region. UT of Jammu and Kashmir has the maximum number of the glacial and alpine lakes, and over the period of time, there is unprecedented glacial melt, glacial retreat, and expansion of the glacial lakes. Pertinent to mention here that be it any type of dam failures, be it overtopping failures or piping, all the GLOF trigger factors are existing in the UT of Jammu and Kashmir, be it the seismic activity, be it the mass movements or other kind of extreme precipitation, all are existing in the UT of Jammu and Kashmir. So GLOF is such a cryospheric hazard which has cascading, amplifying, and compounding risk. So this is a concern for the UT of Jammu and Kashmir. We have highest number of glacial lakes along with the UT of Ladakh. We have 18,000 of glaciers and more than 616 glacial lakes identified in the UT of Jammu and Kashmir. Apart from that, the glacial lakes which have the areas less than 10 hectares, they are existing everywhere in the vulnerable districts. So mainly river basins where these glacial lakes are located, there's the Jhelum Basin, the Chenab Basin, and the Indus. Next, please. It's not moving. UT of Jammu and Kashmir is having the highest number of the potentially dangerous glacial lakes, which has witnessed the expansion, significant expansion over the period of time. So this is posing threats to the ecological balance, our socioeconomic stability, agriculture, and overall water security in the area. More than 102 pro-glacial lakes, 13 supra-glacial lakes, and 278 unconnected glacial lakes have been mapped only in Kashmir Himalayas. Then there are number of glacial lakes which are existing in the Chenab Basin also. The Kishtwar district, which we last year, the Chishoti cloudburst area, which happened in Kishtwar district, in that area, Kishtwar alone has 179 number of glacial lakes. Next, please. First, I would present about the key initiatives and the outcomes that UT of Jammu and Kashmir has taken. We had regular guidance and meetings of the coder the NDMA was conducting, and in response to that, focused GLOF monitoring committee is in place. All the glaciologist expert members from different national and regional agencies, they are the members of this committee, and they are actively focusing on the GLOF risk mitigation in the UT of Jammu and Kashmir. Thereafter, the mandate of the committee is very vast, right from the risk assessment to the mitigation strategy. UT of Jammu and Kashmir took anticipatory actions, and after due deliberations, we took the data from different national and regional agencies. So we gathered the inventory at the level of the UT of Jammu and Kashmir, and we have a list of categorized lakes on which we are adopting a focused approach. So core committee was also constituted who worked for this purpose, and right now we have category A 14 lakes which are high risk, for which immediate interventions are needed. Category B, we have 3 lakes, moderate risk is there. In category C, we have 7 lakes. Next, please. So back, previous slide. So this is the list of the lakes which are categorized till date. So Kishtwar, we are having Mundisar, Hangu, and unnamed lake. This is the district where the vulnerabilities are very high. Number of hydroelectric power projects, they are located in this district, and whole of the area it's covered with glaciers and glacial lakes, and we are having the difficult and the most steep terrain there, and a settlement has also come up over the period of time. In Gandhabal district, we are Harnag, Gangabal, and Nundkul Lake, Kulgam, Kausarnag, Brahmsar, Chirsar, and Kadasar. I would emphasize on Kausarnag Lake in the Kulgam district because this is discharging in a river, rather Nala, which is called as Vishav. In 2014 floods, this was one of the tributary which has a very high discharge in the Jhelum. So this is also a matter of concern for us. Anantnag district, Sheshnag, Sonsar, Kartang, and accordingly. Similarly, we have number of lakes in almost all the districts of the Kashmir division. Next, please. Field expeditions to 9 glacial lakes have been done by UT of Jammu and Kashmir, which was comprising of the team members from different departments, regional institutes of Jammu and Kashmir, GSI, department, DDMAs. These includes the Sheshnag, Sonasar, Gangabal, Brahmsar, Chirsar. The field expedition to the Chirsar was initiated by GSI. They carried it, and all the logistic support was provided by the JNK SDMA. GLOF risk assessments have been done by various agencies. We have many studies being conducted by many institutes like regional universities, NIH, NRSC, etc. Recently, a GLOF has a task force has also been constituted, which will focus holistically on the problem of GLOF in the area. So, nomination of CDAC as lead technical agency for establishing the GLOF early warning system has been done by the UT. Next, please. And NDRF, SDRF, ITBP, they all have been sensitized and are regularly being sensitized to prepare to deal with the emergent situations till we can have the early warning system in place. Abda Mitras have also been sensitized, and this year we will also again conduct many such programs. Mock exercises have been conducted in the Anantnag, Kulgam districts which have many high-risk glacial lakes. DDMAs have put in place the GLOF management plans. UTEOC has been activated to monitor the glacial lakes and any GLOF event, and press releases are periodically given to help the people. So I would just put some efforts on three of the high-risk glacial lakes just briefly. This is the Sheshnag and Sonsar glacial lakes. These are very important from the perspective that they are located on the track of the Sri Amarnathji Yatra. These both lakes are the high-risk glacial lakes. These are located at an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. These are mostly the rock dam glacial lakes. So the GLOF trigger factors are existing there, be it ice calving, be it any landslide, seismic activity, etc. But the positive thing which we can say for the time being is that the moraine is bedrock dam, so the chances of breach are less. But these are located in such strategic this route, so these are worth to be monitored. Next, please. So these are the details about these both the lakes. Next, please. Field studies, field expeditions have been carried out. Then empirical studies have been also conducted by the institutes. So one of the trigger factor in the Sonsar Lake is that the tongue of this feeding glacier that has undergone significant deformation, which makes it susceptible to the potential mass movements, ice avalanches, which can trigger the GLOF anytime. Next, please. These are the steep slopes of the Shishnag Lake. The slopes in the Shishnag Lake are very steep. It's one of the risk factor for this lake. Next, please. So these are the potential avalanche zones in Sonsar Lake. Next, please. This is the whole trek of the Amarnathji Yatra in which these both lakes are located. So we are planning to have aerial reconnaissance before the onset of the Yatra as well this time. Next, please. As we all know that extreme precipitation events can be one of the major this triggering factor for the GLOFs, which can put these both of the lakes to the hazardous event. Next, please. These are a few of the pictures of the field expeditions which were carried out. Next, please. Next. Next. So this Mundiksar Glacier Lake, this is located in the Kishtwar district basically. Tana Glacier is its originating point. This is located in the Kishtwar district. As we have seen the Chishoti cloudburst in Kishtwar district, it is just located over that area, and many such sensitive areas of Kishtwar district are located there, where in the downstreams we have the major hydroelectric power projects like Kiru, Ratle, Dulhasti. So if any time this breach, and the sensitivity of this lake is that this is a moraine dam lake, this is not a bedrock dam lake, or this is a moraine dam lake, and the chances of breaches are very high in this lake. And this has gone an alarming expansion. Basically this study risk assessment was carried by a NRSC and is a very good risk assessment carried out by them. Lake expansion is alarming, and catastrophic impact can be many folds if the breach happens. Next, please. So these are the some satellite images of this lake. Next, please. We can see the urbanization and the settlement increase in this Kadarna village. This is 2012 and 23, and right there from 1970 to 2025, there has been significant expansion of the Mundiksar Lake. Next, please. Next. So now coming to the plans for the summer season 2026, we are planning for the expeditions of near about 6 to 7 lakes this year also.
Madam, you'll have to hurry up.
Just 2 slides now. So scientific and multidisciplinary studies like tomography, bathymetry surveys, hydrodynamic modeling, all those will be carried out for the lakes, for which already the preliminary studies have been carried out. Specific mitigations will be carried out from the funds which have been allocated by the UT in the mitigation fund. Installation of EWS and AWS will be targeted this month so that it can be installed at least this year. Mock exercise awareness generation and IC, that will also be focused on. Next, please. So coming to the issues and the challenges, the major challenge that UT of Jammu and Kashmir is facing is the paucity of the funds. We need to have the good amount of allocation in the mitigation fund to carry out the GLOF risk reduction. We have a request to include us in the National GLOF Risk Mitigation Program. The idea is not only about the funds, but when we are included in the national program, we can get the expertise from different national agencies and a hand holding from the NDMA as well. So the bottleneck in the MOU with the CDAC is that as bandwidth that is not available with the CDAC, and this issue is not still resolved. So we are not able to install AWS, EWS. Then technical support for the formulation of the DPRs is very much required, because Jal Shakti department or Public Works department, they are not able to make DPRs for them because they are lakes are located at 4,000 to 5,000 meters. Then this is the first time UT is going for the mitigation measures, and any small wrong gone in those lakes can be detrimental, so we need that support. Monitoring of potentially high risk glacial lakes by CWC or NRC is required. And then next slide please. One more assistance that we require from the NDMA is that we need to go for the simulation and the hydrodynamic models, because that is very much required, as NRAC has done 7 simulations based on the worst case scenario as well. So that is in fact needed for all the potentially dangerous lakes, for which we need certain data sets. We need high resolution DTMs, which is very costly otherwise if we want to procure from other agencies. High resolution satellite imagery, which is available with the national agencies, we require that. Then the softwares like HECRAS, Mike 11 and RAMS models for the this hydrodynamic modeling, that is also required. So these are few of the challenges. Rest the terrain based are similar to all the hilly and the mountainous states. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Stanjan Pasing from UT of Ladakh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Without wasting time, because like there's a time constraint, can you share my presentation, please? I'll be talking about like historical GLOF events, early warning system, and long-range radio frequency communication system, which works as a work as an alternative communication system. Next. So currently, MHA has added 5 more districts. So officially, district borders are not notified. So, but I have actually based on the revenue villages, I have indicative district borders are plotted, and white dots are river revenue villages, which was notified, and then district headquarters are in orange. Next slide, please. Coming to the, I have created a small animation so that like from 1533 to 2021, there has been like 57 GLOF events, historical events. So it's just a 47 seconds. So you can see that like mostly it happens in the Karakoram region, but with the recent few 20 decades, like the intensity of the GLOFs are increasing, and from 1998, all are 47, like we have 57 in total from 1533 ever recorded. Next, please. So these are the high glacial lakes flagged by NDMA, and out of 15, 4 are has been classified in red, has been classified by NDMA as a high risk. Next, please. So particularly NDMA has also flagged, and this lake has been growing since 1992, a size of 3 football fields in 1992 to more than 65 football fields in 2024. So risk level is very high and holding about 16.5 million tons of water, and a flood speed is like water could reach villages 15 to 16 kilometer downstream in just an hour uh, with a speed up to 15 meters per second. So flood impacts, you can see 7 kilometers of land could be flooded, threatened farmlands, highways, etc. And then this I have sources are taken from GISI and other sources are given there. Next, please. So this is the GLOF early warning solution flow charts. So at the glacier lake site, like uh, must need is the automatic weather stations and the sensors that can be collected with the single board computer. And for the transmission telepathy part, we are using LoRa gate, and there would be also on the glacier lake data storage would be there. And since uh, uh, frequency like we also use MQTT server just to be on the Wi-Fi network. So there would be a camera. LoRa can only take uh, comma separated text messages and all. So we get the data, but not the high resolution images. So we are using Wi-Fi access point to get through the relay to control rooms. Uh, uh, that would be having LoRa receiver, Wi-Fi receiver, maps, all those things would be triggered when on the real situation time when there's a burst. Also in the downstream villages we kept LoRa nodes using relay module, and there would be a siren to alert the villagers so that there won't be any wastage and everything would be on a solar power backup. So from there, like either for redundancy, we can use broadband in the villages. Broadband is available, but worst case, like if the disaster strikes, everything, all the network outage was happened last year. So that's why I came up with this long range radio frequency communication. So next, please. So this is the usage. Uh, so in the 3D model, you see the close-up aerial view of the Panikkar Lake, and which can be because we have a peak, so relay can be installed there, and then down there would be control rooms, and then you can from the control rooms triggers can be made to set the hooters. Next, please. So this is the long-range radio frequency you can use as an alternative communication disaster in disaster management. So LoRa is a low-powered technology that can transmit and receive sensor data up to very long distances, and it can be functional during network and power outages. So this solution is heavily used in emergency management in New Zealand. It's a use case already. So next, please. So we have tested in winters also because its weather conditions are very extreme. We got it like from node to node, like 14 kilometers just from node to node without using the relay. And a good thing about LoRa is like I'm using a mesh core. It's connected with the phone, so you can do direct messages and live chatting. Also, you can also live tracking. You can do it also with the individual nodes. So this solar repeater, like we tested in -18. So the backup it gives without solar, it gives like 2 months backup it gives actually without connecting to the solar. So it can be also mounted on the car to get the more hop and ranges. Uh, Next, please. So, detailed project report submitted to Department of Disaster Management. So one is Cisco. They are actually they have sent regarding integrated command and control center, and Acres of Ice has submitted about smart siphon system for glacier lake lowering. And my friend Acres of Ice, one of the co-founder, he'll explain a little bit more about the siphoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Pasang. Next, please. Next. Next, please. Yes, so I'm Dr. Surya Narayanan. I am co-founder of Acres of Ice. I'll be just presenting a concept note on how we are planning to do glacial lake lowering through a smart siphon system. Next, please. Just a little bit about us. We are a mountain water management company focused on such solutions. I was also participant in the South Lonak Glacier Mitigation Scheme with the Sikkim government there. Next, please. Next, please. Next. So next, please. I'll not go into the problem statement. It's been a lot of times discussed. I will just tell you about a little bit about our work. We make artificial glaciers or ice reservoirs in Ladakh. We have 12 installations, so we are very comfortable with operating high-tech equipment in very high altitudes. All our systems are above 45 meters, 3,500 meters in altitude, and they have been functional for 3 years. You can see a map. All the blue dots are our installations in the map in Ladakh. Next, please. So these are some of our structures we have constructed in such altitudes through automation systems. Next, please. And now coming to the siphon system problem, right? So siphon systems have three big limitations. One is they cannot lower more than 10 meters. At high altitudes, even 5 meters is difficult. The second is the pipeline or lake can freeze, and that is what happened in South Lonak. The siphon system that we installed there froze, and that's why it was not working. Beyond maybe even 1 winter, it couldn't work. The third is the transport and maintenance of large siphon pipelines is very, very hard, right? But it is possible. It's not impossible. Next, please. Yeah. Then what we are trying to do is we are trying to establish a pilot project where we'll be continuously monitoring these siphon pipeline systems through in a remote way, just like how Pasang described, through LoRa systems and other communication channels. And we will not just tell how much water has lowered, we'll also calculate how much is the flow rate, what is the water temperature like, what is the pressure like, and we will try to create an automated restart of the siphon, through which even if there's a pipeline freezing issue, maybe we can find some windows when the siphon can be restarted and continued. So that is our attempt. This is a concept note, and this winter we are planning together with the UT Ladakh department and the Pasang's team to establish both the early warning system combined with these monitoring systems on the siphon pipeline itself. Next, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. So we are running short on time. So I request Advisor Mitigation to kindly present the token of appreciation to our speakers. Please, sir, come on the stage. So I request Nishant Thakur ji. Nishant Thakur ji. So next, Rohit Singh ji, please come on the stage. Aji. Dr. Bhuven Muli. A representative from Himachal Pradesh, Anil Jaiswal ji, please आप आ जाइए. Miss Snover Jamil ma'am. Dr. Stanjan Passing. Anil Jaiswal ji. So you are requested to please assemble for a group photograph. So Sikkim delegate is also there. Ada, she has removed. So So moving forward, our second technical session takes us into the realm of technology and timely action, monitoring early warning system, EWS design, procurement and integration with state emergency operation center. In GLOB scenarios, minute saves lives, making robust early warning networks absolutely non-negotiable. We are honored to have this session to chaired by Professor Shakil Ahmed Ramsu, Vice Chancellor, Islamic University of Science and Technology, Kashmir State University. So our lineup experts panelists for this session includes Dr. Anis Satyan from CDEC, Dr. Ashim Kumar Mitra from IMD, and Mr. P. Ray U.S. Pitaldu represent the Swiss Development Corporation. And fourth one is Dr. Samir Dhameja for the Defense Geomatics Research Establishment, DGRE. So, sir, I request Chair to please moderate this session, sir, please.
Thank you very much. I think we had very interesting presentations from the different Himalayan states in the morning, and some of the presentations that were made has some linkages to these also because they talked about the early warning systems. But I think we have four presentators here, and because of paucity of time, so I would request the presentators, they have to be, you know, have to really squeeze their presentations so that initially they can, spend 5 to 7 minutes, and then there can be some discussions also if time is left. I just want to make few points, because this is a very distinguished community here. There are, experts, and there are also the, people who implement the plans also, the state governments. Now, if you had seen in the some of the presentations that were made also, and in the inaugural speech also, there was a concern expressed about the number of GLOFs. And we have a framework which is at the NDMA level. You have a database which shows state-wise, UT-wise number of GLOFs, and the presentations you just saw in the last session significantly differ from that framework also. I think this is very important for us because we have used certain criteria to categorize the hazard and risk potential of these GLOFs. Every GLOF is not a potential hazard. In the Himalayas, there are a lot of high altitude lakes. Unfortunately, they figure as GLOFs, potential hazards. I think that's a very serious concern. I think that is what, I would like to flag that. Yeah, of course, if there is some scope in refining that criteria which we have used to assess the hazard and the risk potential, let us do that. But let us have one database in this country which can be referred to. And there is a tendency in many of these states to sensationalize it. Then these, it comes, somebody issues, some does some study, and then he says these number of potential GLOFs are there, and it comes even to the legislatures. People have to respond to those. I think I would suggest that NDMA database should be the primary database when we refer to the potential GLOFs. If there is a need for, improving that categorization, let us do that. The other things is, if you look at establishing an early warning system, GLOF early warning system, it is not only to put in place the instrumentations. That is the easiest thing to do, I tell you. I have 8 benchmark glaciers and I have fully instrumented them. But the biggest challenge is how to operationalize them, how to maintain them, how to convert that data that will come from those, instruments into an actionable decision. We are not talking about that. So the data, transmission of data, some people said communication is a problem. How do we? But still we can take care of that. The last presentation that was talked about, the LoRa, I think that is something, we need to do into that. But my question is the data that comes from these instrumentations, how do we convert that into a decision support system easily implementable? Do the state EOCs have that capacity to do it? I think that is very important. If you remember, I don't know how many of you remember Tohoku earthquake, 2011 Tohoku earthquake. It was 9 magnitude earthquake. Not a single person died because of the shaking of the houses in Japan, in Tohoku. But there were 20,000 people died because of the wrong prediction of a tsunami. It was said that this earthquake will generate a tsunami of 3 to 6 meters. The tsunami that was generated was of 40 meters. Now, God forbid, if you get this data from these, early warning systems and you give wrong prediction, I think there is a tremendous advancement in the field of science and technology. Particularly the use of emerging technologies is very important. I think the data that comes, there should be, I think we need to look into that. I'm sure that state EOCs will agree to it. They don't have the capacity to, translate that data into a, functional forecasting system. And then that is something we also need to, look. I'm sure, I'm just expecting that some of the panelists will refer to these challenges. And also when we put these instrumentations there, everything has has a life. It's electronics. So after 2 years, 3 years, you need to really look at their calibrations. And who will do that? Who will maintain this? Who will, and also how do we communicate it with the, communities? How to make them, some of the previous speakers talked about that. That is also very important. How do we have a very smooth, transmission of the early warning forecasts to the communities? Because you don't have the communication, normal communication working in these areas. And also when a GLOF is triggered, there are, secondary hazards also. The landslides that will take. I think when we do this forecasting, I think we will have to really use many other, subsequent subsidiary hazards that will be triggered. The flash floods, the debris flows, the mass movements that it will generate. I think all this has to be packaged in one, one package, one format to the communities, because all this. And also I think it is very important, which from Jammu and Kashmir probably, or in Sikkim and in Arunachal also, there is a, basically we have a very, strategic infrastructures and strategic, assets there. I think that needs to be prioritized, whether from the military point of view or from infrastructure point of view. When we set up, we have a, there's a limited resources, financial resources that we have. So I think there is another thing is that we need to prioritize it. What are these, among those even high risk GLOFs, what are the, these potential GLOFs that we need to take up on priority to establish early warning systems? I think with these, initial remarks, I hope that these panelists will address right in their, in their interventions, they will try to address to these points also, and there could be many other points also, but let's stop it here. And I invite Dr. Anish Satyan to make a presentation from CDAC. Yeah, please be very brief, and yeah, thank you.
PPT. Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Anish Satyan from CDAC Trivandrum. Along with me, my colleague Dr. Binay sir is also there. So actually, I'm going to explain about the early warning system which we developed in association with the NDMA. So the pilot implementation of the same being done. So I will quickly go through the different components and how we have achieved the early warning in this particular scenario. So next slide. Yeah, this is a brief about CDAC. CDAC, yeah, yeah. Coming to the early warning system, the mission of this project is to design and develop an early warning system with a fully autonomous and end-to-end early warning ecosystem. The project was initiated way back in 2024, and the pilot implementation is done at a high altitude lake in Himachal Pradesh, and we are expecting the final field installation in the coming months, means in the next window period. So these are the main components of the early warning system. The early warning system consists of mainly three components. One is a buoy-based system. Another one is advanced automatic weather station. And the third one is the glacier vision. These are the hardware components. So as far as the hardware component is concerned, the buoy-based system will be placed inside the lake. So this is the overall architecture. Here the buoy-based system we will be placing inside the lake. The main reason why we have placed the sensor inside the lake, because way back in 2014 SIDA has done the first field implementation of the a glacier lake monitoring system, but later after some 1 or 2 years we found that it get vandalized by the local people or by somebody, some unknown due to some unknown reasons it get vandalized. So we thought that let the system, the main component of the early warning system is the water level. So to measure the water level, we have developed a buoy based system which will be installed inside the lake. So that particular system consists of water depth measurement sensors along with some echo sounders for measuring the sound inside the water and ambient sound. Then those sensors will be transmitting the data directly through an S-band communication to the satellite. Similarly, on the shore we have the early one, means this autonomous weather station. So in advanced autonomous weather station we are measuring around 14 parameters, and all those 14 parameters are measured and form a packet, and those data is also transmitted through a satellite system. Then the third one is the advanced glacier vision unit. So in glacier vision unit we have multiple cameras, and those cameras will be mainly monitoring the moraines of the dam. And what we have done is there is an intelligent hardware also we have implemented there. So this hardware along with the camera system, it analyzes the movement of the glaciers. If there is a significant movement in the glaciers, then immediately those images will be transmitted to the ground station. So this is the overall concept of the system. And let me just quickly go through the buoy based system. This is the architecture of the buoy based system. It's consists of the different data acquisition systems are there, different weather and echo sounders for water depth measurements are there. Then the information will be transmitted over a satellite communication. This is a mechanical architecture. I'm not going into the details of the mechanical structure. Then coming to the advanced weather station, it consists of multiple sensors like atmospheric temperature, humidity, solar radiation, wind direction, wind speed, around 14 parameters along with the acoustic sensors. It measures all those parameters. Then it has a redundant power. It has a redundant processing unit, because if one processing unit fails, the other one take over. We have designed the system we keeping in mind that just like the like a lunar mission, or just like any other space mission, because these glacial lakes are in such a remote location, so that we can approach these lakes hardly once in an hour, once in a year. it's very difficult to maintain, means do some modifications or do some repairment kind of things in those systems. So we have made the system in such a way that there is a redundancy not only in this advanced weather station, but in buoy based system also there will be redundant processing units will be there, redundant power supply will be there, redundant power supply distribution modules will be there, communication modules will be there. Everything we kept in a redundant manner. Then coming to the Glacier Vision Unit. Glacier Vision Unit, as I said, it's powered with NVDA module. That NVDA based intelligent unit we have developed in the for the concept that suppose if there is any change in the moraines or any displacement in the glaciers, then immediately those informations needs to be transferred, because just like in South Carolina happened, there what happened is a portion of the moraine fell down over the lake and it triggered the event. So just like that, if there is any such events or any such movement, then those information needs to be transferred immediately. For that purpose we have kept the intelligent processing unit. Then coming to the SATCOM architecture, actually for this particular EWS system we have established two communication mechanism. One is the S-band communication mechanism, another one is the KU band communication mechanism. This S-band, for the time being we got the S-band communication from SAC Ahmedabad, Satellite Application Center Ahmedabad, from their reserved bandwidth and for proof of concept kind of thing. So they have provided the communication and the necessary support for that, and we have installed this system, this S-band communication, both in buoy based system and in advanced weather station. Whereas in the image based system we have established a high capacity KU band kind of communication. Both has its own limitation. S-band has the limitation that we can transmit only a very limited bytes of data, whereas KU band has the limitation that it stops transmission when there is a heavy snowfall, rain or cloud. So there is the limitations. So we are checking the feasibility and we are checking the different modes of operations of these two different communication mechanisms. Then coming to the establishing the redundancy, we have established a LoRa based communication. A local LoRa communication network was established between buoy, AWS and also with the Glacier Vision GVU, Glacier Vision Unit. This is because suppose if the S-band fails, then buoy and the LoRa and the AWS system will transmit the data in LoRa module and it will be getting accumulated in the Glacier Vision Unit, and through KU band I will transmit the data through the KU band, so that suppose if one fails, through the other band we will be getting the data. We have tested the same also. Then that's all. Then at the firmware architecture and at the hardware design also we have established the necessary redundancy. Also most of the times for power savings, most of the time the system will be in sleep mode, and when it suppose if there are acoustic sensors are there, most of the times this GLOF was triggered with some large acoustic sound. So whenever some acoustic sounds occurs, the system comes into a live state. Similarly in images also, if there is a deviation in the images, then immediately this system comes into a live stage and it transmits the data. Now that's all about the overall architecture about the system. Then we have also developed a autonomous bathymetry survey vessel that is not part of this project, but with an mighty funded project we have developed such a system. The use of this system is because suppose for the software to simulate how much water get released from the lake, then we want to know how much water is present in the lake. For that purpose we have developed a autonomous bathymetry survey vessel, and with the vessel it's fully autonomous. It's hardly weighs around some 20 kg, and one person can operate this also. So and at the output is we will be getting a 3D mapping of the lake, what is the profile of the lake and how much quantity of the water is present in the lake. All those information will be collected. Now coming to the software part, we have the software called Himgil Netra. So in Himgil Netra, the collected data will be processed, because from buoy, AWS and as well as from the GVU we will be collecting the data, and this data will be processed to give a real-time inference. This is a fully autonomous software with a different, with the data collection. Unified web portal will be there for different stakeholders to view and monitor the data. Then sensor display module and spatial decision support AML model. The main highlight is it's having an AML model which is running automatically behind the system, and we are using CDAC supercomputer facility to run this AML model. So if there is a sudden rise in the water level or sudden decrease in the water level, it will check with the acoustic sounds. If all these things matters, immediately the analysis will be done, and the data means for every data the analysis will be happening at the background in the supercomputer, and you will be getting the inference, the chances of breaching, and above all we have the provided the provision for simulation also. Simulation means we can see how much water get released and what are the areas getting inundated, and all those things been already implemented, and it was demonstrated in the POC installation also. Real-time visuals and sensor data display. This is the screen which looks like, and here we have the current condition assessment. Worst case scenario means if the entire water get released, which are the areas
Sir,
getting,
you will have to.
yeah, which are one more slide, sir. Which are the areas getting inundated? All those things can be simulated, and after how much time the water will reach the human settlement, all those things can be analyzed by using the software. Then these are some of the screenshots of the real-time installation at Sisu Lake. Some of the screenshots where we have installed the system, and some of the simulation and water level, water depth, all those parameters. Coming to the conclusion, the POC installation is successfully, we have completed the POC installation, and we are planning for an installation at Gibangnath Glacier in the next coming window period itself. And the spin-off technologies, this can be used for dam management and real-time volumetric analysis, river mapping, and all those kind of things. We can use the technology what we have developed for this EWS. And where had the main constraint or the main thing is about the satellite communication. So the satellite communication, yeah, last slide, sir.
No, you can continue till evening. That's not the issue. But there are other people also who have come from far, and they also need
the
to.
Satellite communication is the main bottleneck that we have to sort out, and statewide and nationwide control rooms also a part of this. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. The next presenter is Dr. Ashim Kumar from IMD. Yeah. So we will have discussions at the end, if you know, but please be very brief, you know, 5 to 6 minutes.
Sir.
Yeah, please.
At the outset, I would like to thank NDMA for providing me the opportunity to present the IMD's ongoing activities over EWS and observations module. Next. How to put this? कैसे इसका करना? Okay. Yeah. So IMD seamless weather forecasting, if you can see, it is a referred to an integrated forecasting framework that provides weather information across the time scale. If you see the right hand side, that seamless forecasting, which includes the nowcasting from 0 to 3 hours, short range forecast 1 to 3 days, medium range forecast 3 to 10 days, extended range forecast, monthly forecast, and then seasonal forecast. So this is across the time scale from hours to season to ensure the consistency, accuracy, and continuity in forecast relevant for socio-economic activity and DRR. Seamless forecast enables particularly the society and government to the anticipated risk, activate the preparedness measure, reduce mortality and morbidity from weather related hazards, and also it provides to central and state government, and is shared through SMS, email, WhatsApp groups common alert protocol, APIs, and GIS visualization system, and mobile app like Mosam etc. Next slide. So current status of observation, if you can see, we have a 47 DWR, that is Doppler weather radar, 16 along coastal high speed wind speed recorder, and then 56 radio sonde balloons that we are sending from temperature and atmospheric humidity and temperature profile to observe those 56 places, and then 62 pilot balloon along 18 along the coast. So surface observation, if you see, IMD has a vast observational network including 560 surface observatories, 12 buoys and 30 tide gauges. And upper air observation, we have 62 pilot balloon, and satellite, we have INSAT 3DR and INSAT 3DS. And OceanSat 3 and international satellite also we are receiving on the real-time basis. Almost at present we have a 47 radar. I will show how Mission Mosam project will come into the play, and then how our observational system will improvise for next 2 to 3 years. Next slide. So weather forecasting process, I'm not going to the deep, that is the geophysical, environmental, ocean, ground and air. It covers the all observation, and it goes to the data collection, pre-processing, then there is a mathematical data assimilation, then statistical interpretation, direct model output, and then expert, and then this weather forecast. Next slide. So this is the entire structure of weather forecasting and multi-hazard early warning process of IMD. Observational network we cover from surface observation, satellite observation, AWS, ARGs, Doppler weather radar, aviation, marine observation, which goes as an integrated part to the data communication and modeling forecasting system, which also include the climatological system, and then you can see high performance computing system IMD has, and then generation of forecast generated with the end user production, and generated with the dissemination part is a mobile app, web portals, media and broadcast, alert and notification, and disaster management authorities. So this is the entire numerical weather prediction modeling with high performing computing system, which taking part of the multi weather hazard early warning system. Next slide. So basically, in the IMD has started from 4-5 years back from impact-based forecasting. Basically, it has implemented to enhance the weather prediction by focusing on potential impact of weather events rather than just meteorological data to aid decision making and disaster preparedness. Basically, it also outcomes such as flooding, traffic disruption, infrastructure damages, enabling authorities and public to take proactive measures with the help of impact-based forecasting. Next slide. So this is the IMD's developed indigenous GIS weather analysis and forecast enabling system. It is a decision support system which which integrated with the help of MICS, that is a meteorological information throughout the country, and then it is a data information processing system. Thereafter there is a synthesized integrated visualization system and CLIMES, that is a climatological information and management system, and then weather information and forecasting, and finally it goes to the public weather and forecasting system. So this is the infrastructure, or this is the structure of IMD's decision support system. Next slide. So basically this impact-based forecasting, it is based on a web GIS decision support, where we start from the hazard forecast, then climate hazard, and then it comes to the exposure, that is the population, agriculture, water, health, energy, and then potential impact, that is a risk hotspot, people exposed, and then potential impact on agriculture, energy, and health and water. So there are a number of layers in the GIS, which has the administrative layers, and then meteorological data, digital elevation, infrastructure layers, major point of interest, that is a different part of the country, and then impact matrices for hazards. Next slide. So this is with the help of web GIS. There is the online real-time portal is there, Mosam, that is Har Har Mosam and Ghar Ghar Mosam, which includes forecast for 1.5 lakh pin code locations. So 5,700 blocks, and then almost a gram panchayats, almost 6 lakhs, and then any latitude, longitude, just you put your lat long, it will give you all the information about the current observation of weather, and then also forecast also will be available, and the website is also available with the mobile app Mosam Sachet, and then e-panchayat seva APIs is available, and these all forecast is available for hourly up to 36 hours, and then 3 hour to 5 days, and 6 hourly to 10 days. Next slide. Uh, any hazard required a kind of a system which has to be very important during the time when there is no communication. Is there any possibility of the communication failure? Then space-based communication plays a very crucial role. IMD has the GMDSS, that is Global Maritime Distress and Safety System Bulletin Dissemination through International Maritime Inmarsat. We set data at Sri Vijayapuram for data exchange, Gagan and Novik for warning dissemination. Next slide. So these are the space-based communication system which IMD is focusing for the future. That is the data and bulletin communication through VSAT at 11 station, satellite phone for 11 station. That will also increase for the different area where the hazards and those catastrophic event is supposed to be take place. That part also be taken care in the different region of the entire country. VSAT and satellite phone, and then satellite communication required to cover all those remote locations, particularly sea, air, and hilly terrain for data exchange. Next slide. Now, this is the most important part. Last 2 years, Honorable Prime Minister has initiated the Mission Motion project for IMD, and then you can say main IMD deliverable are 53 Doppler weather radar. Like as I mentioned that now it will be going from 126 in the coming 1 or 2 years. Similarly, radio sonde, we have a 16 radio sonde station which will go through almost 116 in next 2 years. Commissioning of disdrometer, solar radiation, aerosol network, ozone sonde, commissioning of visualization of decision support system, establishment of radar data center, and application of AI/ML. So this is also in a pipeline where this mission Mosam will improvise IMD's observations.
It will be appreciated if you can link the weather early warning system to the GLOF early warning system. I don't see any slide, any linkage to that. Yeah, please focus on that.
Yeah. Yes. So basically, GLOF, if you can see from the from satellite or space point of view, yes, there are two types of wave, but optical and SAR sensor. SAR sensor is available, but the revisiting time of capturing the GLOF event is 6 to 12 days. So again, the observation plays a very important role because mapping of vulnerable element of infrastructure of essential high resolution satellite data for assessing GLOF risk. It is a gap area, and Indian satellite data has limited coverage over Himalayas for this purpose. However, NRSC has
See, we understand what everyone understands it. If you can talk of, see, GLOF event is also linked with other triggering factors like cloud burst and all those kind of issues. So if you can talk on those issues, because this is already being done by NRSC and they are expert in this. CWC is doing their monitoring. Now your rainfall and runoff, if you can talk of that, then that will contribute to this overall GLOF.
So basically, if I go with the number of observation which we have, yes, from satellite we have hydro estimator which gives you the quantification of the different rainfall over the inter-region. And then again, the product is not as capable of capturing of those GLOF events right now. So at present, we do not have any kind of a network from the space point of view where we can catch this GLOF. And if you can see, in addition, we require a high optical SAR sensor to capturing those events. IMD has a number of AWS and ARGs throughout the country where we are getting the data for every 3 hour and every day. So this data can be utilized for the hydro statistical model, and that can prevent this event. However, GLOF is not in a part of IMD's activities right now.
Would you please come to the conclusion?
Yeah, please, next slide.
Yeah.
So this is the final slide, the combination of AI technologies and human expertise. We have a Mosam app, and all this app the user can utilize. However, again I say that GLOF is not actually MD is taking care of this particular forecasting, but yes, with the help of CWC, the observation data could be provided to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think let's have the next speaker from Civis Development Corporation, Dr. Pierce Pettiloud.
Good morning, everyone. I think I will never been able to speak at that speed, so I already apologize if we'll text. And normally I'm quite brief, but I will try to limit the content. Just to to connect with the previous presentation, I think remote sensing also started to show some interest when it comes to gloves, and we had some really interesting partnership with Sikkim State, with NDMA, which we really thank for the invitation today in this event. In the work we have done on SAR lands movements and monitoring in South Lone and Sokocho Lake during the last year. So it is a technology that has some potential to be able to pre-identify increasing in risk in glacial lake, but it's clear that always we mention remote sensing technology needs to be coupled with local sensing technology. But today my role is not to talk too much about the technique. I think it's really impressive to see the progress through the year that it's done by under the lead of NDMA by the Indian specialist on gloves risk prevention, mitigation, early warning system. So we really come far from during the last year, but it's also a little bit to try to discuss about the integration of risk in mountain areas. So why it is matter? If we move to the second slides to the presentation. So it's risk, and it was mentioned also at one stage, only matter if there is exposure. And mountains, it's an area when developments and infrastructure are developed, actually, and we have road, hydropower, tourism, settlements, and all these, they are important consequence investment from the Indian government and the authority in the different states. And it is clear that if we want these investments to sustain, to be done in a durable manner, it's really important that today we build within in mind the risk they are exposed to and the risk of gloves. We were 1 month ago in Sikkim, and we have since the reconstruction of some of the dams that were destroyed during the 2023 gloves. And it's still a little bit surprising today to see that this infrastructure is rebuilt with total disregard to the risk that can occur again in this region. So it's really important that state institutions that have the responsibility to build the infrastructure, they are starting to take that into consideration. I have in mind one bridge that was rebuilt for the third times, and I can already tell you that the design that it's today in place is not going to withstand any severe events of gloves or flash floods in this valley. If we move to the next slides, early warning systems. So where are we with the slide? So early warning systems is not only a technology. Early warning systems are integrated systems. So that means most people think, and today it was presented, sensors, sirens, satellite communication, satellite monitoring, dashboard, control rooms. But if these tools are important, what is really important is the elements that create the interoperability of early warning systems. And that means that we need to have authority that have the mandate to monitor and to establish directive and guideline for the other institutions that have the knowledge and the capacity to interpret, to take decision. And that's really important. In the case of an emergency, disaster authority need to have the mandate to take decision and to protect the community. They need to have communication that are reliable, knowing that normally disaster comes at the worst times. They have these bad habits, and communication are affected at this moment, so it has to be planned accordingly. And they need to have the capacity of response. And I will always really pleased when I come in a conference like that, when I see the colleagues from NDLF present. We also know that, for example, in Sikkim for the gloves, ITBP and the army were instrumental for raising the alarms in the 2023 gloves, but also ITBP did, for example, the maintenance in South Lone monitoring station through their expert and the technician that did the reparation that were needed after a rockfall on one of the important cables. So I think these kind of connections, they are really good, and that's really the directions that integrated disaster risk need to go. If we move to the next slide on operational realism and mountain region, we really have to be aware of the geographical constraint. Access is difficult, and in the Himalaya, I will even say extremely difficult. The field seasons, they are short, really short. The maintenance is complex, and it needs planning. Communications may fail, and also communication systems are often not available in this remote area. You have risk in glacial lake that are distance in remote area and can affect really populated area. So that means communication is an important key for any warning systems for it to be operational. Also, institutional responsibility are often distributed between different institutes at local level, at national level, and one of really of the elements that we see will bring capacity to response is to have a clear role and responsibility that are defined. Another point, and it was mentioned between the door today by Madame, is that a really sophisticated system may not be the best systems in the mountain area. We need systems that are robust. We need systems that can be operated and maintained by local expertise. And we need to build this local expertise close to this system. It's good to have fantastic expert today in New Delhi, but it would be lucky for Switzerland. I would have expert, I don't know, in Portugal. It's too far away. We need to have this expertise within the states, and we need to have them to be able to work and to operate. And collaboration between the different states in the entire region of the Himalaya is really critical to build this critical mass that will ensure that this interoperability. Swiss experience, Swiss natural hazards management, we did not build up our expertise and our approach from scratch to Z. Really, the approach that we had was a progressive approach that comes over times based on mistakes that were done. I have example in my country when we have absolutely fantastic chemical factory with really dangerous and toxic product that has been built exactly in the most vulnerable area of risk for floods and hazard. And it's through this example that we realize that, in fact, risk, it's really the interaction between the hazard and the exposure. And there is one of the elements in which we have a really strong control is in the definition of the exposure. And more and more, risk management is a development. It needs to be seen with a land development approach. We need to work on really land mappings, evaluation of the risk, and when we plan the infrastructure accordingly. If we move to the next slide, and we try to talk about the implementation. At this stage, the national NGRMP is absolutely crucial, essential initiative that was initiated by NDMA, and I think it really brings to the states the resource. And when we see all the work that has been done, everything is going in the good direction. But we really have to see that the discussion increasingly has to become how do we sequence, justify this investment in time. One of the important work that was done in SIKIMS after the GLOFs was to try to evaluate the financial cost of what we protect. One really important activity when you have, like in Sikkim, an important GLOFs, you have to take into consideration the disruption in the local economy during the months following the incidents of all activity. So it's not just the house, the infrastructure, the roads, the electrical system that have been lost during the direct incident. It is the months of loss of income for the tourist industry in Sikkims. It is the bio product that cannot be exported and that got lost because they ripened on the set because the road was not accessible. It is the lack of trust of the tourist that will think twice, for example, before going back to this area on holidays because they are worried we may be blocked a couple of days because of an incident. And this economical impact, this more global economical impact.
Would you please explain?
Don't worry, I'm arriving there. So this is really how you build up the narrative to justify the investments for the complex systems that are needed for the preservations and the protection of the infrastructure. This allows you to establish proper prioritizations, to also to evaluate proportionate investments, and that's the core of the justification for the investment for the mitigation measure. Mitigation measures are costly, but mitigation measures are a fraction of the price of potential incidents. Also, what is really important when we work in these elements, it's really to have an approach that is strategic. In the actual slide, you have the graphic of the full early warning system that was developed for SIKIMS, which is extensive systems with redundancy, telecommunication, and different sensors. What we really now have to see and to say is that that's the ultimate goal. The approach is we start with what we can do, we start with what is feasible, but we already have in mind this final vision for it to be implemented on a progressive manner, and that we can already increase the level of protection of the community. If we move to the next slide. So the proposition, it's really to try to move on dynamic risk governance in the mountain region. So the systems also, we have a little bit of a static approach. We really need to understand that the system in the mountain, they are evolving, the climate conditions are evolving, the infrastructure is expanding, the exposure is changing. So really we need our risk of governance that's also able to be built around this capacity. The other excellent works is that this dialogue between science, operation, planning, emergency manager, and local authority is really critical, and events like here today, they are essential. My only remark is maybe to consider in the future to have more thematic workshop or thematic discussion between the specialists on element, because I see that people feel like they would like to have more space for exchanging and for discussing. Today in Switzerland, it's clear that hazard mapping and risk assessments, they are completely integrated in our territorial planning, infrastructure development, and climate adaptation plannings. It's also clear that we, in our really, really small country, but relatively densely populated country, we have developed this approach, and it's really something that I'm encouraging to have different departments to discuss around. Moving to the next slide. Just a warning only also, when we have an incident, it also has value if the people are able to understand it, they trust the institution, that's really a key element, and they know how to react. So it's really essential that the different stakeholders work together, including the technical agency, also the community, and the policymaker and the authority. Ultimately, that's something that has to be reminded. The level of protection we want to give to the population is a political decision. And this political decision should be informed by the scientific community and the expert of the department. But the final decision is the people who represent the people who represent the Indian and the community that have to do that. Just moving to the next slide. I have to mention that why Switzerland is working in cooperation, why we are working in the Himalaya, because we believe that the Himalaya should not only be seen as a geographical risk, but they should also be seen as an opportunity for learnings. And when I see the progress that has done by India today, I see incredible potential for your neighboring country and also for Switzerland. When I see systems that are developed for early warning system. I have the hope that one day we will be able to bring the price of all these systems, thanks to India, down. That will benefit everyone. And for me, that's really a mutual benefit that I'm looking up. And if I move to the closing, next slide. I think this has been a friendship history between Switzerland and India, and for me, it's also part of our institutional journey, where together we try to work toward risk-informed development, stronger preparedness, adaptive plannings, and more resilient society. As this challenge will help us to build system that can grow together. I will stop here by respect of my other partner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have the last presentation, that is by Dr. Sudhir. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So being last speaker on the panel, I think it's my duty to collect everything what everyone has spoken and be on time, because I just want to finish it by 1:30. I have not brought any presentation because I was on a panel. So now why I'm here is EWS, that is the early warning system. Now it is consisting of many parts here. So when we are talking about early warning system, how early we are targeting? Is it 1 or 2 days before the event is going to happen, or after when the event has started? So we have heard many people here since morning. So EWS may be a set of sensors which may be installed in the lakes. They will generate the warnings, and then there may be the MET or the flood inundation warnings, or anything such things like that. So now the thing is, in Himalaya, maintaining these kind of systems is more difficult than installing them. So that is the first thing. I'm coming from DGRE. We have a wide network of 350 automatic weather stations from Jammu and Kashmir to Arunachal Pradesh. So we know the pain points, where exactly the pain points are. And so I'm here today to highlight those pain points, because right now we are in the implementation phase of this NGRMP, and all the states are going to install these EWS in their high altitude risk zones. So since morning we are talking about that these all the EWS, they must be designed differently from the system which are there in the plains, because there are extreme weather conditions. So since I told you that we are having so many automatic weather stations, so we keep on facing many difficulties. For example, whenever there is a disaster going to happen, for example, we are the alert generating agency for snow avalanches. So when there is snow avalanches is going to happen, then before that there will be some extreme weather, snowstorm is coming. So most of the sensors, they will be behaving differently than in the real conditions. So that is the first pain point. So when you are designing or installing the EWS there, so you have to check all these things. The next thing comes is EWS is not a set of sensors, it is a full chain. It starts from the detection, then communication, then processing of the data that is coming, decision making, dissemination, and then finally the community response. And you know, any system is as strong as the weakest link. If any of these six things fail, your system is gone. So you have to strengthen each and everything, including the sensor to the dissemination part. So first thing that fails is communication in the Himalayas. So it is the biggest operational risk in mountain regions. So as CDAC also mentioned that they are working on the redundancy. So we also have to work on the redundancy of each and every communication system. For example, the satellite communication, then the LoRa is also there. And for some of our sites, we have also installed the physical cables running from the top of the mountain to the control center. So if some of the glacier lakes, they are very important, then we can also think of putting the physical cables running from those places to down. Then comes the importance of scientifically validated thresholds. You know, the sensor do not generate warnings automatically. They will only give the data. it is now the task of the scientific agencies to create the scientifically validated thresholds or the algorithms which can convert that sensor's data into meaningful warning. Because if you are keep on giving the false alarms on a daily basis, then nobody will believe you. Okay, so that scientifically validated thresholds are very much important, which may be based on your historical events or terrain conditions. And one of the most important thing here is the region specific thresholds. The threshold that are valid in J&K, they will not work in Ladakh, or they will not work in Sikkim or Arunachal Pradesh. Okay, so each of the state has to look at them in a holistic scientific manner. Then comes part is the integration with SCOCs. That was one of the part of this panel, but it was not touched upon. So monitoring systems, they become operationally useful only when they are fully integrated with your last mile, the state emergency operation centers. So they would require, they are not scientists, okay? So they would require everything in a very naive or a very simple base. So they would require your GIS dashboards or simple alerts. Okay, so if you are trying to make EWS, so it will start from sensor, communication, scientifically validated alarms, then in SCOCs, a very simple alerts, and the final part is your dissemination to the last mile. So in Himalayas, detecting hazard is generally easier than ensuring that the warnings reach the last mile. Okay, your INSAR system will show that okay, deformation is taking place. Your sensor will be there and it will generate some alert. But your last mile person who is sitting in his home, sleeping in his tent, mostly we see with the army Jawans, whenever the avalanche comes, some alarm will be there, but that person will be happily sleeping in his tent. And then the avalanche will come and finally the disaster has happened. So even this last mile communication is very much important. So with this, I think I have, in a very summary form, I have conveyed what I wanted to convey. So this full chain, the strengthening of the whole chain with proper redundancy is very much important. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think before we formally conclude this session, I would request the chair to give his concluding remarks. Please. Wherever you want.
Thank you very much. I think all the presentations were great and we learned a lot from them. Of course, we are in the process of experimenting, trying all different kinds of models, but some of the essential elements are now well known. We need to have the instruments, we need to have sensors, we need to have means of communications, and we also need to link all the information coming from this to the disaster management system. The most important thing is perhaps the also the maintenance of the instruments, that all of them are in difficult remote regions. They could be vandalized. So we should think about how do we monitor these instruments on a regular basis. We would also like to reach out to the the central military forces, paramilitary forces who are actually trekking in the region. We can also have some arrangement through which they can keep a tab on all the instruments. Two is that communications. One, of course, is the communications, the extraterrestrial communication, terrestrial communication. What will work? How do we build the redundancy? What kind of satellite communication would be more fail safe? So that's extremely important. And three is that how do we build the local capacities for doing all these things, state level capacities. And as brought out in one of the
the presentations, it takes time to build those capacities. So perhaps we need to invest in these areas. So let's also find out how do we build that state level capacity. It has to be done by the state government. So we would like to hear more from these states about developing these local capacities. So I think we have to have 3, 4 very uh, good way forward emanating from the discussions. One about the communications, one about configuring the entire system, third about the building the capacities, and fourth about integrating it within the overall disaster management system. So I think overall it has been a very good discussion, and um, we will try to include it in the program implementation in a more kind of consistent manner. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think if there are some quick questions to the presentators, I think, yeah, please. But very quick question, not a long comment.
Uh, uh, Sir, actually, I want to ask about the Swiss speaker. Since, I wanted to know the comparison between buoyants and the probe pressures, because in Ladakh we have ice formation, whole ice. So whether with the heating system, it won't work, I think. So what would be like from the last year you had a probe in Sikkim. What is the condition now? Like whether there's some with the cable broke or not?
Okay, so the only problem we had were not with ice formation. Ice formations, the probes, they were able to manage that, and they were the cable were designed. Also we have redundancy. We have 2 probes per leg, but the main problem we had is advantage we had rockfall over one of the cable, and it's just broke the 2 cables. So that's clear that as long as we will have such kind of systems, they will need maintenance time 2 times. But surprisingly, both South Lone and Sakocho Lake got frozen during winter, and it was not an issue for the probe at all. That are submersible.
Okay, thank you. Any other query? We can have still 1 or 2 if there are, but very quick. Yeah, please.
So as we know that the time constraint in Himalaya, when you going to work and establish EWS in Himalaya, it's a very difficult, because finding it's a quite challenging task to find a place where you are going to install your EWS. And hardly I find, because the project is in on mode, so I didn't find any place, the person who or STMA who identify the place where they are planning to install the stuff, because this is one of the biggest job, so
Yeah,
I'd like to listen from the STMA.
Yeah, these are challenges. I think if you look at the topography and the vulnerability, especially in the areas where there are avalanches, so it makes the instrumentation highly vulnerable to the avalanches and all that. But it may not be a challenge everywhere.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
Yes,
it will vary from glacier to glacier, lake to lake.
Yeah, but most of the location where you find the potential GLOF lakes, they have their topography in such a manner. So finding the location, it's quite difficult and challenging.
Yeah.
So this is kind of suggestion. It's not a question.
Yeah, it is a comment. Yeah, thank you. So any other question or any query or a brief comment also? If not, I think everybody, it seems to be very hungry. And yeah, I give back to the mic to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for a wonderful session. Now I request Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa to kindly felicitate our chair and panelist also. So I request Professor Shakil Ahmed Ramsu to please come on the stage, sir. Dr. Anish Satyan from CDEC. Dr. Ashim Kumar Mitra ji. Mr. Pire Yubas Petalju from STC. Dr. Sudhir Dhameja ji from DGRE. Dr. Samir Dhameja. I request all to stay for a photograph, group photograph, please. Come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to pause for a well-deserved lunch break. We will gather back in conference hall at 2 o'clock sharp for afternoon sessions. 2:05. Thank you so much.
Our attention to engineering and actionable interventions. So, this particular technical session explores site specific mitigation, unpacking DPR preparations, structural and non structural options, and the critical framework of prioritizations. This session will be chaired by Sri Vinod Kumar Sharma, Chairman Sikkim STMA, and co-chaired by Dr. Parmanand Sharma from the National Center for Polar and Ocean Research. Our expert panelists for this session are Engineer DP Mathuria from CWC, Dr. Dhirendra Shrestha, PD Secretary, DST Sikkim, Dr. Surjit Singh from the National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Jain from IIT Roorkee, and we will be sticking to our routine format of deliberations. And with this, I would request Mathuria sir to kindly take over. Okay. Sorry, my apologies, sir. Please, I invite you to the stage.
So friends, good afternoon. Honorable HOD and member NDMA, Dr. Vatsaji, senior officers of NDMA, and dear participants. My co-chairman, Dr. Parmanandji, and very learned, panelists, Dr. Mathuria ji from Central Water Commission, my colleague, Dr. Dhiren Shrestha ji, Surjit Singh, and Dr. Sanjay Jain. So I welcome all four. Okay. So I welcome all the four panelists in this very important session. But at the outset, I will say that I am grateful to NDMA to start, this kind of conversation in this kind of discussion. I'm grateful to particularly Dr. Vatsa. We were discussing that I think with great effort of NDMA, I think we could get mitigation fund thanks to 15th Finance Commission. And sir, you know that how much efforts we were doing it. Every Finance Commission we were giving presentation and all that, but hardly any impact. But I think your sincere effort and your interaction with the 15th Finance Commission that could make it possible. And the way you are using this mitigation fund, not only that it is a GLOF mitigation we are talking here, for each and every disaster, I think it's a meticulous planning of NDMA and I compliment them for that. I will also say that after Sikkim GLOF, which has happened on 4th October 2023, I think the kind of support, and this is the right forum, to acknowledge. We are grateful, that the support which is provided by you, by central government to state government, PDNA, and you train our people that what is PDNA, how important is this exercise, and then this PDNA become uh, a sort of buzzword, in each and every state, and people are appreciating that. I think this is a really scientific process, and we are in the process of learning. I'm not saying that everybody become expert overnight, but I think this is a right process which you have set up in the NDMA. Sir, I will also mention 2-3 things that Sikkim, I think, this GLOF has happened in 23, but my colleagues and Dr. Dhirendra is sitting here. I think last 30 years, the way they were keeping data, for each and every lake, for each and every this thing. But I think we were having several constraints. Even today we have constraint, that we couldn't do, whatever but we started our effort from 2014. And in this session, I will request Dhiren Shresthaji that he give the presentation first so that he can set the stage, and then Mathuria ji, because Central Water Commission, they also play very important role. And these two presentations, they will be followed by the panel discussion so that we can discuss the theme, which is there for the panel, that site-specific mitigation. It's not only GLOF, it may be any disaster. I think mitigation is site-specific. There is no general formula. There is no one, process. And GLOF is altogether different. Why altogether different? Because of the terrain, because the type of the GLOF, because type of moraine, because since morning you are listening, how many factors are there. So it cannot be one thing and one mitigation plan for each and every GLOF. This is not possible. So I think we will discuss this important thing, all the 4 panelists, and then we have a learned scientist from NCPOR. This is Polar Research, and it's a very prestigious institution of this Government of India. So he will summarize, that, and will give few points, for way forward. So I stop here because we are running late. Lunch, I think we have taken very good lunch. Everybody seems to be happy, and some of them has taken more, and they have gone back, for taking rest or something. So, but I think this is the right audience which we really need. And I request my colleague, Dr. Dhirenji, who is our PD and as well as his secretary in DST in the government of Sikkim. And as I told you that since last 30 years, he and his team, is managing data, and very meticulously, they are having for each and every lake and for each and every water body in Sikkim. Dhirenji, time constraint is there, but I think you can manage, within given time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Respected chair and co-chair of the session, respected Batsab, distinguished members from NDMA, and my dear fellow participants. Since it's a post-learn session, so I would like to request you to be focused, and I will be talking on what we have been doing in the state. In fact, Ms. Ada Lorenz, Deputy Director from SSDMA, has already presented the overall status of NGRMP related project in Sikkim. But my topic will be site-specific mitigation planning for GLOF in Sikkim. Okay, as I'll just briefly start with this. NDMA, based on different sources of data, have categorized 16 total of 40 lakes, vulnerable lakes, but 16A category lake has been identified in Sikkim. And out of 16A category lakes, a team consisting of members from DST Sikkim and also from SSDMA, they had undertaken field visit of around 12 lakes to assess the status of these lakes in different watersheds. As you can see, in South Lonak, that complex, out of 3 rapidly increasing lakes, 2 lakes has been studied. Field-based investigations were done. So based on all these investigations, I'll rather go quickly because I have number of more slides. Based on all these investigations, site-specific mitigation strategy has been planned. Next slide. So first is out of these 16 lakes, we have undertaken comprehensive hazard assessment, wherein satellite data were studied, potential avalanche site were studied, even bathymetric survey, ERT survey of most of the lakes were carried out. Then after that, DPR preparation is the second phase that we have adopted, and based on comprehensive assessment, we will be planning for structural and non-structural mitigation for GLOF in Sikkim. And for state of Sikkim, based on our previous experience and whatever findings, we have in fact zeroed it down to 3 particular areas. One is solar pumping at Sakochu Lake. It's a standalone. Next is retention structure at Dolma Samba. It's a watershed level intervention at a valley. It's a valley called Dolma Samba. And we have also proposed for a moraine plug at Gurudongmar Lake. And Gurudongmar Lake is a very, very sacred lake where people are not allowed to go in. So Gurudongmar Lake, it's a complex. It has three lakes. So we could only assess Lake 1. We have categorized as group A, B, C. So only group Lake A it is accessible to us. So based on the preliminary field investigation, we have also proposed for a moraine plug. So these are the outcomes: reduced GLOF risks and potential loss of lives. We also propose to have our infrastructure protected and sustainable water resources management and early warning system, and also develop resilient communities. Why Sakochu? Why we have taken Sakochu as a lake, high priority lake? Because number of studies were undertaken on Sakochu. So like SDC assessment, scientific papers all suggested it's a category lake because it does not have a clear-cut outlet. Just below 10 to 15 kilometers away from Sakochu, there is a army defense establishment, and a vertical moraine wall is in fact damming this particular lake. And the total volume has been estimated to around 27 million cubic meter of water. This is what we have proposed. We have proposed to use a solar panel based pumping unit. Why we have proposed solar panel? Because with the support of Swiss government, we had installed automatic weather station at Sakochu Lake. So we had 1 year data of solar installation of that area. So that data were studied, and it is said that it is sufficient to use for solar pumping. Of the different mitigation measures, we have proposed only solar pumping there at Sakochu, because as it is said, moraine stabilization is not at all feasible. We are not supposed to tamper the existing equilibrium of moraine. Flood walls is also not feasible. The only feasible mitigation measure we have zeroed down is solar pumping, which is safe, reliable, can be implemented, and once a target is achieved, entire solar system, solar panel unit, even the pump, everything can be transported to other vulnerable area. That I have. This is our target. And once, if you could achieve this, in fact, there are a number of dried up lakes also. We have already said that these dried up lakes shall also be rejuvenated. So, in fact, ecological restoration also we plan to have. This particular graph says that if we lower by say 10 meter, then around 10 million cubic meter of water will be reduced. By reducing 10 meter, if we lower it by 10 meter, that's our target. Then by doing so, the expected profile of this lake is seen at the left hand side. In this is the at right hand side, this is the present condition. Once we do the intervention, then we plan to have this kind of status of South Sakochu Lake to minimize the hazard in that lake, and so we'll have a large free boat available, so risks will be totally vanished. In fact, everything is ready. This particular project, NGRMP, under NGRMP, this has also been agreed. Sanction has also been given, but we are waiting for the fund release. In fact, this is totally a new venture. So we'll have to see that. So that we have to see. In fact, we have also requested SDC. We have also requested all the IITs. That what is the effect of lowering lake? Because we cannot do it drastically. We should not go it in a haphazard way, because natural equilibrium has to be should not be disturbed.
Yeah, last year, I'm Dr. Reet from IIT Roper. Last year, there were multiple landslide in Manali Highway, and that was because of the lowering of the lake levels. Because there was a flood, so people opened the gate of the lakes, and because of that, multiple landslide happened at the backside of the lake, upstream of the lake. So here also, I think there should be proper analysis before the exercise is conducted.
In fact, well taken your point. But this particularly, even this has been visited by a number of scientists, number of times. So when we did this hazard analysis, what we have found is at northern and eastern catchment areas, fully rocky. Yes, in western area, it's moraine, and southern is the outlet. Southern is a moraine, which is it's damming the lake. So I mean, these precaution will be taken up, but something has to be done. Before Zima. The other area that we have proposed is this is Lona complex. Total of 100 and if we do something in this particular complex, 183 lakes can be catered, and there are 57 lake which is more than 1 hectare in size. The total catchment is 498 square kilometer. When we see GLOF, when you see flood event, we see that the GLOF it takes place, then water it erodes and deposits at somewhere down below. But when we visited this site, what we have found is it is not that from origin it erodes and deposit at some lower reaches, but there are a lot of areas wherein debris can be deposited. So if we do something, if we do make some intervention at these areas where deposition takes place, you can say that GLOF can be tamed at high reaches itself, so that destructions could be minimized. This is one area we have proposed for a retention structure, wherein lot of it's a flat land. In fact, even the stream power has been estimated. I'll run quickly. You can see this unit stream power versus slope gradient. As gradient is high, stream power is also high. As gradient reduces, the stream power also reduces. If you see the place between 26, 28, there it is almost flat. So this is a place where deposition is maximum. So it is found that if we do something, if we construct retention structure at these places, then we will be able to store the flood water in case if it happens. So we have proposed for 2 areas. Yeah, very narrow. But in between there is a lot of white space also. No. In fact, yes. In fact, this particular concept we presented before experts. In fact, the Ministry of Jal Shakti had been kind enough to organize a specific exclusive workshop for the state of Sikkim, wherein there were experts from NSPC, there were experts from CWC, NDSA, there were experts from, different institute of the country. So everybody had stamped it. Everybody had agreed in principle that this is it's a good concept. And I also tell you that Ministry of Jal Shakti has also constituted a working group to prepare a DPR. So we already had one meeting with the central working committee. Yes. Correct. Yes. In fact, what we have proposed is these two places, one and space one and space two. If we develop a structure there, that structure has to be properly designed. It can be of the size of 90 meter in altitude and not 90-meter height, which can, if you have a structure with a height of 90 meter, it will be able to retain 400 million cubic meter water. I know. I've seen the place also. I tell you, this when this flood event has happened, one madam, somebody is saying it is 2,000 crore uh, estimated. I mean, there was a loss of around 2,000 crore, 200 crore. It is 2,000 crore, and still people are battling to come back to its normalcy. Then option two. Option two is a second phase. Total catchment is 498, as you can see there. So option one, option two. So depending upon its height, even the water holding capacity will be more. Option one, few studies has already been undertaken. Like EIT was undertaken. Uh, some studies were undertaken, but option two, no studies has been done so far. So depending upon height, the water holding capacity is also measured at option one. Option two, similar studies has been done. So obviously, why retention structure is, GLOF impact can be seen. It's as sir member NDMA was also saying that it's a highly seismic area, young fold mountain. So obviously this has to be designed properly. These are the plus points of going for a retention structure. And that structure it is not that we plan to completely dam it. It will be a flow through structure.
To be little fast.
This is a kind of structure that we have proposed.
Sisterji, just now.
Yeah. As already said that now we are in the process of preparing a DPR. With support of Jal Shakti has already agreed. Now under this IWRD scheme, we'll be taking it further. The last one is for a Gurudangmar complex. We have 3 lakes, A, B, C. And then since I think I've taken sufficient time. So Lake C is very increasing very rapidly. So because of this, we need to do something at this particular lake complex. So we have proposed for borehole plug. In fact, we would like to combine with resilience and reverence, since that is also Sikkim has also been declared as one of the Buddhism circuit, tourism circuit. So we also, since this area beyond this locals, they don't allow anyone to visit that area. So maybe to bring them into bring them into confidence, we have also proposed this. Sorry. Gurundung, not the lake which is seen from the roadside, but there are two more lakes at the above area.
The
So group
complex of
Lake
three.
C is increasing rapidly.
So conclude, please.
Yeah. This is how I conclude. Um, Far-reaching GLOF impacts are far-reaching, and key issues how to secure mountain infrastructure and lives. And out of 16 A category lake, we have also seen that not all lakes are that risky. So from A category, I think we need to reclassify it into B or C. That also we have found out. And solar pumping is proposed at Sakochu. Retention structure is possible, it's feasible at Lona complex, and marine plug wall also. We are also trying with, in fact, Brahmaputra board. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry for.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shresthaji, and you have set the tone, for this session. And you rightly said that, the mitigation, when we talk about mitigation, then it should be site specific. You have given some examples and we will discuss. Now, it will be supported by another scientist, engineer D.P. Mathuria ji from Central Water Commission. So he also has a presentation, and then there will be panel discussion on this. Mathuria sir.
Good afternoon. I come from Central Water Commission, and mm, uh, to start, I'd like to thank NDMA for inviting Central Water Commission and giving the opportunity to share what are the things we are into, what are activities we are into in this particular subject. Although the subjects being dealt by Central Water Commission happens to be far and wide, we almost look into all aspects of water resources management, measurement, mitigation, adaptation, so on and so forth. So I'll be particularly dealing with this subject, very interesting subject on site specific mitigation. uh, in fact, the concept paper said focus on DPR preparation towards structural, non-structural measures, how do we prioritize those measures, and so on. So, yeah. So briefly, before, how do I? Yeah. So it took me some time to be, conversant with the procedures.
problem.
So, as I've said, Central Water Commission, so far as this particular domain area is concerned, there are a few very interesting activities we are into. I thought I must take this opportunity to brief this imminent gathering with our activities. In fact, we have been continuously monitoring the glacial lakes and water bodies located in high altitude, and this number has upscaled to 2,843. This in fact covers entire set of the glacial lakes and water bodies inventorized by NRSC in their inventory of 2023. In fact, total of these bodies happens to be 28,043, out of which these are the numbers which are greater than 10 hectares. They are being continuously monitored using remote sensing data. And monthly reports are generated. They are shared with all the stakeholders for keeping them sensitized and for all kind of actions. Second important aspect is GLOF, Glacial Lake Outburst Studies. We've been doing these studies for quite some time. They form a very important component of detailed project report for any infrastructure development, in particular hydroelectric plants in Indian Himalayan region. Uh, we have also done flow path mapping, in fact, inventorized the kind of infrastructure on the drainage lines of these glacial lakes if they happen to be breached. 100 of such glacial lakes located in India. That exercise has been completed, published, and made available to. There is in fact a group of interested expert, domain expert people. It has been made available to all of them. We have also published trend analysis report which looks at the spatial extent at which these glacial lakes have been swelling or not swelling or remaining stationary. And this has been done corresponding to a base year of 2011 or 2021. Certain guidelines have also been published. For example, criteria for risk indexing of glacial lakes in Indian Himalayan region. And then risk assessment of hundreds of such glacial lakes have been done. Another 581 is also on a very advanced stage. We shall be completing all 681 lakes which are presently located in India. Risk indexing of that. We have also published guidelines related to GLOF assessment and structural intervention. So this is to bring at parity the efforts done by all the stakeholders so that a baseline kind of things are maintained. So, and what another things we are into, as I've said, flow path mapping for 681 glacier lakes located in India, risk indexing of these entire set of lakes, GLOF studies for all HEP. In fact, the event of October 23 and Tista catchment, it triggered whole lot of activities. Certain very important policy decisions were taken by Central Water Commission. A few I like to tell. For example, one decision was that all projects which are already constructed or planned or under planning, they shall necessarily cater to GLOF as a spillway to cater for the spillway capacity of these structures and how this GLOF component is to be combined to the design flood. This happens to be a very important decision, planning decision. Second was, this creating a baseline guidelines for all these kind of GLOF studies and various other documentation. And we have been also participating in various expeditions. We have recently, a decision has been taken at a very, government level that early warning system on glacial lakes has to be done, and 60 of such systems have to be put in place, and we are making these efforts with our colleagues in CDAC and others. So as I was telling about monthly monitoring reports, we have been covering 2,843 glacial lakes. All lakes greater than 10 hectares are being covered through this exercise. This is a routine exercise. This is monthly exercise. All those reports are published, available on website, shared with NDMA, SDMAs, and other GLOF monitoring cells. This is the distribution of the lakes across the Indian Himalayan belt. All the six, state and UTs are equally impacted. Some in smaller sense, others in greater sense, starting from Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh. And this offers a beautiful glimpse into how these lakes are behaving, how climate change impacts are uh, leading to increased contribution of volume of water in these lakes and so on and so forth. I think there is some problem. Yeah. On the issue of GLOF studies, uh, as I've said, 100 of such studies have been completed. They offer valuable information for the project authorities how to deal in the event of GLOF, what kind of EMPs have to be in place, and necessarily they have also now been incorporated into paradigms and protocols of National Dam Safety Authority. 100 of such studies for commissioned, under construction, under planning projects have been completed. A framework for GLOF risk assessment has also been done. One is this 2024 criteria for risk indexing. In 2025, we came out with the guidelines for assessment of GLOF specific to River Valley projects. In fact, these studies are being undertaken by almost everyone. So it was thought that let there be standard guidelines so that methodology and the procedures follow a standard route. And recently, we have brought out guidelines for structural measures to mitigate adverse impacts of the GLOF. They, in fact, uh, uh, various measures for structural measures for mitigation efforts. These guidelines, the methodology for GLOF studies, obviously identification of lakes, their vulnerability assessment, then determination of various hydrological parameters like volume and breach parameters using hydrodynamic models. Now, one thing I wish to tell about these hydrodynamic models, in fact, the Tista episode did tell us that water, fluid happens to be one of the causative factors. But the factor which was disruptive happened to be the debris flow. And the models are not, physically compatible to simulate the debris flow. This is one of the gray area, and we have established a modeling center in Central Water Commission in which we are studying this problem together with Danish Hydrological Institutes. We're co-opting their expertise to understand the debris flow, and our people are working on that. And obviously, in the end, estimation of the GLOF value at the project site. This happens to be very important. In fact, this leads to tremendous capital investment on the part of the project authorities to cater for the spillway carrying capacity of the structure, because some of the structures are already existing, and it directly adds to the capital cost of the structure. Uh, in nutshell, for the 100 lakes, the risk assessment risk indexing that was carried out for the lakes, a parametric based approach was made. Certain assumptions were there. Assumptions were that the parameters which are made part of this risk indexing, they should have a repeatability kind of pattern. We should be able to observe those patterns, those parameters, and then 100 of these lakes have been categorized. 17 of such lakes fall under high priority. Now, this doesn't mean that the lakes in the lower priority may not fail. It only gives an indicative pattern that these are the lakes which are behaving abruptly and needs a greater watch. And this is an evolving science. This is an evolving subject, quite difficult to, in fact, yeah. So, yeah. I've covered this. These are the guidelines I've spoken. In fact, the second guidelines form, and then there is a steering committee in ministry which is chaired by secretary, and almost everyone who is in the hall, most of them are part of the steering committee. There is a subgroup in the steering committee which is looking at uh, action plan for a window horizon of 3 to 5 years, to look into these mitigation efforts, and this is glacier related hazards. We're looking through this research group in the steering group committee. These are the members, in fact: National Institute of Hydrology, Wadia Institute, NRSC, GSI, IIRS, NCPOR, DGRE, Kashmir University, CDAC, Uttarakhand SDMA, and in fact all other SDMAs are also part. So what we are looking into this, and we're trying to prepare a comprehensive action plan and identifying the gap areas. We're also looking at installation of early warning system at the priority glacial lakes, and assimilating the information at a common portal, in fact integrating the studies done by various agencies, and also looking at whether some kind of budgetary support etc can be provided. Now, as I was saying, sorry. So as I was saying, we earlier we planned to have 30 warning system on 30 priority lakes in these states, under funding from NDMA. In principle, understandings have been evolved. This is certain timelines we're working on. we are into very active discussions with CDAC and SDC. CDAC, based on the response of CDAC, we have prepared the preliminary proposals, and this working group is discussing this particular subject. And yeah, I'll take just 5 minutes. So this I have also spoken. Various interventions that the guidelines look into, certain few of them have been spoken, for example, attention structures, bank revetment, but important interventions happens to be non-structural as well. Investing in early warning system, sensitizing states to adopt some kind of floodplain zoning in the impact areas. This happens to be very important, how to regulate the land use. We have come out with the technical guidelines, national technical guidelines on floodplain zoning. They can also be subject of study. And
structural measures which you talked in last slide are very cost intensive.
Obviously.
Is there any guideline for that how much average cost escalation?
So I was coming to, in fact, there is no specific guidelines for these kind of interventions, but we have standard guidelines for preparation of DPR for river valley projects. And these guidelines holistically look at each and every component a structure should have. For example, Dr. Shrestha just now told that we are together with them working on this retention structure part at the Dolma. So we are trying to use these guidelines to devise the design and looking at the subsurface terrain of these high structures, high value structures. Then for appraisal of any DPR, so this looks into almost every aspect, looking at the cost also, looking at the benefits that comes, and also before we and then there is a project life cycle for a project, how these DPR are to be priced. Maybe NDMA will have to do it if it at all comes from the funding from NDMA, or Ministry of Jal Shakti will have to do it. So this life cycle overview needs to be understood, so that these projects DPR they get finally culminated into their grounding. I in fact wanted to speak about because together we are working on the DPR. This is spoken by Dr. Shrestha, so I'll simply skip that and come to the conclusions. In fact, I'll only tell that all the structures, in fact, two alternatives that we're working with them, they need to be evaluated both in terms of subsurface terrain conditions as well as above surface terrain conditions towards stability, because area happens to be very flat, and it is subjected to permafrost and those kind of things. So our team designers are looking at all those alternatives. These are the indicative figures given by Sikkim government. So this working group is looking at it. Our team is working on these structural measures, particularly on the design of this component. It would be first template in the country to have such kind of a retention structure to arrest the stream power which brings the debris together with it. It is very, exhaustive investigations might be needed. Some of them have been captured right from, topographical details, river morphology, and geological details as well. Uh, So the way forward is obviously continuous monitoring, dissemination of information to all, identification and mapping of the risks, identification of critical infrastructure. It has to be a tailored infrastructure. There's no one solution. Then customized mitigation strategy, coupled with early warning system, and then coming to some kind of a DPR which can be grounded through efforts of all the stakeholders. So I'll stop here. Thank you for giving this opportunity. I'll be available for taking any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mathuria ji. Thank you. Now, should we continue or okay? No, I think let the panelists come.
Request you and co-chair, sir, please and all the panelists for this session to kindly take your place on the stage, please, for the panel discussion.
दो chair order wall. Yeah. So now we have Dr. Surjit Singh from National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee. So let us hear his views, about this site-specific mitigation.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for NDMA for inviting NIH. So myself, Dr. Surjit Singh. Uh, Myself, Dr. Surjit Singh from NIH Roorkee, and a Center for Cryosphere and Climate Change has been established 2 years back. And this is supervised by the Secretary Ministry of Jal Shakti, and a steering committee is constituted. So mainly focusing on the glacier monitoring and not specifically monitoring the vulnerable lakes. Only referred lakes we are studying, and we are also but in our glacier monitoring studies, if any lake we are doing GLOF modeling, if there is any lake present in the glacier monitoring catchment, then we also do this GLOF modeling. As this session is on the site-specific mitigation measures, it is very pertinent to go for the site-specific conditions and the associated challenges. Broadly, the mitigation measures include assess climate extremes and projections, whether the lake is falling under vulnerable or extreme climatic conditions, and what are the climate impacts and projections. And then slope stabilization is the most important one. Keep water level away from the outlet from the embankment through pitching and all those kind of things, and siphoning, lowering a water level, as already told. And as Dr. Mathuria also explained that there are two kinds of structural measures, non-structural measures and structural measures. So climate resilient land use planning is very essential. Remote sensing and GIS-based monitoring of glacial lakes, as the CWC Dr. Mathuria also presented, is also very important, because many of the lakes we cannot monitor through instrumentation. So glacier, the lakes monitoring through satellite-based and artificial intelligence technique are very essential. And EW hazard zonation is also important, and the early warning systems, then evacuation plans and SOPs for state disaster management authorities, and then community awareness and mock drills. And towards structural measures, lake pool management is also very important, and slope stabilization towards outlet point, wherever there are outlet points, so there should be a gentle slope, because if the any GLOF events happens, so then it will require more energy, and the breakage will be a slow process. Then river mouth and channel widening, wherever there are some contraction points, so this also requires widening. And then floodplain zoning is also important for community evacuation plans. Then besides these success stories of well-managed lakes and lessons learned from past GLOF events is also very necessary for the state for going for this uh, lake management. And for field investigations and interventions, we roughly have 5 months window from June to maximum October. So everything the states they have to plan in the rest of the time, and because we have limited time, we can go for interventions. So all the plans they should be ready, that whatever actions are required at the field itself. So if this is not managed within this time window, so the whole year will lost. And so, and to speed up the NGRMP programs by states, proper planning is very important. And for any difficulty, the states can organize brainstorming sessions. They can come with the problem and then brainstorm on that, and then find solutions, and then you can go for actions. So NIH is as it is concerned to our, we are contributing to DDMRR J&K for Kulgam Lake Complex, then HP SDMA for Tirloki, and then USDMA for Kedartal, Masartal, and other lake. And also we have also contributed to Sikkim SDMA for lake expedition during the last year. And NIH can further contribute to GLOF modeling and preparation of early warning systems, bathymetry of lakes, climate extreme assessment, HACRES modeling, and also capacity building. We are also organizing the regular capacity building program from all over the India. Various state officials and students, they are coming for the capacity building programs on glacier lake glacier monitoring as well as glacier lake model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Surjit ji. Now we have, he is from Center of Excellence, Disaster Management and Mitigation, IIT Roorkee. So, Jain Sahab, your views in nutshell.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to give thanks to NDMA for giving me this opportunity. I am associated with NDMA for the last about 7-8 years. When the guidelines for GLOF were under preparation, Dr. Sharma and Shemadri, all of us were involved in that guideline. Here we are discussing glacial lakes and GLOF, which are at a very difficult location in accessible area. I am working mainly in GLOF modeling. But when I see the site specific mitigation, then I can understand how much challenging and difficult it is. I am not having much of the experience. But when we were preparing the guideline, then at that time, 2 pilot projects were proposed for South Lunak and Sakhochu. At that time, it was thought that these 2 projects will be taken up for mitigation. So that how difficult it is, we can understand. The first aspect of this session is DPR, and Mr. Muthuri already said that for DPR we have to prepare so many things. In addition to design flood, for the last so many years we have to consider the flood which will be generated because of the glacial lake outburst flood, glacial lake breach. We are associated with this GLOF for the last about 15 years. When we started working in this particular field of GLOF, at that time we were also not knowing much about this field. So we started working on modeling of GLOF. And at that time, as you know, we were not having the guidelines and the other details. Now we are having CWC guidelines and NDMA guidelines, in which indexing, which Mr. Muthuri already presented, they have given it in that one, and we have a reference for that. When we have seen that we have to consider the flood because of this breaching of lake, then the type of lake is very important, and that has been given emphasis in the guidelines also, that we are considering. And at the time of DPR, we have to consider the flood which will be generated because of the breach of the lake. So the type of lake. And one more thing I would like to mention here, we have done more than 20 projects on the GLOF modeling. In some of the catchments, we have found that there is no lake which is vulnerable. So in that case, either we have to write that there is no lake, because we means for all the projects we don't have the lake which is vulnerable or dangerous, or we have to do for biggest lake in that particular catchment, or the maximum value just presented indexing. If it is more than 70, it is under category A. So we are doing that business and we are identifying the lakes and we are doing the GLOF modeling. This is one story. Second aspect is the structural and non-structural, which already all of us know that there are some structural measures and some non-structurals. I am now associated with floodplain zoning in the plain area, where we are doing non-structural measures, like we are running the model and we are preparing the flood inundation zonation. So there are well known structural and non-structural measures which I will not discuss here. But the second aspect is associated with mitigation, is why we are going for mitigation of this and why we are talking about the GLOF today. It is because of the climate change. In the recent years, we are talking about GLOF because of the climate change. So we have to do climate change mitigation and adaptation also, in addition to the site specific mitigation. Because if we are doing climate change adaptation and mitigation, then we can check, or we can do something for the glacier recession, which is one of the major reason of this GLOF. So we have to talk about the glacier recession, the temperature rise. We have done one study in Jammu and Kashmir where we have seen that when the temperature is rising, the glacier is reducing. We have seen we have taken the temperature data of the same region, and then we have seen the glacier recession. So that we have to see through our climate change, and we have to do something for that also. If we are talking about the mitigation of this site specific mitigation, then some of the mitigation or preventive measures, that I will say that preventive measures, like what are the different triggering factors for GLOF, rockfall, avalanche. If we are doing some preventive measures so that we can do something for avalanche or rockfall or the other triggering factors, then also we can say something, or we can do something for the mitigation of this GLOF. Then second aspect we can I can say is the site specification. Some of the site specific measures which I can say here is the identification of vulnerable regions, which will be there in case of GLOF, GLOF flow routes, GLOF prone sections, and we can do also the GLOF redirected from settlement, so that we can reduce the loss. Our purpose is to reduce the loss of life and property. So if we can redirect that flood which will be generated because of that from the settlement, that is also one kind of mitigation measure, we can say. And non-structural measures already discussed, land use planning, and it has been given in that guideline also. Land use planning or zoning regulations that we have to follow, because the major loss is because of we are not following the regulations. That we have seen in case of Kedarnath flood also at that time. So these are some of the points which I wanted to just mention here. And also when we are talking about the mitigation measures, then we have to see the mother glacier which is feeding, which I have already said, that the recession of glacier, mother glacier, we have to consider the damming material is also very important, because if you are doing either tunneling or other strengthening of the dam, etc., then what is the damming material, that also we have to see. The surrounding conditions also we have to consider when we are talking about the mitigation measures. So all those points which I wanted to just share, because as you know, as a last speaker, some of the points already have been mentioned, and I was listening to the presentation of Mr. Srestha, the practical application of certain measures he has shown. And as far as my knowledge is there, I know that whatever mitigation measures we have seen in our country, that is only in Sikkim, I think. Not much has been done in other states. And at that time also it was proposed at the time of preparation of guideline that the two lakes will be considered in Sikkim. And long back, SDC people are here, they have also done something. I remember I have seen one article that they have done some siphoning in the same lake, South Lunak. So I can say that in Sikkim, some of the measures have been taken out, and then the similar type of measures we have to take in other lakes which are vulnerable. I know that most of the lakes in means in our country, mostly lakes in Sikkim are vulnerable, 18 or something like that. We have studied in Satluj Basin also, there are some lakes which are vulnerable. So similar kind of these mitigation measures, they are needed in some other lakes which are in dangerous state. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jain Saab. Very nicely, you gave some of your, experience. Now, I think maybe one or two questions, from the audience, from Uttarakhand or from Himachal, or because you have listened, structural, non-structural measures, and site is Sikkim and other states. Kind of panel actually on this. Yes, doctor. Your name and very. Ji, ji.
I have a question for CWC. You have in the guideline it says the flood modeling is done with a 100-year return flood, but in my analysis, many times the probable maximum flood is even 4 to 5 times higher than the 100-year return flood. So, for the critically endangered area where the risks are high, shall we go for the for the DPR, geological analysis, topographical analysis, all things are there, but I didn't see geotechnical analysis, mainly the engineer.
TWC. To any other panelist. Okay, that's.
Yeah. Thank you. In fact, you are right that PMF is certainly not 100-year return period flood. Statistically, PMF corresponds to 1 in 10,000 year return period flood. Statistically, no? So, we are looking at the value when we talk of PMF. That is PMF, right? Whereas I think 100-year you're talking in terms of technical guidelines for floodplain zoning, correct? In fact, why this 100-year has come in, there is a legacy to it. There is no law in the country which defines that regulation of land use shall correspond to what frequency of occurrence of the flood, except Ganga Authority or Notification 2016, which says that 100-year return period flood shall correspond to the floodplain, and it also says that there should be active floodplain which in which nothing should be there, no construction should be there, that kind of regulation. So legally this 100-year definition came in, and that was examined by Central Water Commission. We cannot have a floodplain regulation for a 500-year return period flood or 1000-year return period flood, country needs to have development as well. So this is a balance. We saw in various cases what kind of area gets impacted. Therefore, this 100-year has arrived at. So that is a brief answer to your question, which is a very catchy question, very complicated question to answer. Second is geotech analysis. True. In fact, I tried to capture that part. In fact, it says that for geotech investigations, drilling, etc., coring, that has also to be done with. And I will tell you that such kind of retention structure, if it all comes up, there shall be first of its kind in India. So as say such structures have never been built, and therefore such kind of investigations also has never been done. So they are very, very challenging. We have put our best of the team, we have put our best of the designers, and we shall be modeling, trying to model the various physical processes associated with the stability of the structure, stability of the slopes. They are paramount when it comes to having these kind of retention structures, which shall be retaining debris flow of the boulders as big as maybe 20 meters, 30 meters. It is they have been evidenced. So let us see what ultimately comes out of while we are looking at various alternatives. Thank you.
Because we are doing a lot of modeling. In fact, we can run HECRAS model without any 1 in 100 or average annual flood, because as per the guideline, we have to consider these two flood value at the project site. They are not concerned with the design flood of that project. It may be designed for PMF. Okay. To run that model with these values at the lake site, if you are not considering that, then the flow which is there in the lake, that we have to route to the project site. So to add that, impinge that value at different places, 1 in 100, we are considering 1 in 100. That is not related to any PMF or SPF for that project. Okay. So that we can do HECRAS without that also, without 1 in 100. But that will be sometimes dry conditions. So that's why we are adding. And flood value, we are giving minus this 1 in 100 flood. Okay, that whatever flood is coming at the project site, we are subtracting that 1 in 100. So then we are saying that this is the GLOF value. So that's why we are considering 1 in 100 and average annual flood as given by CWC.
Now, before I request my co-chair, now the time is over. I'm just joking.
No, my question is not big. Much of the things are answered by.
Please go ahead.
I am Nishant Kishore from NDMA itself. Just I wanted to know for the structural measures. Is there any international experience or international data available for such kind of things for structural measures, not for the non-structural measures?
We have a lot of data, international.
Is it helpful?
National data, is very limited. We have international data. The entire thing is we are talking about on international data.
Okay. Yeah. No experience for that means.
Experience, I mean, in Sikkim, what we are doing. I mean, we are taking experience from Swiss. So, yeah, Peru. So so there are number of countries.
This is what I wanted to say, sir.
And that's why international cooperation is important in this.
Has they built 90-meter dam at that level in Swiss?
No. I mean, what nahi hai. I mean, we cannot compare. The specific condition we cannot compare with other countries.
Okay.
But we can take their experience and then whatever useful to us, we can use that.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, actually, this session was site-specific mitigation. In fact, I was member of the high-powered committee and of disaster management, and we gave a slogan that preparedness, mitigation, this should be culture. This should be part of culture. And every state, I think mitigation should be a culture actually of the state. And now, pehle bahana hum pe hota tha, there is no money. But now, thanks to 15th Finance Commission, that this is over. Now you have money. I think now we should go for mitigation. Then money is also not a big consideration because there is two type of mitigation: structural, non-structural. And non-structural, you can, I mean, it need money, but very little money. And that is also very useful. In Sikkim, we started since last 10 years, we were not having money, that kind of money. Thanks to NDMA that now we have, sufficient money for GLOF mitigation, for other landslide mitigation, etc. But earlier we started with non-structural measures. And that was also very useful. So I think that culture we will have to build in this country. I'm giving mic to my very learned colleague and Dr. Parmanand Sharma ji from National Center for Polar Research. And he will summarize, it's a very difficult job I'm giving to him. And, it's up to him to summarize in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. First, I would like to thank NDMA to giving this opportunity to co-chairing of this very important session, technical session, basically, because most of the session they deal with the individual and a specific. But when you see that the structure of this session, site-specific mitigation, that's include DPR. That is one of the important things, prepare the report, project report. It should be clean, and it should be, because once you come to the prepare the report, detailed report, so it should be precise enough to implement the program. So that I think this is a very important one. And also deal with the structural and non-structural measures. So a structural measure means if you talk about the entire program NGMRP, so this program basically deal with 80% of the task is a field oriented, and most of the people I think because the cryosphere work group is a very new domain in India. Since 2000 onward, that was accelerated basically. So I feel that this is a difficult task because the capacity building and awareness and a skill of the people are not enough to work in that environment. So working window is quite limited there in Himalaya, and you have to address a big challenges that is not experimental so far. So it's really challenging, and whatever progress I have seen here, it's really tremendous. Most of the speakers, most of the the person who is working in this domain, they are doing very excellent job. And what I have seen here, that is really encouraging for us. Now all of us, now we can stay forward in very good manner. And I'll give the full credit to NDMA. They organized since 2019-20, start with the the GLOF program and guidelines, and then they come up with this kind of the program. So basically, when you go for the DPR, the 3-4 components are very important: the technical analysis, financial projections, risk management, implementation of the roadmap. That is one of the most important target and task for the DPR. And then a structural, because site-specific structure. We know that monitoring of the glacier is a quite important, and it's doing by NRSC, CWC, and so many individual organizations also they are looking for that. But if you go to understand and analyze the risk assessment and assess a specific intervention, it's quite challenging. You don't know, because unless until you go to the field, you just get some collection of the data, you are unable to understand what kind of the site specific intervention required. So first, actually, what shown by the Sikkim and Dr. Shrestha Sahab, he's really brilliantly, covered up the entire. He given the 3 site specific intervention. The first one was solar panel based lake lowering. The second intervention was now how to widening and create a retention wall and a structure to get over that. And the third one is moraine, how to cover up the moraine, how to is create and strengthen the moraine to address those issues. And these progress to understand about the high Himalayan region is really extremely well. So I think the presentation, the first presentation summarized the entire, including the DPR, including the site specific interventions. Then come to the second one by Mathuria Sahab. He was also explaining all whatever the CWS is doing since long, and that covered up the entire how to go for the DPR, how to they are planning for additional 30 EWS and early warning system to install in entire across the Himalaya, and they are across. They are planning not only for the GLOF and installation of EWS, also they are planning for the GLOF management, how to go for the structural and non-structural measures. So they create the guidelines, they circulate those guidelines. That is really a roadmap for the other who is working in this domain. And third one was Dr. Surjit Singh from NIH. So he also covered up the entire and address all those kind of development and guidelines for the glacier mass balance assessment, and including the GLOF, how the different steering committee and committees they addressing all those issues. So he covered up the entire things. And finally by Dr. Jan is giving the glimpse, and not only the giving the glimpse of the GLOF modeling and the how to address and what kind of the data requirement there for to addressing the GLOF. He also include, because it's all due to the climate change, so how we'll go for the adaptation. So that is one of the important tasks. And from my side, actually, I'd like to understand there should be some guidelines for the especially in Himalayan region, because there is no such high level of the guidelines for especially design any structure in a higher Himalayan region, and we should come up with that. Because if you visit the Himalayan site, because always I am the field person and always I used to go in a field till the high Himalayan region up to 6,000 6,500 meter. I have seen that in the road, in the floodplain area where the GLOF is really impacting the people, so many structure are coming without having any the proper guidelines. Either the road comes under and the structure area comes under the very high vulnerability zone. Still people are making a lot of multi-story buildings, and after 10 years and 20 years time they are blaming that because they are suffering from the lot of geohazard situations. So it's really very tricky. So these are the issues. So I try to quickly summarize all the speakers, because that we are already late by more than 30 minutes. So considering this time paucity, so I would like to thank everyone and every speakers to give that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank you all, and now I request Aswad sir to kindly present the token of appreciation to the chair, co-chair, and the panelists, and also come together for a quick photograph. Thank you. So, moving on to the next technical session, we will be diving into advanced scientific methodologies, technical approaches, and hazard and risk assessment, from satellite monitoring and bathymetry to moraine stability and hazard vulnerability and risk assessment. We look at how cutting edge science maps hidden vulnerabilities. So, this session will be chaired by Sri Dinesh Kumar Raswal, member NDMA, and co chaired by Dr. Simadri Rao from the National Remote Sensing Center. We are joined by an esteemed panel for the scientific experts: Dr. Ajay Kumar, Director Geological Survey of India; Dr. Ashim Sattar, Assistant Professor at IIT Bhubaneswar; and Dr. Praveen Thakur from the sorry for the inconvenience. Dr. Praveen Thakur from IIRS Dehradun, Dr. Riyaz Ahmad Mir, NIH WHRC JNK. Now handing over the mic to our chair for the panel. Thank you.
प्रोग्राम देना है लिखा नहीं है।
Go with the two presentations first.
Uh-huh.
Then on the panel.
Okay.
For discussion. So you just invite them.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, and since already has been spoken about this session, so let me invite Dr. Ajay Kumar for the presentation. Okay.
सभी को नमस्कार. As we know, NDMA has started GLOF risk mitigation program to mitigate the risks associated with the GLOF. To mitigate the risks, we have to know the risk associated with the GLOF. So, next slide, please. So, first we all do. Initially, we prepare inventory of the glacial lakes, then we do field investigation, followed by breach modeling and risk generation, and ultimately mitigation and monitoring. Next slide. GSI has prepared glacial lake inventory in 2016 of Uttarakhand Himalaya after the Kedarnath disaster of 2013, and for Western Himalaya in 2019, and certain lakes have been identified as a vulnerable lakes. Next. NRSC has prepared a glacial lake atlas in 2023, and Central Water Commission also prepared in 2021, and Swiss agency means Swiss Development Corporation prepared inventory in 2021. Next. On the basis of efforts-led inventory, NDMA has listed 188 lakes, glacial lakes, high glacial lakes, on the basis of the inventory prepared by the GSI, NRSC, CWC, and SDC, and categorized them as a category A high risk, B moderate, C low risk, and unclassified. The base of this classification was size and number of times the lake finds mention one or more than one list. Next. So as we have seen that the number of lakes vulnerable lakes identified by different in the different inventories are different, and even if you'll see the inventories prepared by different states, numbers also vary because they have used different criteria for that categorizing high level lakes. So we have to prepare a standard GLOF, that glacial lake inventory. For that we may include following parameters. So most of the things we have already included in our inventory, but few needs to be included in that inventory. You can also add few more if you require. Suppose disposition of lakes, everybody has mentioned, I think, that physical condition of dam, shape of dam means whether the moraine dam is narrow or wide, and surface of moraine dam, whether it is closed lake or open lake. Third one is condition of feeder glacier, means associated glacier had to be invented, and the geological condition of the area. Weather condition after Kedarnath disaster, weather condition of the area also have to be included in the inventory, and temporal changes we are including lake volume by using empirical formula or bathymetry. At least it should be included so that we can know the tentative way that volume of that lake, and last one, the hazard potential in the downstream. Next. Sir, see, that is Panchinala Glacier, we GSI visited. You will see a small flow glacial lake, including the many supraglacial lakes. So these information are necessary because in future, due to thinning of that glacier, that supraglacial lakes may increase in size. After joining, they may generate a big lake. And you will see in the right side a small flow glacial lake line in the that Panchinala glacier, and lower side that proglacial lakes. Next. you see that that Kesang Khad Lake, very narrow that morainic dam, and free body is very less. If you will see right side Pyonguri Lake without any that exit channel, and you see lower one, last of Sirek faces have been developed. It is showing that the glacier thinning is more and retreating very fast. So the progressor lake lying in the lower side will increase very fast. So the condition of feeder glacier means associated glaciers have to be invented. Next. Sir, geological condition of the area have to be included. If you will see that the avalanche zone, you will see Kesang had that glacier lying in that lake in Himachal Pradesh, that is nearer to the avalanche zone. After melting of the lower part, it will be much more nearer to the avalanche zone. So it will more dangerous in future. If you will see Niche, that lower side is landslide just lying near to the lake. And you see the in the left side, yeah, that Panikhad Lake in Ladakh, that a thrust plane is passing nearer to the that lake, Panikhad Lake. So in a even a slight movement during the seismicity, yeah, in a low intensity earthquake, that movement along this weak zone may destabilize that Panikhad Lake. Next. So for mounting of that glacier lakes, we use first remote sensing techniques. So we all are doing, but I think few things have to be included. As in previous sessions also tried that SAR interferometry means SDC are already doing in the South Lonak Lake. So if you will include that data, that if you will demarcate the adjoining areas of that lake, that low the more susceptible areas you will demarcate, it will help in monitoring that lakes vulnerability. Few things we cannot detect from remote sensing techniques like lake depth, moraine internal structure, whether it is ice core or not, piping and seepage zones, and that moraine dam stability. Next. By using remote sensing techniques, we can easily detect the change in the lake area. Next. You will see by remote sensing, you can detect, you identify the weak zones. In South Lonak Lake, you see that the cracks developed in the right lateral moraine and the creeping and part in the left lateral moraine. These are showing that these are not stable one. You will see right side. Water is coming from behind that moraine. Though this is supplying the water to that moraine. So seepage is very dangerous for slope stability. Next. This is SAR and trophometry techniques that SDC already has been utilizing in the South Lonak Lake. So this is important to include in our study. Next. Sir, supraglacial lying in the catchment area of Panikhad Lake is growing very fast, and that upper one is a Panikhad Lake. So monitoring of supraglaciers is very important. Next. Ground-based monitoring is very important because many things we cannot detect by remote sensing. So that lake bathymetry, ERT, a geophysical survey of morainic material lying in adjoining areas, and many things we are doing. So we have to collect the weather data from lake area, and we have to identify rockfall zone, avalanche zones, and other triggering factors lying near about that lake. After that, we have to prepare different maps like land use land cover map, geomorphological map, landslide sensitivity map, and other maps that will help in assessing the vulnerability of glacial lakes. And after that, we can also prepare flood indentation and flood map, which will help in identifying the areas for vulnerability. Next. These lakes have been monitored by GSI, and coming in few coming months, we are another 6 lakes we will monitor. Next. These are ground data which we cannot detect from the remote sensing. If you will see that right upper one photographs, that is Baihal Lake. It's now that snow, that ice lower part of that snout is supporting the morainic material. After melting or retreating of that snout, that slope will become vulnerable. If you will see in the downstream, ice is just supporting that morainic material. If you will see right lower one, ice is lying within the moraine. So after melting, that moraine will become unstabilized. Next. This type of detailed geological mapping, geomorphological mapping, we will do and we prepare a map. This will give that panoramic view of that area, and we will have demarcated the landslide zone and the different moraines. It will help in that our structural mitigation purpose. Next. So far we have collected lake bathymetry data of 9 lakes. That we have 9 lakhs data. You will compare with the empirical formulas, and you will find that the empirical formulas are not working. Fajita, huge difference is calculated and estimated with our bathymetry data. Hagel's only 30% data is nearer to our bathymetry data. So we need more data to develop our formula. Next one. Moraine stability. So for moraine stability analysis, by remote sensing, only few things we can do. Just we map the geomorphological features. For example, hummocky topography. It will hint that area that moraine material is ice cored.
I think now you can just speed up and conclude.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, SAR anthropometry RD field analysis, field-based analysis. We have to do the GPR survey and ERT survey and other things. Next one. Sir, for moraine stability, we have to do geotechnical study. Because most of the lakes are retained by moraines, and unlike the engineering structures, moraine dams are lacking controlled compaction, internal drainage system, other things. So normally failure mechanism taken by three things: overtopping, piping, and seepage flow. So application of grain size analysis becomes very important. Next one. Sir, permeability depends upon fine particles. If fine particles more, then less permeable. But if it loose and non-compacted, then possibility of piping is more. If coarse material, then high permeability and seepage chances is more. Next. That coefficient of uniformity and coefficient of curvature playing very important role. So breach mechanism is dependent upon these two. If well graded means more than 6, that coefficient of uniformity, that reducing the likelihood of erosion, and if poorly graded, the chances of failure is more. Next. Sir, this is crest width and height ratio, very important. If crest width is thinner, if that crest width is you see the right table. If the ratio is less than 0.21, then and when with high, both is given in the table. You will see the width and that ratio is very important during the stability, checking the stability of that moraine dam. Next. Sir, if your crest is narrow, the piping potentiality is more. If crest is wide, piping potential is low. If height is is more, then hydrostatic pressure is more. If height is low, then hydrostatic pressure is low, and failure probability is less. Next. Freeboard is depend also. Freeboard is more, then it will be better. If less, it is dangerous for and like stability. Next. See, these are mitigation measures. Normally, we all know, but niche, if you will see in lower side, stone pitching, riprap protection, given if they help in stabilizing the moraine. Next one. Modeling may face lot of problem. It depends upon the quality of input we are giving to the modeling. So we like a high resolution dam, and due to which the false damming problem is more. So if NDMA can provide the high resolution dam to the stakeholders, it will be better to prepare a good models. Next. So I think to assess the risks, we have to adopt an integrated approach by using that remote sensing techniques along with the field data. It will help in assessing our that risks in the for mitigation of the GLOF. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll invite the next speaker, Dr. Ashim from IIT Bhubaneswar. So please restrict your time to 10 minutes here.
Absolutely, sir. Can I have my presentation, please? Yes, good afternoon. So I would be mostly speaking about mostly on the modeling part, what we can do on mitigation, and a few important lessons that we have from the previous events that we've recently witnessed. Next, please. Next slide. Yes, just to give you an overview of the lab which is established at IIT Bhubaneswar, it is called the Cryosense Lab. We work in different parts of the country, especially in Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, Himachal Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh. We also look into transboundary hazards where we look into different countries, they share borders. The broad themes that we work at IIT Bhubaneswar is glacier hazards that we concentrate on. Apart from that, we also look into early warning systems, reconstruction of the past events, and then hydropower safety and water security. Next slide, please. Worldwide, the Cryosense Lab has presence in different countries in the world. We have been working in different parts of the world, especially our focus is in the high mountain Asia, which has countries including India, Bhutan, Nepal, China, whereas we also look towards the Central Europe, where we look into Alps and Andes in the South America. We have been working in Iceland, so we have our presence worldwide. Apart from that, my presentation today would have very few slides, but a few important things that we have learned from our recent events in the last few years. Can I have the next slide, please? Yes. So when we talk about GLOFs, we have been, we have been seeing, from the presentation in the earlier part of the day is GLOF. So whenever we talk about GLOF, we often tend to neglect the chain of processes, a cascade of processes that is often involved. So the models that we normally use are either a single phase model, or it just considers water as the potential mass that has been transported from one part to another, which is not actually the case. So from one of our recent events that we've seen, or any of the events that we've seen in the past, that glacial lake is not just water, but also a combination of water, debris, a lot of erosion depositional processes, which needs to be considered in our models. Unless we do that, we do not have an exact or a more precise predictive model that we can have for our EWS or mitigation purpose. So here in the screen, you can see a typical GLOF schematic. Normally a GLOF, in order for a GLOF to occur, we need a trigger event. Whenever I say a trigger event, it can be any mass movement into the glacial lake. So here is a typical simulation that we do, where we have done using 3 different phases, where we have solid, liquid, two types of solid, and one is liquid, which is the water of the lake. So this is how you can model the lake. So on the right, what is very important for us to know is to look into the pie chart that has been shown below here. So what do we see? That the GLOF mechanism so far from the GLOFs that happened, 54% of the GLOFs happened because the trigger was an external mass movement into the lake, which means that almost half of the GLOFs were triggered by some sort of mass, that is landslide or avalanche, into the lake. So that is a statistical value that we have. Now that we know that, it is important for us to know how a glacial lake would behave when such triggers are given to a glacial lake, for example, an avalanche or landslides. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes, so as I said, my presentations would have some lessons from the past let me show you two important recent events. The first event on the left you can see is the Chamoli event. On the right top you can see the failure of the moraine of the South Lonak. So what do we see on the left is that there was a failure of the head wall or a glacier, hanging glacier, that was a rock ice avalanche that descended down the Ronti Peak and eventually impacted two hydropowers. On the right top is the velocity shown for the lateral moraine that failed in South Lonak, and this is the post GLOF. So you may see that the moraine that failed in South Lonak is still moving at a rate of 10 to 15 meters per year. So that is, still unstable. So some sort of risk is still remaining, even if there was a GLOF which happened in 2023, and we may expect the risk levels have not come down. Can we? Yes. So just the schematic here shows what type GLOF models do we consider, and is important for us to consider. For example, here we do a process chain model that considers a series of scenarios. So predictive GLOF models, where you try to develop mitigation or design an early warning system, needs this sort of scenario modeling where it takes the entire process, starting from the avalanche to erosion to dam impact, moraine failure, and eventually we come to a hazard index. What we call is a function of the probability and the intensity of any given GLOF. Can we have the next slide, please? Yes, so this is a very, very interesting study that we have done recently. This is to show how a glacial lake would behave if the avalanche would hit the lake in different places. Here on the top right, on the left, you see there is a moraine which is failing like South Lonak towards the terminus. And there is an impulse wave which is basically coming towards the lake, and you have this overtopping. In the next, what do you see? That there is a moraine failure at the middle of the lake. On the third scenario, you see that there is a moraine failure at the beginning of the lake. Now, if we look into the central cross section of the lake, you would see that there is a shallow end which is in the front. We have the deep end which is in the towards the terminus. So a lake impacting at this point would have a totally different. For us to understand how these lakes would behave if there are different types of failures and where exactly it goes and hits the lake. So that is also important. Can we have the next slide, please? Yes, so this is an example that on the same three scenarios, I'm trying to show you some of the simulations. On the left, top left, you see it is a replication of the South Lonak Lake 2023 event. Below you can see it is this scenario which is happening from the middle of the lake. Here you can see which is happening at the front of the lake. So what do we see? The red color there means debris. The blue color is water. What do we see in the third case is that it is more of a debris flow rather than the water. But whereas on the first, where you have an impact on towards the terminus, which is the deeper part of the lake, we see a lot of water coming out. So this is something very interesting that we have discovered, that what sort of a model, how do we prepare, and what in terms of designing early warning system, in terms of designing mitigation measures, all of these considerations would be beneficial. Can I have the next slide, please? What sort of a GLOF process chain would happen, but that also tells us that what sort of a moraine erosion would you expect. So you see here, this is three scenarios of three different failures. This is the landslide in red, and the blue is the water. So what do we see? That in different time steps, we see different dynamics of moraine erosion. In some cases, we see that the moraine is eroding at a very slow rate, whereas in some cases, we see that the moraine is just rapidly eroded and you have faster GLOFs. So that is how the whole process chain is getting altered. Can we have the next slide? Well, the first very important thing is we are going towards measuring bathymetry, which is the lake volume, into high mountains, which is very, very difficult for us to access. But can we have alternative techniques to find out the bathymetry of the lakes? So here is a study that we did, where we basically tried to use our ice thickness models to come up with the bathymetry without going to the field. And eventually, when there was a bathymetry done later in the years, we tried to match it, and it had accuracy of less than 10%. So that actually is one alternative way to kind of find out, to have bathymetry without going to the field. So these are some of these techniques that we can have with less than 10% of accuracy, or plus minus 10%, depending upon where do we have. This actually helps us, to kind of inaccessible, unreachable. We can use such techniques to have at least a first order estimate of our GLOF estimates if there is an hydropower or anything, any infrastructure downstream. Next slide, please. Okay, coming to the lessons that we have from the 3 events that I am going to show in the next couple of slides, is the lessons that we would like to have for DRM, DRR in GLOF. So here was the South Lanark Lake, where we saw that there was a failure of the moraine that went into the lake. And then the surprising fact is that we got to know that the moraine that failed was moving at a speed of 10 meters per year from the last several years, starting from before 2016. So these were some of the early signals that we had for South Lanark, which we overlooked, or maybe there was no instruments to measure. But once the event happened, when we tried to look into details, we found that this was a slow moving landslide that eventually failed on the 3rd of October. Next slide. Yes, so how do we monitor these slopes which are moving? So I'm going to show you some of these techniques that we are doing at Cryoscience Lab at IIT Bhubaneswar, where we are trying to look into the slopes which is surrounding the lakes, every slope, without neglecting any of that, and trying to look if they are slowly creeping, over time. If they are showing a creepy movement, we definitely have an early warning. We have an early warning. We can sort out the lakes to tell that there is something which is moving and that needs attention. So for here, I'm showing the post-South Lanark Lake. This is after the South Lanark Lake have failed. We see that some of the slopes are still moving after the GLOF, even now. So this needs some attention. The hazard levels are not low. It means that there are chances of another GLOF event. Next slide. Yes, some of the important things that we have learned from our models is that here on the left, you see this is the actual flood limit of the South Lanark Lake inundation. On the right, you can see it was a paper published in 2019. I authored the paper, and you could see that how models can give you, an estimate of what would be the inundation in potential GLOFs. And if you try to match them, they're quite similar. So it was known in 2019, and then this was what was seen in 2023. So my point here is to say that if you have the right parameters in the models, you can have a good extent, good velocities, good depth of potential floods. Next slide. Yes. Now we have been talking about early warning systems from the beginning of the day today. I would like to make a few important points here. And I think these are important because these are, which is not theoretical, but something that we have learned from our recent events. So now, when I say it's an effective EWS, I mean to say that it saves lives and infrastructure. That is what I mean to say it's an effective. So seismic records. So let us look into what do we have. Let us take the first event, which is, yes, next slide, please. I'm going to give you 3 events in 3 slides that makes the point very clear. This is the Dharali event. Sorry, this is the Chamoli event. It was captured by seismic stations. So immediately after the landslide happened, we have seismic signals which were caught. Can we have the next event? This is another event, which is a GLOF event that happened in China, impacted Nepal. So what we have is it was recorded in the seismic station at the first go. Can we have the next event? at the point of incident. These seismic so this is basically, it is recording the trigger event. If there is an avalanche which is triggering the event, there is this peak that you see. For example, South Lonak, what do we see? That we have a very sharp peaks in 3 stations located near the lake. Correct. So right. So this is actually the GLOF, the landslide. So when you filter out the earthquakes, you would get the seismograms, which is only denoting the failure timing. So this we are talking about 1.2 approximately. So this is how, my point here is to not just to say the seismic stations record, but the point is that seismic recordings can be the first signals for us. If you are putting seismic stations nearby lakes which are potentially dangerous, we already have the data sets. This picks up. The first thing it picks up is it makes the early warning system much more effective to give you a much more, preparation time or arrival times. We know that can save lives, especially if not infrastructure. Can we go back to the next slide, please? Yes, coming to Millie, Dr. Millie was here today morning. We signed an MOU with Arunachal Pradesh, and we have been working. So this is GLOF mitigation project as a part of the GLOF mitigation project, where can we go to the next slide? Where we have been looking into the effectiveness of different mitigation measures. When I'm talking about different mitigation measures, we are looking into lake lowering, identifying potential EWS installation sites, identification recommendation for ground sensors, identification recommendation of potential retention dams, and identification of deflection structures. And how would these structures behave if they are planted, and how would a flood would propagate in case there are. Can we go to the next slide? Yes, so this is from the Dibang Valley. Most of the glacial lakes are there in the Dibang Valley. These are some of the already Dr. Millie has already shown in the morning today. So coming to the next slide, just bear with me for a couple of more slides. So here is one of the lake, that is lake number 1 in Dibang Valley. What we see that the lake is now triggered by an avalanche, and we see that how much material of that debris is moving down along with water. And at what velocities, at what discharge is it reaching different location downstream. So this is basically helping us to identify what is the amount of debris that we see, where it is getting deposited, where do we install these retention structures, where do we need to have retention structures that can help regulate sedimentations or deposition, and so on. Can we have the next slide? Yes. So apart from that, for Arunachal Pradesh, what we did is we tried to look into all the settlements that lie along the valley, and at different depths we try to find out at what levels are these settlements. For example, if you see here, this is the Lal Bahadur Sastri Lake, and you can see that in these settlements the flow heights are approximately 5.8 meters in a potential GLOF process chain. I'm not talking about a dam break, but it is a process chain which is triggered by an avalanche. Next slide. Yes. So South Lonak had 50 million cubic meters of water which was drained. These lakes in Arunachal Pradesh are comparatively smaller in size. Yes. Similarly, I'm not going in details. We have marked places where flood heights have gone up to 3 meters, where there are settlements. Next slide. That is all from my side. A few important points that I would like to highlight before I introduce you, and I welcome you to visit my lab, which is CryoSense. Can you please, the last slide, can you please project? Excuse me, can we project the last slide, please? So my few points that I would like to make here. First point is the effectiveness of seismic stations in early warning systems. That is something which is lacking in the Himalayas. The second thing that I would like to point out is what sort of models are we using? We need to use sort of models that take into account the actual scenarios, which also involves a lot of debris and water. So with that, with the lessons from our past events, I'd like to end that we definitely are going towards mitigation, effective mitigation with NDMA, and I would like to thank NDMA for inviting me with such wonderful delegations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would request the chair, co-chair, and the esteemed panel to take their place on the stage, please. Thank you.
चलो कोई बात नहीं ठीक है हम मिलेंगे Please come. Yes, so Parveen Thakur just left because he has to catch his flight. We were delayed. And now I will request Riaz Ahmed to make comments.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to the NDMA for inviting me. I am Dr. Riaz Ahmed Mir from National Institute of Hydrology, Western Himalayan Regional Center, Jammu. We have our headquarters at Roorkee, NIH, that is very famous. And actually, we have one regional center in Jammu that has the mandate for the Western Himalayan states, which includes the state of this Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Union Territory of Ladakh, Himachal Pradesh, and upper reaches of the Uttarakhand. And we have 16 members of staff there. We are working in different aspects of the cryosphere in Ladakh, in Jammu and Kashmir, and in the Himachal Pradesh. And we have also one of the well-established glacier field station located in Ladakh, where we have been monitoring two glaciers in the field. One is the Khardungla and another is Fuche Glacier that are just in the Ganglas catchment where we have this lake town. And we have been monitoring these glaciers from last 15 years, right from 2010. And we have well-established infrastructure, which includes the automatic weather stations there, and we have the water level recorders also there. And one thing I would like to highlight here, because some discussion was from early morning going on where to locate these automatic weather stations or these early warning systems in the Himalayan terrain. Actually, in this Ganglas catchment, we have one automatic weather station located at elevation of 5,600 meter elevation on a peak in the Ladakh Himalaya. And it is just a peak exposed every side to the different types of impacts like the winds which are there. But right from 2010 onwards, it is standing there because the site has been identified in the field and it is a hard rock there. That is a granitic terrain actually. And we have established these, we have also constructed some gammon type of structure there on that peak, and it is standing well and it is working very smoothly and very smartly there from last 15 years. And regarding the GLOF studies, which is actually the main focus of the today's this workshop, we have been working in the Jammu and Kashmir where we have been working on the GLOF modeling and using the remote sensing GIS and modeling techniques, which includes the HECRAS, HEC-HMS, Mike 11 models we are using to do this flood modeling and to do the hazard and susceptibility modeling of these glacial lakes. In addition to this, we are also working on the glacial lakes and have extensively actually worked in the Ladakh region, also in the Himachal Pradesh also, and in the Satluj Basin. I have myself worked also with the NIH people earlier joining with the NIH. And another talk and discussion in this today was about the geotechnical studies. Actually, while working on the remote sensing, GIS, and modeling techniques, we found this gap that yes, there is a gap to work on to see the geotechnical characterization, geotechnical properties of the moraine dams. And we have got a project that is on geophysical and geotechnical characterization of the moraine dams. That is actually the moraine dam stability analysis of the lakes in this Himalayan region. And we have selected for that purpose 3 lakes under a different geographic and geological setup. One is in Kashmir Valley, that is a different geographic and geological setup. Actually, I am focusing on the geological setup as well as the climatic setup. Another lake we have selected in Zanaskar Basin, and another lake we have selected in this Ladakh area, that is Lato Lake. In Zanaskar, we have Padum Lake, where we are working on the geotechnical and geophysical aspects. Although the work has been initiated, but we have to go to the field, and the focus and the objective is actually to see the geotechnical properties and their shearing strength and compressibility factors and properties of the moraine dams which are there, which are actually damming the water behind this unconsolidated material. You see, we have been going to the field extensively from last 10 years, and we have seen in the field that we have these moraine dams, and within these moraine we have some landslidal bodies of the silt, sand, and sometimes clay also. And in this project we will be focusing to collect the samples from those landslidal bodies, even from the hard rocks also, because in this these moraine dam materials we do have the rocks. Sometimes we have weathered rocks, sometimes we have rocks which have actually come from the zones which are tectonically very brachiated, and sometimes very these broken. So we will collect those rock samples, we will collect these soil and clay samples for geotechnical property analysis. But this work has been initiated, yet we have to go a long way for 3 years. This is a 3-year project. In addition to this, I would like to say that since we are living in an era of climate change, we know that climate is changing, glaciers are melting, and throughout the Himalayan region, glaciers are losing their mass. And as a result of this, these glacial lakes have developed, and expansion of these glacial lakes is also taken place. And a lot of discussion has been done from early morning. But one thing I would like to focus here is that we have also to look into the future glacial lake sites, because those sites can be the potential and dangerous zones that can produce the havoc in future. In addition to this, I would like to also mention that it is not only that currently we have these glacial lake outburst floods. Actually, we have recently published one paper where we have tried to collect the data from different inventories where glacial lake outburst flood data sets have been developed. We have found that before 1800, the glacial lake outburst floods have been reported in this Himalayan region. Although the number is less, but maybe it is not at that time we were not advanced in technology. That is the reason that the recording of these glacial lake outburst floods is very little before 1800. And from 1800 to 1900 we have seen an abrupt rise of these type of events, and after 2000 we have seen a very rapid rise of these events. That is directly and absolutely attributed to this climate change, which is causing the melting of the glaciers and expansion of the glacial lakes. And this is a well understood phenomena right now. Now, looking into the techniques and the approaches which people are using, my colleague Ashim has already shown you the modeling techniques. Dr. Ajay sir has shown you the field-based techniques which are being implemented for the GLOF modeling. Now, if you look into these techniques, we have different steps actually which we are following, starting from these inventorying, then identifying the potentially dangerous glacial lakes, then identifying their triggering zones, triggering factors, then identifying conducting this hydrodynamic modeling, and finally we come up with the inundation maps. And final target is that we have actually to produce the mitigation measures so that we can at least save the life and protect the people and protect the infrastructure which is lying in the susceptible zones of these high hazard areas. So these different models, different remote sensing based techniques are there. But as Ajay sir has also mentioned, we are actually supposed to do extensive field studies, because until we have a good quality data set which is being given into the models, the results will automatically be good. For example, we are now doing, now the workers are doing this bathymetric studies of these glacial lakes to estimate the volume of the water. It was lacking some decades before. Empirical equations were frequently used for these purposes. Likely, we have to collect the data on the moraine dam stability where rock mass characterization, this material characterization is required, and this data set is required to be generated so that it can be put into the models so that we can have better output results from these modeling techniques. So finally, we will come to the integrated approach that is required. And in addition to this, the final output is the mitigation measure. As I have been field very extensively, I have some field-based experiences. One experience I would like to share here is that in Ladakh region, I have been visiting many places, and some in this Gaya Lake, in that area, we have been visiting there, and I have talked to many people there. Sometimes those people are ignorant. They don't know we have some lake there which can affect us. So we are supposed to create this awareness, capacity building or awareness type of programs in the areas which are actually prone to the disaster. It is not we are conducting these type of programs, for example, in universities in Delhi. But actually we should focus and we should work in this direction to develop such programs and make aware people which are actually going to be hit by this type of disaster. Another experience with me is that recently we have been visiting Chamoli area, this Chashoti area where last year there was a disaster. A huge flash flood was there. More than 200 people have lost life there. I have been talking to a shepherd. Shepherd told me that when this flood came, when it originated actually upstream in that area, I was there and I was looking at this type of flood, but I tried to run to downstream area to communicate this message that flood is coming, but I was not able to do it. So there is a lack of communication system. So if we so yes, so I would, so we have been talking much about the early warning system, but I would like to introduce a concept that is early communication system. For example, if outburst happens and it is going to
I think now you have to cut short.
sir, I will just in 2 minutes. So it is going to hit some target first. So if it is a village, for example, if we have proper communication system, they can communicate to the other people who are downstream. This way we can do a proper mitigation measure. For this purpose, we can install simple mobile, these mobile towers there. If this is the way where it is cost effective also, we can develop in the catchments which are potentially dangerous in terms of GLOF, we can develop this communication system so that if anybody is affected above, that can communicate message to the downstream so that the measures can be taken up. So with this, I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, first, you make your own.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, NDMA, for giving me the opportunity. Maybe shall I just briefly? Well, okay.
Make your viewpoint and then we can.
Okay. So this particular topics of hazard and risk assessment based on satellite, empirical volume estimation, bathymetry, and moraine stability risk assessment. Very important topic. So these are very essential, and if you see the NDMA's 4-component, the NGRMP, the hazard and GLOF risk assessment makes an important contribution in analyzing where maybe to others can I give, or maybe with the chair permission, maybe at the end of the this session, I would like to inform something.
Okay. Yeah. So this session is open for a question. If anybody has got, yeah, please.
My question to the separate early warning system utilizing the seismic activities or geophone or something, or you suggest to integrate the same philosophy or same physics to incorporate with the early warning system developed by us?
Yes,
So
yes. I
what
think
you suggest?
it can be incorporated into the already existing system, if there is any lake where the early warning system is not yet been established.
No, but there is a question because a lot of avalanche activities and many
Correct, correct.
activities are there. That's also triggered and giving
Absolutely.
lot of signature to the seismic
Yes,
activities.
yes.
So without studying and without proper filtering it,
Field,
how you
yeah.
incorporate in the
We
existing
need to
system?
do some vicinity exercise here. So if there is a lake, which is the hotspot, which is the hazard itself, the lake itself is the hazard. So we need to put the geophones very close to the lake so that it takes up those signals which are happening in and around the lake. And of course, with the geophones, we need to have some time-lapse cameras that tells you, if there is a trigger, it clicks a photo and tells you, okay, it's a false alarm or it's an avalanche. So it is basically an integrated camera with a geophone system where there is a seismic signal triggered. It captures a photo of the, so for example, South Lunak and Sakucho, you have these cameras and it basically takes the timeless photos. But here we can integrate in such a way that the geophone has recorded an event. It takes a photo.
Hello. Good evening, all. My question is to Dr. Riaz Ahmed Mir. It is regarding geophysical and geotechnical investigations for the moraine rock mass classifications. Here, just want to know what kind of parameters, geotechnical or geophysical parameters you are measuring, and you are taking the core at what depth, because there is so much loose material lying, including the rocks over there. So how you are taking the cores over there?
I would like to actually we are not going to take the core. We will go to the field and we will try to locate the, for example, if we have within the moraine, we have some landslidal bodies of the sand or some material there. We will try to collect the samples from there using the GI pipes, which we will try to insert into that, and we will collect a sample like that. Actually, we have been doing a landslide study where we have been doing the slope stability analysis. Simple technique is that we take 1 feet or 1.5 feet this GI pipe and we insert that into the ground. The sample gets into that and that we analyze in the laboratory. That type of technique we are going to implement in this moraine also. But I
In my opinion. Thank you.
It is well established that in South Lunar, the landmass came and got into the lake. It was not about any temperature. Sir, can I take this?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rakiji, if I can respond to your question. So this is a very important point. The point is what you're talking about is permafrost. So whatever we are trying to do is the permafrost temperatures are nearing 0 degrees. So permafrost is nothing but frozen ground. It can be the lateral moraine, it can be the ice cored moraine. After 0 degrees they would start behaving, they would start failing, but what do we see now that we do not have much of in situ measurements in the Himalaya, but from the lessons that we have learned from different countries, and lately we have been doing permafrost. NCPOR has been actively involved, Wadia Institute has been actively involved, and so they have been measuring ground temperatures with sensors which are installed a few centimeters below the ground. And what do we see? That the diurnal temperature change is between -2 to +5. So it goes to -2 during the nights, and it goes to +5 in the daytime. So which means that there is a positive temperature which is making it melt, and eventually we have this degraded slopes over time. And this is a very slow process. It might take I mean, not hundreds but tens of years.
I would
Okay.
also like to add here is that we are also doing this ETRH survey, and somebody from Sikkim has shown those maps also. Actually, that is a technique to see the internal structure of this moraine. For example, if we have ice cored moraine, it can be captured by that geophysical technique. Regarding temperature measurement, we have ground sensors which are put 1.5 feet into the ground, and if the temperature remains 0 degrees Celsius for consecutive 2 years, then it is a permafrost. Means it is below 0 degrees Celsius ground.
ठीक है. Okay, you
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Sir, I think you are aware that from morning onwards, NRSA has been contributing under National Hydrology Project. We made an inventory of glacial lakes and river basin-wise prioritization of glacial lakes. And in each of the river basin, 5 selected glacial lake, we did risk assessment. The first lake what we have done is Gepangat in Himachal Pradesh. So their chief secretary is very much interested. We made a presentation, and then HP is aware that they have been asking us to do furthermore glacial lakes. So based on their request, finally we got our management approval so that we can carry out for each of the state and UT for 3 glacial lakes GLOF risk assessment studies. We got recently our management approval. So I request all the states and UTs except HP. HP has already given a request. Other states and UTs of Himalayan states, can you please send a request to our director NRC for 3 glacial lakes, which you feel the topmost priority glacial lakes for carrying out the GLOF risk assessment. We will be gladly doing that study for you. This is what I would like to inform. Thank you.
So if there are no more questions, so let us close this session. And as I said in the morning, actually, the main motto of NDMA is zero death due to any kind of hazards. And in the past, it has been seen that GLOF is one of the culprit who is creating the problems. As I said in the morning, that right from childhood we have seen in Himalaya that this happens. So that time, as he rightly pointed out, because it's a nature, the Himalaya is at very high altitude, temperatures are low, sun temperature, all these are the natural physical phenomena that will happen. The only thing is that there was no habitation near the, on the way of the river or the water channels. Now we have started constructing there. So that's why we are facing it, that they are becoming more frequent, Probably the frequency is increased, but so the question which we should address from the NDMA perspective point of view, that can we predict which lake is going to burst and when? Say, for example, he said that if we put the seismometers, I don't know, because you will get so many signals there, you will get confused that which is the corresponding area, because below 4 Richter scale, there are so many events. And then which lake is will collapse, you do not know. So we have to be very careful while putting our scientific presentation. So on PowerPoint presentations, during discussions, it looks very simple, but the reality is altogether different. So let us work more scientifically and see that what we can do. But from science point of view, it is important to understand these lakes, their behavior. But please also ensure that how it will contribute to the disaster risk reduction for the population. With this, let us close it. Thank you. Let us thank all the panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And thank you all the panelists. Now I would request you to please present the token of appreciation and also gather around for the photograph. With this, we conclude our technical session 4. Now I would like to hand over the mic to Senior Consultant GLOF. Thank you.
So we will break for 10 minutes, please. So please reconvene at sharp 5 o'clock.
Which did not happen for next couple of days, however, but there was a third team which was deployed at Malda during pre-monsoon, which was mobilized by road, and I from Rand quarter mobilized three teams, one by train and two by road, and almost by the end of 5-7 days we had 200 plus NDMA personnel which were deployed both in Sikkim and West Bengal, and this operation lasted 28 days. And so the mode of insertion was by foot also, because two of the teams which went up to Mangan, after great difficulty they had to traverse the route up to Chungthang on foot, and then the and then we were fortunate that we carried all these satellite phones which were there available with the teams, and QDs also. And after the end of this thing deployment, we had all the we had 8 teams on ground in West Bengal and Sikkim, up to the Gujuldoba Dam in Udlabadi in West Bengal, right from Chungthang. Next slide, please. These were the search and rescue operation which was carried out by team wise. We can skip that. We had 3 teams in Mangan and Chungthang, and then at Rangpo, Singtam, and Udlabari in West Bengal. Next slide, please. So the operational outcome was we rescued 186 lives, then we recovered 25 deceased, and we assisted 710 civilians. Basically, they were the tourists, and the operation lasted 28 days. And not to forget mention about the Indian Air Force, which took 252 sorties, and close to 2,000 people were airlifted, and huge quantity of relief material were airdropped by the Indian Air Force. Then Indian Army has also deployed 2 of their columns in spite of the huge loss they have suffered, and the huge additional task of disposal of explosives which were washed away from their ammunition dump. And the best role played by ITBP right from the early warning. They rescued and evacuated 3,659 precious lives, and they were operating at Chungthang, Pegong, Lacheng, Lachung, and initial infrastructure for the rescue was provided by the ITBP. Later on, we made our own zipline, and last but not the least, the BRO, which made 9 suspension bridges in that short period of time to restore the connectivity. Next slide. So talking about the challenges, so initially we all know that we don't have any bridging equipment. We are just pioneering the zip line across the operational these channels, and all the OFCs and mobile network were destroyed, and then the QDA also didn't have satellite footprint beyond Mangan. So that was a great, I think still till today we don't have any footprint as far as NDRF, the QDAs which we are holding. They were doing something, I don't know the present status now. And we were to operate in that damaged Urja Dam project in Chungthang, but we didn't have any drawings with us, and we have to operate in 4 to 40 feet of silt in complete darkness. So and helicopter ground operation also was very critical, and it did not happen in the first 48 hours, and the national highway was badly damaged. So the lesson learned was it's better that we should have a position teams. We should have a diagram of all the vulnerable tunnels and dams with us, and then the equipment like drones, gas detectors, oxygen cylinders, battery operated tools, and cold weather rescue suits We have brought in NDRF almost all of them now, like the SSDMA, which had learned a great lesson. NDRF also has learned a great lesson out of this incident. And another thing was that we realized that we should have a small self-sufficient team, because one single helicopter cannot take the whole team. So 15, 16 highly trained NDRF rescuers. So now we are in the process of deploying mountain rescue teams also, which are very well trained. And I think these are some of the lessons which we have learned from the Sikkim GLOF. Next slide, please. So these are just a few photographs. Next. Now coming on to the NDRF has been conducting community awareness programs, CAPs, TCBPs, and mock exercises, familiarization exercises. But I think there is a cascading training and outreach need to be built at national level for the empowering community with the practical knowledge, and it will encourage long-term behavioral preparedness, institutional coordination, and exclusive participation to create a resilient population capable of responding. I know states are doing it, but there is a de-link between the national level capacity building and the outreach program which the state is conducting. So what I'm planning is to try and bridge the gap between these two. Next slide, please. So the proposed architecture follows a cascading training methodology and ensuring knowledge dissemination from the national institutions to the field responders, ultimately the vulnerable communities. Such a layered approach ensures standardization, scalability, operational continuity, and sustained preparedness mechanism while strengthening interoperability among disaster management stakeholder operating in mountainous terrain conditions. Next. So the institutional mechanism I'm suggesting is of 3 phases. First phase is for master trainer program. Phase 2 is for training of trainers, and phase 3 is community outreach program, and then continuous monitoring and refreshing the mechanism. Next slide, please. The master trainer program creates a pool of specialized instructors capable of delivering technically accurate and operationally relevant GLOF preparedness training program, integrating scientific and emerging management principles, community engagement strategy, and practical disaster response consideration tailored specifically for vulnerable Himalayas and trans-Himalaya environment. So, sir, next slide, please. So this stage is institutional ownership program while ensuring consistency in training quality nationwide. So NIDM can take a lead in it. Next. Then followed by the training of trainers phase decentralized expertise by developing local level instructors and facilitators across the operational and volunteer organization. This approach improves the outreach capability, increase local participation, and create a broad participation network capable of supporting community engagement activities. Next slide, please. And this is the training component which is suggested. Next. The outreach program promotes continuous interaction instead of isolated awareness. So this idea was taken from the WASH outreach workers program, especially the outreach part of it from the UNICEF, and adapted to basically the local needs. And it can build trust, encourage local ownership, improves behavioral pattern, and ensures that preparedness information become integrated into everyday community understanding and seasonal disaster related activities. Next slide, please. So this is the system. We need to train 2 to 5 outreach worker per vulnerable village to reach out to the last mile. Next. Next. So the standardized training resources ensure consistency, clarity, and operational relevance across all level of implementation. Next slide, please. Next. Next. So the model combines national expertise, NDMA and NIDM on NDRF level, and operational capability and community preparedness into unified preparation mechanism for GLOF risk reduction. The cascading training structure ensures sustainability, scalability, and local ownership for supporting national disaster resilience objectives and strengthening preparedness capacities among the all across the Himalayan regions. So this is what I have to say about the outreach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now I request for panel discussion, ED and IDM, Sri Madhu Vyas and DIG NDRF, Gambhir Singh Chauhan ji, and all the panelists. Please come on the stage, sir. So we have Professor Ajanta Goswami, IIT Roorkee, Dr. Rakesh Kumar Ranjan, DST, and Mr. Savir Masumi from CDRI, and Shri Gurvinder Singh from NDRF.
Dear participants, we just had detailed presentations by a representative from NDRF and professor from IIT Roorkee. We have other participants, Dr. Rakesh Ranjan and Mr. Sabuir Masumi from CDRI and Department of Science and Technology, Sikkim University. Through the presentations, the focus that emerges is how do we involve the community in playing a proactive role, and how do we integrate the inputs that are coming from remote sensing, CWC, Department of Science and Technology, and transmitting it through the channel either by early warning systems and by the concerned SDMAs, DDMAs, and district administration. So I would request Dr. Rakesh Ranjan, since he belongs to Sikkim University, so he can lead the discussion, and what are the lessons that we can take forward which can be replicated in other states, especially Uttarakhand, Jammu Kashmir, Leh, and Arunachal Pradesh.
Actually, we are very new in Sikkim, I can say. Like our university is established just 15 years back. And we started this cryospheric research in Sikkim University hardly 6 years back. And we established one center of excellence on water resource management, cryospheric and climate change studies. And for last 5 years, like we have a continuous interaction with the community and the field. And we are the very much part of the whatever the Sikkim government of Sikkim has initiated this glacial lake. So whatever like I'm going to share is based on my research and the field experience for last 5 to 6 years. In Sikkim, there are a lot of agencies are working with on the GLOF, climate change. I'm just giving one example. In Sikkim, I have calculated more than 400 weather station has been installed. But when we come to the data to link with all this story, we don't find any kind of things. These all stations have, some stations has been with IMD, some are with the Sikkim University, some are with the DST, some with the DGRE. And sharing of weather station data for like GLOF study is very much essential. I remember when the South Lunak flood was initiated, we have not a single data
to validate our remote sensing data. There was one station at that time working that was lies with the Sikkim University at the Lachung, and from that we have validated the incident. Second thing is now we have, like as CDAC has developed AWS, we have a lot of studies regarding the identification of glacial lakes or issues related with the lakes. But somewhere we are missing. We are not able to connect. I'm personally accepting my failure to understand the land that I'm going to the field. I have to establish the EWS, but we don't know whether to establish. I personally established 2 weather stations which has gone. 1 discharge station has gone because of the, I can say, like insufficient information, or I can say like my immaturity. Second thing is the environment, or even land. We are encroaching the rivers and blaming the lakes. In this last GLOF in the Sikkim, there are 2 buildings. If you go to the Sikkim, the Rangpo bridge, 2 buildings are completely built up in the bed of the river. And now we are blaming that GLOF has come and lost this much life. So if we are entering into the river basin, so we have no right to blame the nature. Second thing is the environment, means to say we have to understand the weather condition. We go to the field, come back with the barren land. कुछ नहीं मिलेगा हमको क्योंकि the time we have selected is wrong. If you are working in a particular field, particular area, we have to understand the atmospheric condition. And last is the people. Again, I'm giving the example of the Sikkim this expedition. We went to the field, 3 days, we sit in the hotels. The local people does not allow us to go to the lakeside. They considered as a sacred lakes. Even they don't allow to take the water sample to analyze. We failed to understand the people's sentiment that time. We took 3 days to convince them. So my submission is we have to understand the people, and after 3 days, of course, everything went well, and so that should be started earlier. So somewhere we are missing these connections. Even the early warning system, we are not like, whatever I have seen, not included the local person. Someone said like early communication system. Of course, that should be the people first. We have to integrate the people, local people, because suppose मेरे घर में आग लग गया, मेरा पड़ोसी आएगा मुझे बचाने के लिए सबसे पहले. We are far away somewhere. I am sitting in Gangtok. Something will happen in North Sikkim. The people from the North Sikkim will respond first. So we have to train, we have to build the capacity at the North Sikkim first. Then it comes to. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Sabir Masumi from CDRI.
Yes. Same question.
I would just like to ask you to share your experiences about what good work has been done by CDRI in this regard, and if you want to share the best practices of CDRI for the audience.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting CDRI to this important event. GLOF is a new topic for CDRI. While we are interested, our work for now is focused on actually supporting some research in our fellowship scheme. And it is mostly the community-based, approach of GLOF, and that is something that we are interested in, and hopefully that we use the outcomes of the project to introduce our member countries and to help them improve the participatory approach to GLOF management. On top of that, I mean, we also are interested to facilitate any collaboration between different countries, Bhutan and Nepal, came in the presentation of the honorable gentleman. And we are happy to facilitate such collaboration and exchange of knowledge between different member countries. Of course, India is in the center of the GLOF issue. After that, I mean, I also had some observation about what happened and what I saw today. So maybe some of you have seen this video, this challenge that they line some objects and two people are asked to actually put those objects into a basket. So one starts from this side, one starts from the far side. And by surprise, the one that starts from the far side actually wins, despite maybe we think that this is the other way around. So what happens is we see that how challenging is the environment, going and collecting data and setting all of the systems, the technical systems around GLOF management. But and that's very hard. But for this topic, I think that's the easiest job and that's the closest object. The more far is the coordination. The more far object is sectoral coordination and also community engagement. And from my observation, it doesn't mean that we don't have the different components. They are there, but the way we approach them, I think, is more important. So maybe better to actually focus more on the coordination and community engagement side. Thank you very much.
So if any questions, any observations or any suggestions from the audience, please, because we had two presentations also. Thank you very much. I think in several sessions we talked about the challenges in data and the deficiency of data, and Rajesh also talked about, Rakesh also talked about this. And if we look at those altitudes, as somebody in the morning also said, it is very difficult to maintain the instrumentation also. Security of that instrumentation is at risk also. We lose many of those instruments also. And we know, if we look at the IMD, we don't have many stations above 3,000 or 4,000 even. And these places we are talking about 4,000 and above, 5,000 and 6,000. And we have national assets. I think the Indian military has the instrumentations at those locations. And GLOF is really very important for us at the national level. It is not only the public that is at risk. Many of our strategic assets are also at risk when it comes to the vulnerability of GLOFs. So why can't we really have some understanding or some involvement of those agencies who are manning those instruments at those places? Because it is very important that our strategy, our GLOF risk mitigation program has to be informed by the real data. Otherwise, I feel that this journey will get prolonged. I think we will be, even after 5 years, again we'll be talking about the data and how do we secure these systems and all that. I think we need to involve the Indian military into this this program. Yeah, this is my point. I would like to add on this that wherever these radars or the stations are placed and where forces are there, they are doing it in collaborations, or because we are there for 12 months, 24/7. So all the forces, whether it is Indian Army or any force, so they are doing it very religiously. One point I would like to add here, besides all the technological aspects which is being covered since morning. So one point I would like to add for the audience knowledge, that we should follow the traditional measures and the traditional ways in the areas which the people were following. Like in our traditions, we have so many things through the local people and the animals also, they give some indications. We are talking of early warning systems of the radars, but the population and the nature and the animals, they give also some indications. And like this, we can go for the infrastructure development which suits to the area. Like every area has its own different
I can say the topography and the landscapes and the traditional ways of making houses and infrastructure. So with the modern infrastructure, we should follow the old traditions and the infrastructure also. Thank you.
Adding on to further what DIG Gambhir said and in regard to your question, post Sikkim GLOF, which happened in October first week 2023, we had a meeting with all concerned agencies, including armed forces, and thereafter a lot of meetings happened wherein it was decided that wherever the deployment is there of whether it is of Army, ITBP, SSB, Assam Rifles, if any instrumentation is required to be carried out, they will be more than happy in supporting it. So that issue is not there. So once the program starts rolling out, probably that will be the right time to start deploying these things.
I would like to add, after the Sikkim GLOF incident, there were efforts to monitor the GLOF incidents to avoid certain repetition in future. So IMD and remote sensing and the NDMA team, they were deployed for placing the monitoring equipment at the highest lakes, highest glaciers where it was anticipated that a repetition can happen. So there are documented instances where initially the local community, when they were not taken into confidence, some sabotage or some inconvenience was caused to the scientists. But as and when the local community and the public representatives were taken into confidence, the message was spread by the public leaders in the entire village community that these equipment is meant to forewarn us. And this is important. So once the community was taken into confidence, the whole process was smoothened, and rather the facilitation of the scientists was increased manifold times. And this thing was replicated in Arunachal Pradesh also. And NIDM had organized a training program, 3-day training program in Arunachal Pradesh for 19 susceptible districts. So the way forward, as I see, is that the community participation, if it is done in a proper way, it can multiply our success manifold times. Thank you.
Actually, in Sikkim also we have started with like IMD, Sikkim University, DST, whosoever have a weather station. We have just started to pull all the data on the single server, and we all share the data. So probably maybe within 2 months or 3 months we will come up with the output. Maybe we can integrate more than 100 weather stations within the Sikkim only. So that initiative already we have taken. Let's see what.
Yes, so integration, because whatever the observation and observations and experience shared by the people, so integration is a very important, because we are not going to find a perfect solution, but definitely we are improving from the past. If are able to protect only 10 or 20 life and some 1,000 crore of the property, so that is a comparatively we are saving the or we are in a track of improvement. So if we are looking for the perfection, always it's a very difficult to achieve that location. But yes, we are improving, and apart from the practice what actually local people and the indigenous practices are there, so that practices need to be integrated with whatever the modern technology we are evolving. So one of them, like suppose we are going for the early warning system or AWS, so there should be some mechanism, so those data we can able to share the local people who required for that. Because what happens generally, we install the instrument in the higher location and high Himalayan region, and anybody, local people, they would like to explore information from there. We are unable to share. So that kind of the facilities should be there, so we can share those data to them, at least the local guys. Thank you.
Can I add something?
So recently I was in Uttarakhand Administrative Academy. So there GIS experts from different districts came. So the same question which are most of our dignitaries they have mentioned. So the first question which was asked by them was that, sir, where from we will get the inventory of glacial lakes, or which lakes are vulnerable, or the discharge data from CWC or other data, because you all are teaching us different modeling approaches or how to do different types of like analysis. But for that also we need the data. So where from we will get the data? So I was also confused because I'm not from that particular domain which says that where from you will get the data. So I said that you can approach USDMA, and maybe for your state they can arrange those data from NRSC or IMD or other agencies. So but yes, this is very important that we should have one particular guideline or one particular policy which percolates down to the district authority, where people know who are the real user, that where from they'll get the data, or they should have access to this data, because ultimately maybe we can't spread those data among all, but at least to those people who are responsible we can give those data to them. So that is one thing which is very much important. Thank you.
If there are representatives from concerned SDMAs, they may like to share their inputs. We have some representatives from the NDMA. We have somebody from Leh, I saw. Huh. So would you like to share something?
Because of the high altitude, we always had problem with drones. Like they have only flying limits until 5,000 meter, but we need at least 7,000. DJI Matrix has the specs, but like it's made in China, so always administration they are not allowed to purchase such drones.
Data you are collecting, are you sharing it with other people, other agencies, other departments?
Right now, data, like I'm sharing with Army and Air Force among. I'm sharing all the data like I'm collecting.
Hello, my name is Anurag Malu from the Voice of Glaciers Foundation, and we are a non-profit organization, and this is exactly the kind of work we are trying to do. A couple of things on the community front, to working on building preparedness for the communities, and how do you engage them beforehand, much before any crisis happens. So we are working on launching a fellowship called Glacier Guardians Fellowship Program. How do you work in hand with the communities before these disasters strikes? So I can get into the details separately. The second is what we are trying to do is the way our country build beautiful UPI infrastructure for financial infrastructure. In a similar way, we are building a India Glacier Watch, a UPI kind of a glacier risk infrastructure where all of this data needs to be integrated so that everyone, a common person, can see what is really happening, whether it is glacier related, whether it is glacier lakes related. All of this needs to really come together. All of the agencies needs to collaborate and participate in building that national infrastructure, because in the end it also contributes towards our defense, our security, like not just the food, water, energy security, but also national security. And that is what we really want to build, like India Glacier Watch, where people can see what is happening to the state of our glaciers in our country. Because no one has any idea, common person, how do journalists translate that knowledge, how a common person communicate about what is happening to the state of glaciers in Himachal, in Ladakh, in Sikkim. So simplify it so that scientific data that lies in the research labs, in research institutions, can also be understood by common man, by communities that live downstream, that live in those regions. So these are a couple of things we are trying to work. But I truly enjoyed this, conversation today, and very, very grateful to NDMA for this opportunity to see
different stakeholders coming together and looking at it from this lens of how do we eventually save people's lives in the end. So yeah, just thank you for the opportunity and would love to see how we can collaborate with Sir you. I heard the community engagement plan you had at NDRF. I would love to continue talking to Ajanta about the larger how do we make sure glaciers gets legal and cultural protection through policy. They are not just they are national infrastructure. They are economic infrastructure. Our lives depends on it. Why we have just ignored this most important thing, that is the source of life? Why it is not included in our policies? So I would love to continue this conversation, but thanks so much for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Regarding sharing of data, sir, we have written letters to all the defense agencies like ITBP and Indian Army, and we have shared the list of high-risk glacier lakes with them. And also we have requested them for constant monitoring of these lakes since most of them are posted nearby all these lakes. So regarding sharing of the data with the community members, like we have planned for awareness program in the upcoming months like June, July till December month, and we plan to share all the data, whatever data we have with us, with the community members. Thank you. This is from Arunachal Pradesh.
So regarding data sharing, we don't feel any problem right now. We are sharing our information with all these national or regional agencies. One experience we can share is that what we have seen in COVID time regarding the community engagement is that by engaging the local imams or priests, we were able to reach the community. So in such kind of disaster, we can increase our community awareness by engaging those imams, because these people, these religious peoples have acceptance in the society. So we can involve these religious persons like imams or priests. Thank you.
I think we have reached the time limit. I sincerely thank all the speakers, panelists, organizers, and participants for their valuable insights and contributions. Uh, we have a long way to go. We have made significant progress, but transforming scientific inputs, observations into actionable points and disseminating them to the community still remains a challenge. So it is work in progress. I am confident that the recommendations emerging from this session will contribute meaningfully towards strengthening sustainable and community integrated GLOF risk reduction efforts across the Indian Himalayan region. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to our chairs and panelists for a deeply inspiring session. Now I request kindly present the token of appreciation to our chairs and panelists. I request Dr. Krishna S. Batsa to facilitate our uh, guests. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of this incredibly enriching day, it is time to synthesize our collective wisdom from the state progress reviews and satellite-based hazard mapping to early warning system and community drills. We have mapped a robust course for the National GLOF Risk Mitigation Program. Our closing session will be bring these distinct threads together to chart our definite path forward. So I request our closing session chief guest, Shri Anuj Sharma, Additional Secretary, Disaster Management Division, Ministry of Home Affairs. Sir, please come on the stage. I request Miss Rita Missel, ma'am, member NDMA, to please come up the stage, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa, member and HOD NDMA, to please take your seat on the dais, sir. Uh, Also, I request Advisor Mitigation, Colonel Kirti Pratap Singh, Advisor Mitigation NDMA, to please come forward, sir, for your overview of technical workshop. Thank you.
We had a long day starting early at 9:30 and going up to 6 o'clock, with strength also depleting over a period of time from full pack house in the morning. Now we are left with few survivors who have been through this. So thank you everyone who are still here. Yeah. So, sir, we had a total 5 technical sessions throughout the day. Technical session 1 was on implementation status and progress of uh, NGRMP program in various states and UTs. The participants were from Himachal Pradesh SDMA, Uttarakhand SDMA, Sikkim SDMA, Arunachal Pradesh SDMA, participants from Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and also Union Territory of Ladakh. During the discussions, the panel highlighted operational progress of NGRMP in respective states. They also discussed the challenges and highlighted the need for stronger technical and infrastructural backing. The session underscored the significance of community-centric and multi-agency action planning, rapid bathymetric surveys of category A lakes, which are high-risk probabilities, deploying Yuva Abda Mitra volunteers, and targeting full EWS rollout by this year end, that is December 2026. Technical session 2 was deliberation on monitoring and early warning system for GLOF risk. We had participants from CDAC, Indian Meteorological Department, Swiss Development Corporation, and DGRE. Here, the challenges were highlighted, which included having a ruggedized technology base, multi-sensor, multi-channel, which can survive in the extreme high altitude environment and do the intended task of early warning system. Experts discussed the strategic transition towards impact-based forecasting rather than just getting meteorological matrices and data points. The idea was to convert these data points into actionable outcomes. The need for comprehensive cross-regional learning between Alps, where certain institutes are in engagement with them, and Himalaya was also emphasized. The session underscored the significance of institutional integration, focusing on streamlined procurement processes, seamlessly linking advanced monitoring systems with SEOCs. Our technical session 3 discussed site-specific mitigation to include DPR preparations and structural and non-structural options available, and also prioritizations. Here we had participants from Central Water Commission, from Department of Science and Technology in Sikkim, National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee, and IIT Roorkee. The discussions in this panel highlighted the importance of localized site-specific mitigation planning that combines both structural and non-structural interventions, but tailored strictly to local field conditions. Experts also discussed the use of systemic risk indexing frameworks, comprehensive hazard studies. The need for targeted engineering measures was also emphasized. How DPR shall be prepared for this particular program. We also discussed deployment of solar pumping solutions, retention structures, how moraine stabilization can be looked into.
The session underscored the significance of continuous monitoring, climate resilient landscape planning, coordinated stakeholder efforts to achieve sustainable long-term GLOF risk reduction and disaster preparedness. Our session 4 was on technical approaches towards hazards and risk assessment, on how to use satellites, empirical volume estimation, bathymetry, moraine stability, and hazard vulnerability risk assessment. We had participants from GSI, IIT Bhubaneswar, IRC Dehradun, and NIH, WHRC, J&K. In this session, the importance of satellite-based monitoring and remote sensing for identifying vulnerable glacial lakes, tracking geomorphological challenges in remote Himalayan regions, how empirical volume estimation methods for preliminary assessment for potential GLOF magnitude and downstream flood impacts can be done was discussed. The need for detailed bathymetry surveys was emphasized to improve understanding of lake depth, storage capacity, flood modeling accuracy, and if the lake outburst happens, what kind of impact it will have. The session underscored the significance of moraine stability assessment, slow failure risks, problem of seepages, and possible triggering factors such as earthquake and extreme rainfall. Technical session 5 was on community awareness, capacity building, and institutional mechanisms. We had representatives from IIT Roorkee, DST Sikkim, CDRI, and NDRF. This particular session emphasized the importance of community awareness programs in enhancing local preparedness, promoting timely response during disaster situations in vulnerable regions, need for regular capacity building initiatives, hazard monitoring, evacuation, and emergency response, and also the role of community and indigenous knowledge in strengthening risk reduction strategies. With that, we had this 5 sessions over the day, which turned out to be really fruitful and will help us in taking this program forward. With that, now I request Madam Rita Missel to kindly come forward and give the way forward.
Honorable Member and HOD Dr. Krishnavatsa, Sri Anuj Sharma, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs, dignitaries who are sitting in the room, all the armed service officers and other officers who are still there. Most of the group I see is from that category of people. So thank you very much for remaining. Professor from Vice Chancellor from J&K University, Mr. Madhu Vyas. I was here till lunch, and for me it was very engaging. First of all, to learn how the mitigation project is progressing in all the states, number one. Number two is to learn of the challenges, which were not few. But what struck me incredibly was that everybody has made significant progress to the abilities that they can. And I think what is keeping them back is the lack of really high quality technical capacity. I think the skills that is required for actually implementing a GLOF mitigation project is something that could be the biggest need from what I get from the entire day in this. So the guidance of the specialist agencies, the members of the technical committee is very, very much required. And I'm glad that this opportunity was given today for both these communities to interact together, particularly the states. It was very enriching also to see what Ladakh has done and J&K has started, despite not receiving receiving this mitigation project. So congratulations, especially to those two states. Heartwarming also, particularly I think the end-to-end early warning system that we saw in Ladakh that they managed, and the kind of community engagement that they have put. So congratulations to that. I have few points as a way forward only. The first is I think NDMA has several programs ongoing in these 4 Himalayan states. One is the mitigation program, which is these 4 states we discussed, and the 2 other states that were UTs that are not part of the mitigation program. But we also have recovery and reconstruction programs going on in these particular 6 states and UTs. So all the 4 states that are here, Himachal, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, J&K as the UT, and Ladakh, except Ladakh, the rest of the states that are here, we also have recovery and reconstruction programs that are ongoing. to the tune of average 1,000 crore in each of these states and UTs. And for me it is very critical that these efforts are complemented and brought together. I did hear a little bit in the morning when SDC was making a presentation, made a reference to Sikkim and said perhaps some of the recovery reconstruction work has to be looked at a little bit carefully to see that we are not doing it exactly in the same way where it was on the same location where it was, because it makes no difference. Then the next flood comes and it'll breach down whatever has been invested in. So my request to everyone from the states is make sure that these two are complementary to each other. Your recovery, reconstruction, and whatever mitigation you're doing. Of course, your mitigation is when the high reaches, and your recovery and reconstruction could be much at the lower end where people are living. But it is very, very important that these two efforts come together, because at the end of the day, what we are looking at a reduction in loss of lives, loss of property, and livelihoods of people. If that is the aim in which we are working towards together, these cannot be treated as different parts of the program. It has to be one program, and how they can be complemented together. That's the first point I wanted to make. Second point, I think I did hear the last bit about capacities and also sharing of databases. While it is very, very critical that some of these databases are shared everywhere along with each other, with especially we have the cohort of all the army, ITBP, and other officials here who have been really instrumental in many ways in supporting not only data capturing, in maintaining the equipment, and as in sometimes we have been pushing that boundary a little bit, saying can you help us also in doing the surveys, because someone did mention that their access to those high region areas is very limited. And so using the capacities and resources of these agencies who are up there can be very, very useful, particularly in very sensitive defense areas such as the Karakoram, Ron, Ladakh, and other these areas. So it's very important to have that coordination with all the military personnel who are posted in different regions. So that is very important point for me to take forward, is that please cement this relationship as strongly as you can, because you need this kind of capacities and skills not only for your risk assessment, you will need it later down the line for response and recovery as well. So that's the second point I would think as way forward. The third I was thinking about is we have this talked a lot about last mile focus. We have talked about how do we use all this expensive, very high value instrumentation and convert that into decision making systems. And so I think you mentioned that the value of all these instrumentation that is being kept up there in where sometimes there is a chance of vandalization. The first thing is, how do local people understand the value of it, why it is put in there, what should be their role in protecting those assets, and then trying to give them information in time so they know this is the instrument that is providing the information they need for saving their own lives and livelihoods. So connecting the dots all the way from where you have put up your sensors, AWS, different kinds of instrument and buoys that what the IMD was showing, or CDAC was showing, all that down to where people are living, so that is the way people will then protect that as an asset as much. Please realize, people as much as possible, someone was mentioning, Anurag, you were mentioning about the people have an awe of that nature. They worship that nature, so they would not dramatically do anything to destroy it. They know how to respect it. They don't know limits in which they should live. I think maybe when tourists goes and too much of a higher footfall of tourism in that country, in those regions, sometimes endangers things much more than local people do. So, and bringing that understanding, bringing that community of this instrumentation and all this high-tech equipment closer together to the community for their use, their understanding, I think is the third point I want to put. Finally, I think, uh, uh, you know, in with this opportunity that has come a little late to me. Inception workshop it is called. It's not, cannot be an inception after a year, or two, you know, it's a long time, but nevertheless not too late. And I hope that everyone who came together from the states and with the experts had have been able to exchange views with each other sufficiently, so that you can call up, you don't have to wait for NDMA to make a formal, you know, meeting and then bring people together through a meeting and say, please, you know, now the expert will say something and the state will say something, and that, please forget about that platform. Now that you have met each other in person across states, across the expertise that is there in this room, please continue to communicate and move forward with this project, because it's of ultimate importance that we progress steadily and progress as fast as possible, because the more we delay in this, we know next season is around the corner. You know, we have had floods in those same states, 2022, 2023, 2024 and 25, in many of these, in bigger, in some in much larger scale, some in much smaller scale, which gives us the sign that we cannot afford to wait in doing this or move things slowly. So that's why congratulations to everyone who have pushed this forward so far. It's not an easy subject. That's something I deeply acknowledge, the complexity of dealing with glaciers. I do not want to undermine the kind of skill sets that is required, or in no way think that this is going to be an easy ride. It is not. It is definitely extremely challenging, extremely difficult, not only in terms of terrain, but in terms of applying the right kind of science and technology and the mitigation measures you need for that. Not trying to undermine in that. And that's why I'm absolutely in awe of people who are working on in these front lines, who are doing it, particularly being able to climb to those in altitudes and have the instrument there, do the bathymetry survey, do other kinds of survey and come back. That itself is quite heroic to me. But you know, I think let's keep that spirit alive and move forward. Thank you very much, and it's been an enriching day for all the half day that I sat here to listen to you. This is my probably my first lessons in GLOF, and I hope I'll have many more lessons in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful insights and way forward. Next, it is our privilege to invite Shri Anuj Sharma, Advisor, Additional Secretary, DM Division, Ministry of Home Affairs, to deliver the valedictory address for this Inception workshop. Sir, please.
Namaskar. Esteemed member and HOD, NDMA, Madam Member, my colleagues from NDMA, NDRF, NIDM, states, and some foreign delegates are also there. I am very new to this subject, frankly speaking. I have just joined about a month ago, but I have long experience of 35 years in as a public servant dealing with public policy issues, framing policies, and plans and projects for implementation. This GLOF was a totally new subject for me. So this invitation came that I have to come and deliver this subject. So I tried to go through some material. So I came through this project, this program of 150 crore. I went through the minutes, how it was processed and how this program came up. I prepared a speech also, a written speech also. But today I had a meeting because I'm dealing with disaster management and we daily have some crisis, something is there. Something is happening in Africa, so there was a meeting, so I went there. The meeting ended early, I came here. So I had a benefit of listening to two presentations. Then, madam, you have spoken, a panel discussion. So I have just left my written speech. I thought I'll just share my views, whatever I have learned. As a public servant, we are trained to learn, to listen, to learn, and convert our learnings into actions. So about 15 days ago, there was a meeting at apex level in Government of India. I had privilege to attend that meeting. Dr. Krishna Vatsa, he was also there. So the the chairperson, he asked another very senior person, maybe the top person in CWC and then from remote sensing and all, why can't we have a system that yes, there is cloud formation, we are able to, we come to know, we are able to have early warning about that. We know rain is going to fall. We know temperatures are rising. We know some glaciers will melt. We know some water level will rise. And the likelihood of some kind of outburst that can go. Do we have a system that all these agencies are coordinating and doing all this exercise so that we can sensitize people? There was stunned silence. Let me tell you, nobody was able to give definitive answer. Though we have spoken about all these things, but in practice, things are different. So what he suggested, let's have a solution that some accident, some disaster will come, whatever we may do, these will come. So what to do? Have a plan. We have a program also. So can we identify the likely path that water will take in case there is some outburst? Yes, it can be done. Then there are activities, somebody told there are encroachments in that path. Whether we can remove that, we can do that. So what is required? It is required coordinated administrative action by all the agencies by taking all these actions to prevent loss of life and damage to the property. The 2 points these were asked today. One, somebody from NGO saying whether we have policy or there is a back. There are policies, we have policies. But it's a fact that we are living in a real world. There are human activities. There are other countries also. Some lakes are in other countries also. There are also some activities are there. We have no control. We also have some activities. Then there is nature also is playing its part. Temperature levels are rising. Weather is changing. So the glacier, they are converting into lakes. The water levels are rising. So these are realities. So it's not that we don't have policies. We do have. But we are living in the real world. The most important point that it has been spoken today, maybe my friend from Sikkim, professor, he spoke about this. But it has come to our notice also during whatever interactions I had with knowledgeable people like you, most of you, and from NDMA. We have data points at different places. People are doing work. Here also you all are doing. But there is no central portal or any point where all these works can be collated. So already we have started work on that with NDMA. We are working on that. A team has been ministerial team has been formed, and Dr. Krishnavas is guiding us. And there are all from ministries also, from knowledge people. So what we are doing is we are trying to. There is a portal, National Disaster Management Portal is there. Many people might not be knowing also. So there are work being done by different states, by NGOs. He was telling that he is doing. So many people are doing. So how we can bring all those together? Make sense out of the data. If we do so much and we are not able to make sense, it won't matter much to me as a public policy implementer or to those who are implementing on ground also. And then how we can have a real time, not only monitoring, early warnings, then dissemination, and then action live, and how to involve communities through that, disseminate information, take your rescue operations, and then after that, even your reconstruction, all those activities also there. So we are doing that. So I won't hold you much for long. So I wish all the best to all of you, and we all will work collectively. There is a vision of Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Home Minister. This vision has been reflected in our law also, that disaster management should be part of all our plans. The way we live our life, it should be there, so that we are able to minimize losses to the properties and zero loss to the life. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Thank you. reaffirming the absolute support for the ministry in strengthening India's GLOF resilience framework. Finally, to officially wrap up the monumental day of planning, I invite Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa, member and HOD NDMA, to share the closing remarks. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience sitting with us the whole day. But it is, worth the effort. This is not the first meeting on the GLOF. We had several workshops in the past, and we started on a clean slate. But when you see what we have achieved during the last 2 years, it's quite a progress. We didn't know anything about the state of glacial lakes. Glacial lakes, the way they are getting formed, the speed at which they are getting formed, and the risks that they are posing. How do we assess the risk? How do we classify the risks? I think NDMA for the first time undertook this exercise of classifying all the glacial lakes as per their risk. So we have a category of glacial lakes in terms of risks. We are in the process of validating that. So this is one very, very important thing. And based on that risk assessment, we developed this program. This is the first mitigation program that we developed, and first program for which we got the approval. But it is the most, unlike all the hazards, it's the most difficult hazard that we are dealing with, largely because of the locational issues. Because we find it difficult to access the glacial lakes, all of them located at 5,000 meter and above. To that, instrumentation, there is not much instrumentation. Actually, the capacity for instrumentation is also less. And three, that early warning we know a little bit, but mitigation, we had some idea from different countries. We never did any mitigation so far. You must understand this. Nepal was doing mitigation for Imja Lake 2005, 6, 7. So Nepal and Bhutan, both of them, Thorthormi Lake in Bhutan and Imja Lake in Nepal, they were doing it in the first decade of this century. So we decided to enter this area very, very late. In the last 2-3 years, we have started making. So the kind of progress that I saw today was very, very impressive today. Please, some of the states are very, they have done a lot of work. They presented very concrete ideas about the mitigation, how they would go about it. They talked about the moraine stability, how to address that issue, and how to develop various kinds of interventions, and which is very, very encouraging. CDAC has been working on the proof of concept. We need to work little more, but here we are trying to develop an idea which will work across the lakes. So all these things are unthinkable 1 year before. So in last 1 year, all these states are working together, and we are actually working on various kinds of solutions. And in the process, I think there is a community of practice that has grown. So we are actually, a lot of people are contributing to this. And today also the participation of several institutions, several experts actually is very much a testament to the growing interest in this area. 30 expeditions have been undertaken. 30 expeditions, it is not a small thing, that across the states 30 expeditions have been undertaken, and we have some idea about how to conduct the bathymetric test, how to understand the level of water, how to understand the stability of moraines. All this is, so I look at it very positively. It is a project where we knew the progress would inevitably be slow because of the limited time frame, because we get only 4 months to work, and also because of the altitude. But given all the limitations that exist, some of the states, other states are lagging behind. We know that other states, they will get to see what some of the other states are doing. So I think there will be some catch up very soon. And as NDMA, as all the technical institutions working together, it is our job to assist the states. Finally, the capacity must be created at the state level. This is the thing. Some states are creating it, some states are lagging behind, but we need to encourage all the states to develop these capacities. And I think we have seen good evidence of that, and we need to keep encouraging the states towards that. As we said, I said in the morning, this is a program. Glacial lakes are the threat of risk of glacial lakes is going to increase further. So we have to be engaged with this issue on a long-term basis. All the states need to deal with this problem, for the next 10 years, 20 years. So we need to keep investing in this area, both in terms of the knowledge, research, and the instrumentation. It will always be slow, but I think slowly and steadily we will get to know about the glacial lakes, the risks that they pose. And you see, next 2-3 years, we will have a significant achievement, significant progress in this area so far as the state's capacity to deal with the risks posed by the glacial lake is concerned. Of course, we need to, all the states are dealing with various kinds of hazards. All these hazards are climate related hazards. All these interventions need to come together. There is a need for some kind of a coordination among the interventions that are being planned, synergy among the interventions that are planned. That goes without saying, but GLOF has its own special needs also, that also must be recognized. So thank you very much for this opportunity where we got all the states to interact. And there is a lot of learning here. We will be doing a detailed proceedings of the workshop. We will disseminate it, and we will have more smaller meetings to look into specific areas, how we will support them. Thank you again for your participation. It means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your profound vision. As we close today's proceedings, our key takeaway is absolutely clear. Mitigating GLOF risk requires a seamless blend of advanced earth sciences, swift administrative implementations, and empowered mountain communities. Now I request member NDMA, Ms. Rita Misal ji, to please felicitate our chief guest with token of appreciation. Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of NDMA, I extend our deepest gratitude to our chairs, co-chairs, panelists, and our exceptionally dedicated audience. Thank you for bringing your expertise to the table and making this Inception workshop a grand success. Have a wonderful evening ahead and safe travels back home. Before closing, I request all to please come on the stage for a group photograph. Thank you.